Chapter 1 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Natalia. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 2. The Immigrants. What makes you keep that big blue sunbonnet drawn so closely over your face? Are you afraid of having it seen? The person addressed was a pale, sickly-looking child, about 9 years of age, who, on the deck of the vessel Winterberry, was gazing intently towards the distant shores of Old England, which were fast receding from view. Near her a fine-looking boy of 14 was standing, and trying in vain to gain a look at the features so securely shaded from view by the gingham bonnet. At the sound of his voice, the girl started, and without turning her head, replied, "Nobody wants to see me. I am so ugly and disagreeable." "Ugly, are you?" replied the boy, and at the same time lifting her up and forcibly holding her hands, he succeeded in looking her fully in the face. "Well, you are not very handsome, that's a fact," said he, after satisfying his curiosity, "but I wouldn't be sullen about it. Ugly people are always smart, and perhaps you are. Anyway, I like little girls, so just let me sit here and get acquainted." Mary Howard, the child thus introduced to our readers, was certainly not very handsome. Her features, though tolerably regular, were small and thin, her complexion sallow, and her eyes, though bright and expressive, seemed too large for her face. She had a naturally fine set of teeth, but their beauty was impaired by two larger ones, which, on each side of her mouth, grew directly over the others, giving to the lower portion of her face a peculiar and rather disagreeable expression. She had frequently been told that she was homely, and often, when alone, had wept, and wondered why she, too, was not handsome, like her sister Ella, on whose cheek the softest rose was blooming, while her rich brown hair fell in wavy masses about her white neck and shoulders. But if Ella was more beautiful than Mary, there was far less in her character to admire. She knew that she was pretty, and this made her proud and selfish, expecting attention from all, and was growing sullen and angry if it was withheld. Mrs. Howard, the mother of these children, had incurred the displeasure of her father, a wealthy Englishman, by marrying her music teacher, whose dark eyes had played the mischief with her heart while his fingers played its accompaniment on the guitar. Humbly at her father's feet she had knelt and sued for pardon, but the old man was inexorable, and turned her from his house, cursing the fate which had now deprived him, as it were, of his only remaining daughter. Late in life he had married a youthful widow, who after the lapse of a few years died, leaving 3 little girls, Sarah, Ella, and Jane, 2 of them his own, and 1 a stepdaughter and a child of his wife's first marriage. At a last request, Mrs. Temple had asked that her baby Jane should be given to the care of her sister, Mrs. Morris, who was on the eve of embarking for America, and who within 4 weeks of her sister's death sailed with her young niece for Boston. Sarah, too, was adopted by her father's brother, and thus Mr. Temple was left alone with his eldest daughter, Ella. Occasionally he heard from Jane, but time and distance gradually weakened the tie of parental affection, which wound itself more closely around Ella. And now, when she too left him, and worse than all married a poor music teacher, the old man's wrath knew no bounds. "But we'll see," said he, with his hands behind him, and his head bent forward he strode up and down the room. "We'll see how they get on. I'll use all my influence against the dog, and when Miss Ella's right cold and hungry, she'll be glad to come back and leave him." But he was mistaken, for though right cold and hungry Ella oft-times was, she only clung the closer to her husband, happy to share his fortune, whatever it might be. 2 years after her marriage, hearing that her father was dangerously ill, she went to him, but the forgiveness she so ardently desired was never gained, for the old man's reason was gone. Faithfully she watched until the end, and then, when she read his will, made in a fit of anger, and knew that all his property was bequeathed to her sister in America, she crushed the tears from her long eyelashes, and went back to her humble home prepared to meet the worst. In the course of time 3 children, Frank, Mary, and Ella, were added to their number, and though their presence brought sunshine and gladness, it brought also an increase of toil and care. Year after year Mr. Howard struggled on, while each day rumors reached him of the plenty to be had in the land beyond the sea, and at last, when hope seemed dying out, and even his brave-hearted Ella smiled less cheerfully than was her wont to do, he resolved to try his fortune in the far-famed home of the weary immigrant. This resolution he communicated to his wife, who gladly consented to accompany him, for England now held nothing dear to her save the graves of her parents, and in the western world she knew she had 2 sisters, Sarah having some years before gone with her uncle to New York. Accordingly, the necessary preparations for their voyage were made as soon as possible, and when the Windermere had left the harbour of Liverpool, they stood upon her deck, waving a last adieu to the few kind friends who on shore were wishing them Godspeed. Among the passengers was George Morland, whose parents had died some months before, leaving him and a large fortune to the guardianship of his uncle, a wealthy merchant residing in Boston. This uncle, Mr. Selden, had written for his nephew to join him in America, and it was for this purpose that George had taken passage on the Windermere. He was a frank, generous-hearted boy, and though sometimes a little too much inclined to tease, he was usually a favourite to all who knew him. He was a passionate admirer of beauty, and the moment the Howards came on board and he caught sight of Ella, he felt irresistibly attracted towards her, and ere long had completely won her heart by coaxing her into his lap and praising her glossy curls. Mary, whose sensitive nature shrank from the observation of strangers, and who felt that one as handsome as George Morland must necessarily laugh at her, kept aloof, and successfully eluded all his efforts to look under her bonnet. This aroused his curiosity, and when he saw her move away to a distant part of the vessel, he followed her, addressing to her the remark with which we commenced this chapter. As George had said, he liked little girls, although he greatly preferred talking to pretty ones. On this occasion, however, he resolved to make himself agreeable, and in 10 minutes' time he had so far succeeded in gaining Mary's friendship that she allowed him to untie the blue bonnet, which he carefully removed, and then, when she did not know it, he scanned her features attentively, as if trying to discover all the beauty there was in them. At last, gently smoothing back her hair, which was really bright and glossy, he said, "Who told you that you were so ugly-looking?" The tears started to Mary's eyes, and her chin quivered, as she replied, "Father says so, Ella says so, and everybody says so but Mother and Frankie." "Everybody doesn't always tell the truth," said George, wishing to administer as much comfort as possible. "You've got pretty blue eyes, nice brown hair, and your forehead, too, is broad and high. Now, if you hadn't such a muddy complexion, bony cheeks, little nose, big ears, and awful teeth, you wouldn't be such a fright." George's propensity to tease had come upon him, and in enumerating the defects of Mary's face, he purposely magnified them, but he regretted it when he saw the effect his words produced. Hiding her face in her hands, Mary burst into a passionate fit of weeping. Then, snatching the bonnet from George's lap, she threw it on her head and was hurrying away, when George caught her and, pulling her back, said, "Forgive me, Mary. I couldn't help plaguing you a little, but I'll try and not do it again." For a time George kept this resolution, but he could not conceal the preference which he felt for Ella, whose doll-like face and childish ways were far more in keeping with his taste than Mary's old look and still older manner. Whenever he noticed her at all, he spoke kindly to her, but she knew that there was a great difference between his treatment of her and Ella, and oftentimes, when saying her evening prayer, she prayed that George Morland might love her just a little. 2 weeks had passed since the last vestige of land had disappeared from view, and then George was taken dangerously ill with fever. Mrs. Howard herself visited him frequently, but she commanded her children to keep away, lest they too should take the disease. For a day or two Mary obeyed her mother, and then curiosity led her near George's berth. For several minutes she lingered, and was about turning away when a low moan fell on her ear and arrested her footsteps. Her mother's commands were forgotten, and in a moment she stood by George's bedside. Tenderly she smoothed his tumbled pillow, moistened his parched lips, and bathed his feverish brow, and when an hour afterward the physician entered, he found his patient calmly sleeping, with one hand clasped in that of Mary, who with the other fanned the sick boy with the same blue gingham sunbonnet of which he had once made fun, saying it looked like its owner, rather skim-milky. Mary Howard," said the physician, "this is no place for you," and he endeavoured to lead her away. This aroused George, who begged so hard for her remain, that the physician went in quest of Mrs. Howard, who rather unwillingly consented, and Mary was duly installed at nurse in the sick-room. Perfectly delighted with her new vocation, she would sit for hours by her charge, watching each change in his features, and anticipating as far as possible his wants. She possessed a very sweet, clear voice, and frequently, when all other means had failed to quiet him, She would bend her face near his, and taking his hands in hers, would sing to him some simple song of home, until, lulled by the soft music, he would fall away to sleep. Such unwearied kindness was not without its effect upon George, and one day, when Mary, as usual, was sitting near him, he called her to his side, and taking her face between his hands, kissed her forehead and lips, saying, "What can I ever do to pay my little nurse for her kindness?" Mary hesitated a moment, and then replied, "Love me as well as you do Ella." "As well as I do Ella," he repeated. "I love you a great deal better. She has not been to see me once. What is the reason?" Frank, who a moment before had stolen to Mary's side, answered for her, saying, "Some one had told Ella that if she should have the fever, her curls would all drop off, and so," said he, "she won't come near you." Just then Mrs. Howard appeared, and this time she was accompanied by Ella, who clung closely to her mother's skirt, looking cautiously out from its thick folds. George did not as usual caress her, but he asked her mockingly if her hair had commenced coming out, while Ella only answered by grasping at her long curls as if to assure herself of their safety. In a few days George was able to go on deck, and though he still petted and played with Ella, he never again slighted Mary, or forgot that she was present. More than once, too, a kind word or affectionate look from him sent such a glow to her cheek and sparkle to her eye, that Frank, who always loved her best, declared she was as pretty as Ella any day if she'd break herself of putting her hand to her mouth whenever she saw one looking at her, a habit which she had acquired from being so frequently told of her uneven teeth. At last, after many weary days at sea, there came the joyful news that land was in sight, and next morning, when the children awake, the motion of the vessel had ceased, and Boston, with its numerous domes and spires, was before them. Towards noon a pleasant-looking, middle-aged man came on board, inquiring for George Morland, and announcing him as Mr. Selden. George immediately stepped forward, and after greeting his uncle, introduced Mr. and Mrs. Howard, speaking at the same time of their kindness to him during his illness. All was now confusion, but in the hurry and bustle of going ashore, George did not forget Mary. Taking her aside, he threw round her neck a small golden chain, to which was attached a locket containing a miniature likeness of himself painted a year before. "Keep it," said he, "to remember me by, or if you get tired of it, give it to Ella for a plaything." "I wish I had one for you," said Mary. And George replied, "Never mind, I can remember your looks without a likeness. I've only to shut my eyes, and a little forlorn, sallow-faced, old-looking girl with crooked teeth." He was prevented from finishing his speech by a low cry from Mary, who, pressing his hands in hers, looked beseechingly in his face, and said, "Oh, don't, George, don't talk so." He had not teased her about her looks for a long time, and just now, as he was leaving her, 'twas more than she could bear. Instantly regretting his thoughtless words, George took her in his arms, and wiping away her tears, said, "Forgive me, Mary. I didn't know what made me say so, for I do love you dearly, and always will. You have been kind to me, and I shall remember it, and some time perhaps repay it." Then, putting her down and bidding adieu to Mr. and Mrs. Howard, Frank, and Ella, he sprang into his uncle's carriage and was rapidly driven away. Mary looked after him for as long as the heads of the white horses were in sight, and then, taking Frank's hand, followed her parents to the hotel, where for a few days they had determined to stop while Mrs. Howard made inquiries for her sister. Meantime, from the richly curtained windows of a large, handsome building, a little girl looked out, impatiently waiting her father's return, wondering why he was gone so long, and if she should like her cousin George, or whether he was a bearish-looking fellow with warty hands who would tease her pet kitten and ink the faces of her doll-babies. In the center of the room the dinner-table was standing, and Ida Selden had twice changed the location of her cousin's plate, once placing at her side, and lastly placing it directly in front so she should have a fair view of his face. "Why don't they come?" she had said for the 20th time, when the sound of carriage wheels in the yard below made her start up, and running downstairs, she was soon shaking the hands of her cousin, whom she had decided to be handsome, though she felt puzzled to know whether her kitten and dolls were in any immediate danger or not. Placing her arm affectionately around him, she led him into the parlor, saying, "I am so glad that you have come to live with me and be my brother. We'll have real nice times, but perhaps you dislike little girls. Did you ever see one that you loved?" "Yes, two," was the answer. "My cousin Ida and one other." "Oh, who is she?" asked Ida. Tell me all about her. How does she look? Is she pretty?" Instantly, as George had predicted, there came before his vision the image of a forlorn-looking, sallow-faced child, whom he did not care about describing to Ida. She, however, insisted upon a description, and that evening, when tea was over, the lamps lighted, and Mr. Selden reading the paper, George told her of Mary, who had watched so kindly over him during the weary days of his illness. Contrary to his expectations, she did not laugh at the picture which he drew of Mary's face, but simply said, "I know I should like her." Then, after a moment's pause, she continued, "They are poor, you say, and Mr. Howard is a music teacher. Monsieur Dupré has just left me, and who knows but Papa can get Mr. Howard to fill his place." When the subject was referred to her father, he said that he had liked the appearance of Mr. Howard, and would, if possible, find him on the morrow and engage his services. The next morning Ida awoke with an uncomfortable impression that something was the matter with the weather. Raising herself on her elbow, and pushing back the heavy curtains, she looked out and saw that the sky was dark with angry clouds from which the rain was steadily falling, not in drizzly showers, but in large round drops, which beat against the casement and then bounded off the pavement below. All thoughts of Mr. Howard were given up for that day, and as every moment of Mr. Selden's time was employed for several successive ones, it was nearly a week after George's arrival before any inquiries were made for the family. The hotel at which they had stopped was then found, but Mr. Selden was told that the persons whom he was seeking had left the day before for one of the inland towns, though which one he could not ascertain. "I knew 'twould be so," said Ida rather fretfully. "Father might have gone that rainy day, and as well as not. Now we shall never see nor hear from them again, and George will be so disappointed." But George's disappointment was soon forgotten in the pleasures and excitements of school, and if occasionally thoughts of Mary Howard came over him, they were generally dispelled by the lively sallies of his sprightly little cousin, who often declared that she should be dreadfully jealous of George's travelling companion, were it not that he was a great admirer of beauty, and that Mary was terribly ugly. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Natalia. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 2, Chicopee. It was the afternoon for the regular meeting of the Ladies' Sewing Society in the little village of Chicopee, and at the usual hour groups of ladies were seen wending their way towards the stately mansion of Mrs. Campbell, the wealthiest and proudest lady in town. Many who for months had absented themselves from the society came this afternoon with the expectation of gaining a look at the costly marble and rosewood furniture with which Mrs. Campbell's parlours were said to be adorned. But they were disappointed, for Mrs. Campbell had no idea of turning a sewing society into her richly furnished drawing-rooms. The spacious sitting-room, the music-room adjoining, and the wide, cool hall were beyond, were thrown open to all, and by 3 o'clock they were nearly filled. At first there was almost perfect silence, broken only by a whisper or undertone, but gradually the restraint wore away, and the woman near the door, who had come, because she was a mind to, but didn't expect to be noticed anyway, and who, every time she was addressed, gave a nervous hitch backwards with her chair, had finally hitched herself into the hall, where with unbending back and pursed-up lips she sat, highly indignant at the ill-concealed mirth of the young girls, who on the stairs were watching her retrograde movements. The hum of the voices increased, until at last there was a great deal more talking than working. The Unitarian minister's bride, Lily Martin's stepmother, the new clerk at the Drury's, Dr. Lay's wife's new hat and its probable cost, and the city boarders at the hotel were all duly discussed, and then for a time there was again silence while Mrs. Johnson, president of the society, told of the extreme destitution in which she had that morning found a poor English family who had moved into the village 2 or 3 years before. They had managed to earn a comfortable living, until the husband and father suddenly died, since which time the wife's health had been very rapidly failing, until now she was no longer able to work, but was wholly dependent for subsistence upon the exertions of her oldest child Frank, and the charity of the villagers, who sometimes supplied her with far more than was necessary, and again thoughtlessly neglected her for many days. Her chief dependence, too, had now failed her. For the day before the sewing society, Frank had been taken seriously ill with what threatened to be scarlet fever. "Dear me," said the elegant Mrs. Campbell, smoothing the folds of her rich India muslin. "Dear me, I did not know that we had such poverty among us. What will they do?" "They'll have to go to the poorhouse, won't they?" "To the poorhouse?" repeated Mrs. Lincoln, who spent her winters in Boston and whose summer residence was in the neighborhood of the Paupers' Home. "Pray don't send any more low, vicious children to the poorhouse. My Jeanie has a perfect passion for them, and it is with difficulty I can keep her away." "They are English, I believe," continued Mrs. Campbell. "I do wonder why so many of those horridly miserable creatures will come to this country." "Forgets, maybe, that she's English," muttered the woman at the door, and Mrs. Johnston added, "It would draw tears from your eyes to see that little pale-faced Mary trying to wait upon her mother and brother, and carrying that sickly baby in her arms so that it may not disturb them." "What does Ella do?" asks one, and Mrs. Johnston replies, "She merely fixes her curls in the broken looking-glass and cries because she is hungry." "She is pretty, I believe," said Mrs. Campbell, and Rosa Pond, who sat by the window and had not spoken before, immediately answered, "Oh, yes, she is perfectly beautiful, and do you know, Mrs. Campbell, that when she is dressed clean and nice, I think she looks almost exactly like your little Ella." A haughty frown was Mrs. Campbell's only answer, and Rosa did not venture another remark, although several whispered to her that they, too, had frequently observed the strong resemblance between Ella Howard and Ella Campbell. From what has been said, the reader will readily understand that the sick woman in whom Mrs. Johnston was so much interested was her old acquaintance Mrs. Howard. All inquiries for her sisters had been fruitless, and after stopping for a time in Worcester, they had removed to Chicopee, where recently Mr. Howard had died. Their only source of maintenance was thus cut off, and now they were reduced to the utmost poverty. Since we last saw them, a sickly baby had been added to their number. With motherly care, little Mary each day washed and dressed it, and then hour after hour carried it in her arms, trying to still its feeble moans, which fell so sadly on the ear of her invalid mother. It was a small, low building which they inhabited, containing but one room and a bedroom, which last they had ceased to occupy, for one by one each article of furniture had been sold, until at last Mrs. Howard lay upon a rude lounge which Frank had made from some rough boards. Until midnight the little fellow toiled, and then, when his work was done, crept softly to the cupboard. There lay one slice of bread, the only article of food which the house contained. Long and wistfully he looked at it, thinking how good it would taste, but a glance of pale faces near decided him. "They need it more than I," said he, and turning resolutely away, he prayed that he might sleep pretty soon and forget how hungry he was. Day after day he worked on, and though his cheek occasionally flushed with anger when his ragged clothes and naked feet the village boys made fun, he never returned them any answer, but sometimes when alone the memory of their thoughtless jeers would cause the tears to start, and then wiping them away he would wonder if it was wicked to be poor and ragged. One morning, when he attempted to rise, he felt oppressed with a languor he had never before experienced, and turning on his trundle bed, and adjusting his blue cotton jacket, his only pillow, he again slept so soundly that Mary was obliged to call him twice ere she aroused him. That night he came home wild with delight. He had earned a whole $1, and knew he could earn another $half tomorrow. "Oh, I wish it would come quick," said he, as he related his success to his mother. But alas, the morrow found him burning with fever, and when he attempted to stand he found it impossible to do so. A case of scarlet fever had appeared in the village, and it soon became evident that the disease had fastened upon Frank. The morning following the sewing society, Ella Campbell and several other children showed symptoms of the same disease, and in the season of the general sickness which followed, few were left to care for the poor widow. Daily little Frank grew worse. The $1 he had earned was gone, the basket of provisions Mrs. Johnston had sent was gone, and when for milk the baby Alice cried, there was none to give her. At last, Frank, pulling the old blue jacket from under his head, and passing it to Mary, said, "Take it to Bill Pender. He offered me $1 for it, and $1 will buy milk for Allie, and crackers for Mother. Take it." "No, Frankie," answered Mary. "You would have no pillow. Besides, I've got something more valuable which I can sell. I've kept it long, but it must go to keep us from starving." And she held to view the golden locket, which George Morland had thrown around her neck. "You shan't sell that," said Frank. "You must keep it to remember George, and then, too, you may want it more some other time." Mary finally yielded the point, and gathering up the crumpled jacket, started in quest of Billy Bender. He was a kind-hearted boy, 2 years older than Frank, whom he had often befriended, and shielded from the jeers of their companions. He did not want the jacket, for it was a vast deal too small, and it was only in reply to a proposal from Frank that he should buy it, had he casually offered him a shilling. But now, when he saw the garment, and learned why it was sent, he immediately drew from his old leather wallet a quarter, all the money he had in the world, and giving it to Mary, bade her keep it, as she would need it all. Half an hour a cooling orange was held to Frank's parched lips, and Mary said, "Drink it, brother. I've got 2 more, besides some milk and bread." But the ear she addressed was deaf, and the eye dim with the vast falling shadow of death. "Mother, mother!" cried the little girl. "Frankie won't drink, and his forehead is all sweat. Can't I hold you up while you come to him?" Mrs. Howard had been much worse that day, but she did not need the support of those feeble arms. She felt rather than saw that her darling boy was dying, and agony made her strong. Springing to his side, she wiped from his brow the cold moisture which had so alarmed her daughter, chafed his hands and feet, and bathed his head until he seemed better, and fell asleep. "Now if the doctor would only come," said Mary, but the doctor was hurrying from house to house, for more than one that night lay dying in Chicopee. But on no hearthstone fell the gloom of death so darkly as upon that low brown house, where a trembling woman and a frail young child watched and wept over the dying Frank. Fast the shades of night came on, and when all was dark in the sick room, Mary sobbed out, "We have no candle, mother, and if I go for one, he should die." The sound of her voice aroused Frank, and feeling for his sister's hand, he said, "Don't go, Mary, don't leave me. The moon is shining bright, and I guess I can find my way to God just as well." 9, 10, 11, and then through the dingy shadows the silvery moonlight fell, as if intended to light the way of the early lost to heaven. Mary had drawn her mother's lounge to the side of the trundle bed, and in a state of almost perfect exhaustion Mrs. Howard lay, gasping for breath, while Mary, as if conscious of the dread reality about to occur, knelt by her side, occasionally caressing her pale cheek, and asking if she were better. Once Mrs. Howard laid her hands on Mary's head, and prayed that she might be preserved and kept from harm by the God of the orphan, and that the sin of disobedience resting upon her own head might not be visited upon her child. After a time a troubled sleep came upon her, and she slept until roused by a low sob. Raising herself up, she looked anxiously toward her children. The moonbeams fell full upon the white, placid face of Frank, who seemed calmly sleeping, while over him Mary bent, pushing back from his forehead the thick clustering curls, and striving hard to smother her sobs, so they might not disturb her mother. "Does he sleep?" asked Mrs. Howard, and Mary, covering her hands, the face of him who slept, answered, "Turn away, mother, don't look at him. Frankie is dead. He died with his arms round my neck and told me not to wake you." Mrs. Howard was in the last stages of consumption, and now, after weeping over her only boy until her tears seemed dried, she lay back half fainting upon her pillow. Towards daylight a violent coughing fit ensued, during which an ulcer was broken, and she knew that she was dying. Beckoning Mary to her side, she whispered, "I am leaving you alone in the wide world. Be kind to Ella and our dear little Allie, and go with her where she goes. May God keep and bless my precious children, and reward you as you deserve, my darling." The sentence was unfinished, and knelt in unspeakable awe of the orphan girl, knelt between her mother and brother, shuddering in the presence of death, and then weeping to think she was alone. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World by Mary Jane Holmes. Billy Bender. Just on the corner of Chicopee Common, and under the shadow of the century-old elms which skirt the borders of the grass plat called by the villagers the Mall, stands the small red cottage of Widow Bender, who in her way was quite a curiosity. All the ills which flesh is heir to seemed by some strange fatality to fall upon her, and never did a new disease appear in any quarter of the globe which Widow Bender, if by any means she could ascertain the symptoms, was not sure to have it in its most aggravated form. On the morning following the events narrated in the last chapter, Billy, whose dreams had been disturbed by thoughts of Frank, arose early, determined to call at Mrs. Howard's and see if they were in want of anything. But his mother, who had heard rumors of the scarlet fever, was up before him, and on descending to the kitchen, which with all her sickness Mrs. Bender kept in perfect order, Billy found her sitting before a blazing fire, her feet in hot water, and her head thrown back in a manner plainly showing that something new had taken hold of her in good earnest. Billy was accustomed to her freaks, and not feeling at all frightened, stepped briskly forward, saying, "Well, mother, what's the matter now? Got a cramp in your foot, or what?" "Oh, William," said she, "I've lived through a sight, but my time has come at last. Such a pain in my head and stomach. I do believe I've got the scarlet fever, and you must run for the doctor, quick." "Scarlet fever?" repeated Billy. "Why, you've had it once, and you can't have it again, can you?" "Oh, I don't know. I never was like anybody else, and can have anything a dozen times. Now be spry and fetch the doctor. But before you go, hand me my snuff-box and put the canister top heaping full of tea into the teapot." Billy obeyed, and then, knowing that the green tea would remove his mother's ailment quite as soon as the physician, he hurried away towards Mrs. Howard's. The sun was just rising, and its red rays looked in at the window, through which the moonlight had shone the night before. Beneath the window a single rose tree was blooming, and on it a robin was pouring out its morning song. Within the cottage there was no sound or token of life, and thinking its inmates were asleep, Billy paused several minutes upon the threshold, fearing that he should disturb their slumbers. At last, with a vague presentiment that all was not right, he raised the latch and entered, but instantly started back in astonishment at the scene before him. On the little trundle bed lay Frank, cold and dead, and near him in the same long dreamless sleep was his mother, while between them, with one arm thrown lovingly across her brother's neck and her cheek pressed against his, lay Mary, her eyelids moist with the tears which, though sleeping, she still shed. On the other side of Frank, and nestled so closely to him that her warm breath lifted the brown curls from his brow, was Ella. But there were no tear stains on her face, for she did not yet know how bereaved she was. For a moment Billy stood irresolute, and then, as Mary moved uneasily in her slumbers, he advanced a step or two towards her. The noise aroused her, and instantly remembering and comprehending the whole, she threw herself with a bitter cry into Billy's extended arms, as if he alone were all the protector she now had in the wide, wide world. Ere long Ella too awoke, and the noisy outburst which followed the knowledge of her loss made Mary still the agony of her own heart in order to soothe the more violent grief of her excitable sister. There was a stir in the cradle, and with a faint cry the baby Alice awoke and stretched her hands towards Mary, who, with all a mother's care, took the child upon her lap and fed her from the milk which was still standing in the broken pitcher. With a baby's playfulness, Alice dipped her small fingers into the milk, and shaking them in her sister's face, laughed aloud as the white drops fell upon her hair. This was too much for poor Mary, and folding the child closer to her bosom, she sobbed passionately. "Oh, Ally, dear little Ally, what will you do? What shall we all do? Mother's dead, Mother's dead." Ella was not accustomed to see her sister thus moved, and her tears now flowed faster while she entreated Mary to stop. "Don't do so, Mary," she said. "Don't do so. You make me cry harder. Tell her to stop, Billy. Tell her to stop." But Billy's tears were flowing too, and he could only answer the little girl by affectionately smoothing her tangled curls, which for once in her life she had forgotten to arrange. At length rising up, he said to Mary, "Something must be done. The villagers must know of it, and I shall have to leave you alone while I tell them." In half an hour from that time, the cottage was nearly filled with people, some of whom came out of idle curiosity, and after seeing all that was to be seen, started for home, telling the first woman who put her head out the chamber window for particulars, that 'twas a dreadful thing, and such a pity too, that Ella should have to go to the poorhouse with her pretty face and handsome curls. But there were others who went there for the sake of comforting the orphans and attending to the dead, and by noon the bodies were decently arranged for burial. Mrs. Johnson's Irish girl Margaret was cleaning the room, and in the bedroom adjoining, Mrs. Johnson herself, with 2 or 3 other ladies, were busily at work upon some plain, neat shrouds, and as they worked they talked of the orphan children who are now left friendless. "There will be no trouble," said one, "in finding a place for Ella. She is so bright and handsome. But as for Mary, I am afraid she'll have to go to the poorhouse." "Were I in a condition to take either," repeated Mrs. Johnson, "I should prefer Mary to her sister, for in my estimation she is much the best girl. But there is the baby who must go wherever Mary does, unless she can be persuaded to leave her." Before anyone could reply to this remark, Mary, who had overheard every word, came forward, and laying her face on Mrs. Johnson's lap, sobbed out, "Let me go with Alice. I told mother I would." Billy Bender, who all this while had been standing by the door, now gave a peculiar whistle, which with him was ominous of some new idea, and turning on his heel started for home, never once thinking, until he reached it, that his mother more than 6 hours before had sent him in great haste for the physician. On entering the house, he found her, as we expected, rolled up in bed, apparently in the last stage of scarlet fever. But before she could reproach him, he said, "Mother, have you heard the news?" Mrs. Bender had a particular love for news, and now forgetting how near to death's door she had been, she eagerly demanded, "What news? What has happened?" When Billy told her of the sudden death of Mrs. Howard and Frank, an expression of "What? That all?" passed over her face, and she said, "Dear me, and so the poor critter's gone? Hand me my snuff, Billy. Both died last night, did they? Ain't you nothing else to tell?" "Yes, Mary Judson and Ella Campbell, too, are dead." Mrs. Bender, who like many others courted the favor of the wealthy and tried to fancy herself on intimate terms with them, no sooner heard of Mrs. Campbell's affliction than her own dangerous symptoms were forgotten, and springing up she exclaimed, "Ella Campbell dead? What'll her mother do? I must go to her right away. Hand me my double gown over there in the closet, and give me my lace cap in the lower drawer, and mind you, have the tea kettle boiled again I get back." "But, mother," said Billy, as he prepared to obey her, "Mrs. Campbell is rich, and there are enough who will pity her. If you go anywhere, suppose you stop at Mrs. Howard's, and comfort poor Mary, who cries all the time because she and Alice have got to go to the poorhouse." "Of course they'll go there, and they ought to be thankful they've got so good a place. Get away! That ain't my double gown, that's a cloak. Don't you know a cloak from a double gown?" "Yes, yes," said Billy, whose mind was not upon his mother's toilet. "But," he continued, "I want to ask you, couldn't you take them for a few days, and perhaps something may turn up?" "William Bender," said the highly astonished lady, "what can you mean? A poor sick woman like me, with one foot in the grave, take the charge of 3 pauper children? I shan't do it, and you needn't think of it." "But, mother," persisted Billy, who could generally coax her to do as he liked, "it's only for a few days, and there'll not be much trouble or expense, for I'll work enough harder to make it up." "I have said no once, William Bender, and when I say no, I mean no," was the answer. Billy knew she would be less decided the next time the subject was broached, so for the present he dropped it, and taking his cap he returned to Mrs. Howard's, while his mother started for Mrs. Campbell's. Next morning, between the hours of 9 and 10, the tolling bell sent forth its sad summons, and ere long a few of the villagers were moving towards the brown cottage, where in the same plain coffin slept the mother and her only boy. Near them sat Ella, occasionally looking with childish curiosity at the strangers around her, or leaning forward to peep at the tips of the new morocco shoes which Mrs. Johnson had kindly given her. Then, when her eye fell upon the coffin, she would burst into such an agony of weeping that many of the villagers also wept in sympathy, and as they stroked her soft hair, thought how much more she loved her mother than did Mary, who, without a tear upon her cheek, sat there immovable, gazing fixedly upon the marble face of her mother. Alice was not present, for Billy had not only succeeded in winning his mother's consent to take the children for a few days, but he had also coaxed her to say that Alice might come before the funeral, on condition that he would remain at home and take care of her. This he did willingly, for Alice, who had been accustomed to see him, would now go to no one else except Mary. Billy was rather awkward at baby tending, but by dint of emptying his mother's cupboard, blowing a tin horn, rattling a pewter platter with an iron spoon, and whistling Yankee Doodle, he managed to keep her tolerably quiet until he saw the humble procession approaching the door. Then, hurrying with his little charge to the open window, he looked out. Side by side walked Mary and Ella, and as Alice's eyes fell upon the former, she uttered a cry of joy, and almost sprang from Billy's arms. But Mary could not come, and for the next half-hour Mrs. Bender corked her ears with cotton, while Billy, half distracted, walked the floor, singing at the top of his voice every tune he had ever heard, from Easter Anthem down to The Baby Whose Father Had Gone a-Hunting, and for whom the baby in question did not care 2 straws. Meanwhile, the bodies were about to be lowered into the newly made grave, when Mrs. Johnson felt her dress nervously grasped, and looking down she saw Mary's thin white face uplifted towards hers with so earnest an expression that she gently laid her hand upon her head and said, "What is it, dear?"
"Oh, if I can, if they only would let me look at them once more. I couldn't see them in the house, my eyes were so dark."
Mrs. Johnson immediately communicated Mary's request to the sexton, who rather unwillingly opened the coffin lid. The road over which they had come was rough and stony, and the jolt had disturbed the position of Frank, who now lay partly upon his mother's shoulder, with his cheek resting against hers. Tenderly, Mary laid him back upon his own pillow, and then, kneeling down and burying her face in her mother's bosom, she for a time remained perfectly silent, although the quivering of her frame plainly told the anguish of that parting. At length Mrs. Johnson gently whispered, "Come, darling, you must come away now." But Mary did not move, and when at last they lifted her up, they saw that she had fainted. In a few moments she recovered, and with her arms across her sister's neck, stood by until the wide grave was filled and the bystanders were moving away. As they walked homeward together, two women who had been present at the funeral discussed the matter as follows. They took it hard, poor things, particularly the oldest. Yes, though I didn't think she cared as much as the other one until she fainted. But it's no wonder, for she's old enough to dread the poorhouse. Did you say they were staying at Winterbender's? Yes, and how in this world Winterbender, as poor as she pretends to be, can afford to do it is more than I can tell. Are you going to the other funeral this afternoon? I guess I am. I wouldn't miss it for a good deal. Why, as true as you live, I have never set my foot in Mrs. Campbell's house yet, and know no more what is in it than the dead. Well, I do, for my girl Nancy Ray used to live there, and she's told me the sights. She says they've got a big looking-glass that costs $300. So I've heard, and I suppose there'll be great doings this afternoon. The coffin, they say, came from Worcester and cost $50. Now, that's what I call wicked. Supposing her money did come from England, she needn't spend it so foolishly. But then money didn't save Ella's life, and they say her mother's done nothing but screech and go on like a madwoman since she died. You'll go early, won't you? Yes, I mean to be there in season to get into the parlor if I can. And now, having reached the corner where their path diverged, with a mutual good day, they parted. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Ella Campbell. Scarcely 3 hours had passed since the dark, moist earth was heaped upon the humble grave of the widow and her son, when again over the village of Chicopee floated the notes of the tolling bell, and immediately crowds of persons with seemingly eager haste hurried towards the Campbell mansion, which was soon nearly filled. Among the first arrivals were our acquaintances of the last chapter, who were fortunate enough to secure a position near the drawing-room, which contained the big looking-glass. On a marble table in the same room lay the handsome coffin, and in it slept young Ella. Gracefully her small waxen hands were folded one over the other, while white half-opened rosebuds were wreathed among the curls of her hair, which fell over her neck and shoulders and covered the purple spots which the disease had left upon her flesh. She is too beautiful to die, and the only child, too, thought more than one, as they looked first at the sleeping clay and then at the stricken mother, who, draped in deepest black, sobbed convulsively and leaned for support upon the arm of the sofa. What now to her were wealth and station? What did she care for the elegance which had so often excited the envy of her neighbors? That little coffin, which had cost so many dollars and caused so much remark, contained what to her was far dearer than all. And yet she was not one half so desolate as was the orphan Mary, who in Mrs. Bender's kitchen sat weeping over her sister Alice, and striving to form words of prayer which should reach the God of the fatherless. But few of the villagers thought of her this afternoon. Their sympathies were all with Mrs. Campbell, and when at the close of the services she approached to take a last look of her darling, they closed around her with exclamations of grief and tears of pity, though even then some did not fail to note and afterwards comment upon the great length of her costly veil and the width of its hem. It was a long procession which followed Ella Campbell to the grave, and with bowed heads and hats uplifted, the spectators stood by while the coffin was lowered to the earth, and then, as the Campbell carriage drove slowly away, they dispersed to their homes, speaking, it may be, more tenderly to their own little ones, and shuddering to think how easily it might have been themselves who were bereaved. Dark and dreary was the house to which Mrs. Campbell returned. On the stairs there was no patter of childish feet. In the halls there was no sound of a merry voice, and on her bosom rested no little golden head, for the weeping mother was childless. Close the shutters and drop the rich damask curtains, so that no ray of sunlight or fragrance of summer flowers may find entrance there to mock her grief. In all Chicopee was there a heart so crushed and bleeding as hers? Yes, on the grass plat at the foot of Mrs. Bender's garden, an orphan girl was pouring out her sorrow in tears which almost blistered her eyelids as they fell. Alice at last was sleeping, and Mary had come out to weep alone where there were none to see or hear. For her the future was dark and cheerless as midnight. No friends, no money, and no home, except the poorhouse, from which, young as she was, she instinctively shrank.
"My mother, oh, my mother,"
she cried, as she stretched her hands towards the clear blue sky, now that mother's home.
"Why didn't I die too?"
There was a step upon the grass, and looking up, Mary saw standing near her Mrs. Campbell's English girl, Hannah. She had always evinced a liking for Mrs. Howard's family, and now, after finishing her dishes and trying in vain to speak a word of consolation to her mistress, who refused to be comforted, she had stolen away to Mrs. Bender's, ostensibly to see all the orphans, but in reality to see Ella, who had always been her favorite. She had entered through the garden gate, and came upon Mary just as she uttered the words,
"Why didn't I die too?"
The sight of her grief touched Hannah's heart, and sitting down by the little girl, she tried to comfort her. Mary felt that her words and manner were prompted by real sympathy, and after a time she grew calm and listened while Hannah told her that as soon as her mistress got so anybody could go near her, she meant to ask her to take Ella Howard to fill the place of her own daughter.
"They look as much alike as two beans," said she, "and s'posin' Ella Howard ain't exactly her own flesh and blood, she would grow into liking her, I know."
Mary was not selfish, and the faint possibility that her sister might not be obliged to go to the poorhouse gave her comfort, though she knew that in all probability she herself must go. After a few more words, Hannah entered the cottage, but she wisely chose to keep from Ella a knowledge of her plan, which very likely might not succeed. That night, after her return home, Hannah lingered for a long time about the parlor door, glancing wistfully towards her mistress, who reclined upon the sofa with her face entirely hidden by her cambric handkerchief.
"It's most too soon, I guess," thought Hannah. "I'll wait till tomorrow."
Accordingly, next morning, when, as she had expected, she was told to carry her mistress's toast and coffee to her room, she lingered for a while, and seemed so desirous of speaking that Mrs. Campbell asked what she wanted.
"Why, you see, Ma'am, I was going to say a word about that youngest Howard girl."
She dared not say Ella.
"She's got to go to the poorhouse, and it's a pity, she's so handsome. Why couldn't she come here and live? I'll take care of her, and 'twouldn't be nigh so lonesome."
At this allusion to her bereavement, Mrs. Campbell burst into tears and motioned Hannah from the room.
"I'll keep at her till I fetch it about,"
thought Hannah, as she obeyed the lady's order. But further persuasion from her was rendered unnecessary, for Mrs. Lincoln, whom we have once before mentioned, called that afternoon, and after assuring her friend that she never before saw one who was so terribly afflicted or who stood so much in need of sympathy, she casually mentioned the Howards and the extreme poverty to which they were reduced. This reminded Mrs. Campbell of Hannah's suggestion, which she repeated to her visitor, who answered, "It would unquestionably be a good idea to take her, for she is large enough to be useful in the kitchen in various ways." Mrs. Campbell, who had more of real kindness in her nature than Mrs. Lincoln, replied, "If I take her, I shall treat her as my own, for they say she looks like her, and her name, too, is the same." Here Mrs. Campbell commenced weeping, and as Mrs. Lincoln soon took her leave, she was left alone for several hours. At the end of that time, impelled by something she could not resist, she rang the bell and ordered Hannah to go to Mrs. Bender's and bring Ella to her room, as she wished to see how she appeared. With the utmost care, Ella arranged her long curls, and then, tying over her black dress the only white apron which she possessed, she started for Mrs. Campbell's. The resemblance between herself and Ella Campbell was indeed so striking that but for the dress the mother might easily have believed it to have been her own child. As it was, she started up when the little girl appeared, and drawing her to her side, involuntarily kissed her. Then, causing her to sit down by her side, she minutely examined her features, questioning her meantime concerning her mother and her home in England. Of the latter, Ella could only tell her that they lived in a city, and that her mother had once taken her to a large handsome house in the country, which she said was her old home.
"There were sights of trees and flowers and vines and fountains and little deer," said the child. "And when I asked Ma why she did not live there now, she cried, and Pa put his arm tight round her, so."
From this, Mrs. Campbell inferred that Ella's family must have been superior to most of the English who emigrate to this country, and after a few more questions, she decided to take her for a time at least. So with another kiss she dismissed her, telling her she would come for her soon. Meantime, arrangements were making for Mary and Alice, and on the same day in which Mrs. Campbell was to call for Ella, Mr. Knight, one of the select men, whose business it was to look after the town's poor — in Massachusetts each town has its own poorhouse — also came to the cottage. After learning that Ella was provided for, he turned to Mary, asking how old she was and what she could do, saying that his wife was in want of just such a girl to do chores, and if she was willing to be separated from Alice, he would give her a home with them. But Mary only hugged her sister closer to her bosom as she replied,
"I'd rather go with Alice. I promised Mother to take care of her."
"Very well," said the man. "I'm going to North Chicopee, but shall be back in 2 hours, so you must have your things all ready." "Don't cry so, Mary," whispered Billy, when he saw how fast her tears were falling. "I'll come to see you every week, and when I am older and have money, I will take you from the poorhouse, and Alice too." Just then, Mrs. Campbell's carriage drove up. She had been taking her afternoon ride, and now, on her way home, had stopped for Ella, who, in her delight at going with so handsome a woman, forgot the dreary home which awaited her sister, and which, but for Mrs. Campbell's fancy, would have been hers also. While she was getting ready, Mr. Knight returned, and driving his old-fashioned yellow wagon with its square box seat up by the side of Mrs. Campbell's stylish carriage, he entered the house, saying, "Come, gal, you're ready, I hope. The old mare don't want to stand, and I'm in a despot hurry, too. I ought to be home this minute instead of driving over that stony Portupog road. I hope you don't mean to carry that thing." he continued, pointing with his whip towards Alice's cradle, which stood near Mary's box of clothes. The tears came into Mary's eyes, and she answered,
Alice has always slept in it, and I didn't know, but...
Here she stopped, and running up to Ella, hid her face in her lap and sobbed,
I don't want to go. Oh, I don't want to go. Can't I stay with you?
Billy's yellow handkerchief was suddenly brought into requisition, and Mrs. Bender, who, with all her imaginary aches and pains, was a kind-hearted woman, made vigorous attacks upon her snuff-box, while Mrs. Campbell patted Mary's head, saying, Poor child, I can't take you both, but you shall see your sister often. Ella was too much pleased with Mrs. Campbell and the thoughts of the fine home to which she was going to weep, but her chin quivered when Mary held up the baby for her to kiss and said,
Perhaps you will never see little Allie again.
When all was ready, Mr. Knight walked around his wagon, and after trying to adjust the numerous articles it contained, said, I don't see how in the world I can carry that cradle. My wagon is chock full now. Here is a case of shoes for the gals to stitch, and a pillow-case of flour for Miss Smith, and 11 other traps. So I guess you'll have to leave it. Maybe you can find one there, and if not, why, she'll soon get used to going without it. Before Mary could reply, Billy whispered in her ear, Never mind, Mary. You know that little cart that I draw Mother's wood in. The cradle will just fit it, and tomorrow afternoon I'll bring it to you if it doesn't rain. Mary knew that he meant what he said, and smiling on him through her tears, climbed into the rickety wagon, which was minus a step, and taking Alice in her arms, she was soon moving away. In striking contrast to this, Ella, about 5 minutes afterwards, was carefully lifted into Mrs. Campbell's handsome carriage, and reclining upon soft cushions, was driven rapidly towards her new home. Will their paths in life always continue thus different? Who can tell? End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Belinda McReynolds. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. The Poorhouse. How long and tiresome that ride was, with no one for a companion except Mr. Knight, who, though a kind-hearted man, knew nothing about making himself agreeable to little girls, so he remained perfectly taciturn, whipping at every cow or pig which he passed, and occasionally screaming to his horse, "Get up, old Charlotte, what are you about?" Mary, who had seldom been out of the village, and who knew but little of the surrounding country, for a time enjoyed looking about her very much. First they went down the long hill which leads from the village to the depot. Then they crossed the winding Chicopee river, and Mary thought much how she would love to play in that bright green meadow and gather the flowers which grew so near to the water's edge. The causeway was next crossed, and turning to the right they came upon a road where Mary had never been before, and which grew more rough and stony as they advanced. On the top of a steep hill, Mary looked back to see if Chicopee were yet visible, but nothing was to be seen except the spire of the Unitarian meeting-house. About 1/4 of a mile to the west, however, the graveyard was plainly discernible, and she looked until her eyes were dim with tears at the spot where she knew her parents and brother were lying. By this time Alice was asleep, and though the little arms which held her ached sadly, there was no complaint. But she wished Mr. Knight would speak to her once, if it were only to ask her how she did. At last, concluding there would be no impropriety in making the first advances herself, she said timidly, "Is it such a very bad place at the poorhouse?" "Why, no, not so dreadful. There's places enough a sight worse, and then again there's them a good deal better. But you needn't be afeard. They'll take good care of you." "I wasn't thinking of myself," said Mary. "Who was you thinking of then?" "Of Alice. She's always been sick and is not used to strangers, and amongst so many I'm afraid she'll be frightened." "Oh, she'll soon get used to 'em. Nothing like habit. Weakly, is she? Well, the poorhouse ain't much of a place to get well in, that's a fact. But she'd be better off to die and go to her mother, and then you could get a good place at some farmer's." Mary wondered how he could speak thus carelessly of what would cause her so much sorrow. Gently lifting the old faded shawl, she looked down upon Alice as she slept. There was a smile upon her face. She was dreaming, and as her lips moved, Mary caught the word "ma," which the child had applied indiscriminately both to herself and her mother. Instantly the tears gushed forth, and falling upon the baby's face, awoke her. Her nap was not half out, and setting up a loud cry, she continued screaming until they drove up to the very door of the poorhouse. "For the land's sake," said Mr. Knight as he helped Mary from the wagon, "what a racket! Can't you contrive to stop it? You'll have Sal Furbush in your hair, for she don't like a noise." Mary glanced nervously round in quest of the goblin Sal, but she saw nothing save an idiotic face with bushy tangled hair and nose flattened against the window-pane. In terror, Mary clung to Mr. Knight and whispered as she pointed towards the figure, which was now laughing hideously. "What is it? Are there many such here?" "Don't be afeard," said Mr. Knight. "That's nobody but foolish Patsy. She never hurt anybody in her life. Come now, let me show you to the overseer." Mary looked towards the woods which skirted the borders of the meadow opposite, and for half a moment felt inclined to flee thither and hide herself in the bushes. But Mr. Knight's hand was upon her shoulder, and he led her towards a red-whiskered man who stood in the door. "Here, Parker," said he, "I've brought them children I was telling you about. You've room for 'em, I suppose?" "Why, yes, we can work it so's to make room. Guess we shall have rain tomorrow." Mary remembered that Billy would not come if it rained, and with a sigh she noticed that the clouds were dark and threatening. They now entered the kitchen, which was a long, low, narrow room with a fireplace on the right and 2 windows opposite, looking towards the west. The floor was painted and very clean, but the walls were unfinished, and the brown rafters were festooned with cobwebs. In the middle of the room the supper table was standing, but there was nothing homelike in the arrangement of the many-coloured dishes and broken knives and forks. Neither was there anything tempting to one's appetite in the coarse brown bread and white-looking butter. Mary was very tired with holding Alice so long, and sinking into a chair near the window, she would have cried. But there was a tightness in her throat and a pressure about her head and eyes which kept the tears from flowing. She had felt so once before. 'Twas when she stood at her mother's grave, and now as the room grew dark and the objects around began to turn in circles, she pressed her hands tightly to her forehead and said, "Oh, I hope I shan't faint." "To be sure you won't," said a loud, harsh voice, and instantly large drops of water were thrown in her face, while the same voice continued, "You don't have such spells often, I hope, for Lord knows I don't want any more fitty ones here." "No, ma'am," said Mary meekly, and looking up she saw before her a tall, square-backed, masculine-looking woman who wore a very short dress and a very high-crowned cap, fastened under her chin with bows of sky-blue ribbon. Mary knew she was indebted to this personage for the shower bath, for the water was still trickling from her fingers, which were now engaged in picking her teeth with a large pin. There was something exceedingly cross and forbidding in her looks, and Mary secretly hoped she would not prove to be Mrs. Parker, the wife of the overseer. She was soon relieved of her fears by the overseer himself, who came forward and said, "Polly, I don't see any other way but you'll have to take these children into the room next to yourn. The baby worries a good deal, and such things trouble my wife now she's sick." The person addressed as Polly gave her shoulders an angry jerk, and sticking the pin on the waist of her dress, replied, "So I suppose it's no matter if I'm kept awake all night and worried to death, but I guess you'd find there'd be queer doings here if I should be taken away. I wish the British would stay to hum and not lug their young ones here for us to take care of." This was said with a lowering frown, and moving towards Mary, who shrank back into the corner and covered her mouth with her hand, as if that were the cause of offence. "But you can take an extra nap after dinner," said Mr. Parker in a conciliatory manner, "and then you are so good at managing children that I thought they would be better off near you." This speech, while it mollified Polly, made Mary shudder as she thought of Alice's being managed by such a woman. But she had no time for thought, for Polly, who was very rapid in her movements and always in a hurry, said, "Come, child, I'll show you where you are going to sleep." At the same time she caught up Alice, who, not liking her handling, kicked so vigorously that she was soon dropped, Polly remarking that she was mighty strong in her legs for a sick baby. After passing up a dark stairway, they came to a door which opened under the garret stairs, and Mary was startled by a voice which seemed to be almost over her head, and which, between a sneer and a hiss, called out, "See where the immaculate Miss Grundy comes!" This was followed by a wild, insane chuckle, which made Mary spring in terror to Polly's side. "Oh, who is it?" said she. "Is it Patsy?" "Patsy," was the tart reply. "She never is saucy like that. It's Sal Furbush." Mary longed to ask who Sal Furbush was, but as her guide did not seem at all inclined to be communicative, she followed on in silence until they came to a longer and lighter hall, or spaceway, as it is frequently called in New England. On each side of this there were doors opening into small sleeping rooms, and into one of these Polly led her companion, saying as she did so, "This is your room, and it's a great favour to you to be so near me. But mind, that child mustn't cry and keep me awake nights, for if she does, maybe you'll have to move into that other space where we heard the laugh." Mary thought she would rather do anything than that. She also felt a great curiosity to know who her companion was, so she at last ventured to ask, "Do you live here, Miss Polly?" "Why, yes, I'm staying here for a spell now, kind of seeing to things. My name isn't Polly, it's Mrs. Mary Grundy, and somehow folks think I've got to nicknaming me Polly, but it'll look more manly in you to call me Mrs. Grundy. But what am I thinking of? The folks must have their supper, so you'd better come down now." "If you please," said Mary, who knew she could not eat a mouthful. "If you please, I'd rather stay here and rest me if I can have some milk for Alice by and by." "Mercy sakes, ain't that child weaned?" asked Mrs. Grundy. "Ma'am?" said Mary, not exactly understanding her. "Ain't Alice weaned, or must we break into the cream a dozen times a day for her?" "She's never eaten anything but milk," said Mary, weeping to think how different Mrs. Grundy's manner was from her own dear mother's. "Well, there's no use blubbering so. If she must have milk, why she must, and that's the end of it. But what I want to know is, how folks as poor as yon could afford to buy milk for so big a child." Mary could have told of many hungry nights which she and Frank had passed in order that Ella and Alice might be fed, but she made no remark, and Mrs. Grundy soon left the room, saying, "Come down when you get ready for the milk. I suppose skim will do." Half an hour after, Alice began to cry, and Mary, knowing she was hungry, laid her upon the bed and started for the milk. She trembled as she drew near the garret stairs, and trod softly that she might not be heard, but as she was passing the mysterious door, a voice entirely different in its tone from the one assumed towards Mrs. Grundy called out, "Come here, little dear, and see your auntie." Mary's circle of acquaintances was quite as large as she cared to have it, and quickening her steps, she was soon in the kitchen, where she found several old ladies still lingering over cups of very weak and very red-looking tea. As she entered the room, they all suspended their operations, and looking hard at her, asked if she were the little English girl. On being told that she was, 3 of them returned to their cups, while one shook her head, saying, "Poor child, I pity you." Mary had heard that remark many times, but she knew that the words now conveyed other meaning than what referred to her face or teeth. "Where can I find Mrs. Grundy?" she at last ventured to ask. "Where can you find who?" asked a spiteful-looking woman. "Did she tell you to call her so?" She told me that was her name. Yes, ma'am, said Mary. Well, Mrs. Grundy is in the buttery, indicating with her elbow the direction. Mary had no trouble in finding the buttery, but on trying the door she found it fastened inside. In answer to her gentle knock, a harsh voice replied, "Who's there?" "It's I. I've come after the milk for Alice." With a jerk, Mrs. Grundy opened the door, and putting a pint cup 2/3 full of blue milk in Mary's hand, she hastily shut and fastened it again. Quick as her movements were, Mary caught a smell of strong green tea and the sight of a sugar bowl and a slice of white bread. She knew now why the door was buttoned, but thinking it was none of her business, she started to return to the kitchen. As she passed the outer door, an old grey-haired man, with a face perfectly simple and foolish in its expression, stepped towards her, stretching out his hands as if to reach her. With a loud cry, she rushed headlong into the kitchen, where one of the women was still sitting. "What's broke loose now?" asked the woman, to which Mary replied, "Look at him," at the same time pointing to the man, who with his hand thrust out was still advancing towards her. "Don't be scared," said the woman. "It's Uncle Peter. Let him touch you and he'll go off." But Mary didn't choose to be touched, and retreating towards the chamber door, she fled rapidly up the stairs. This time she was not accosted by anyone, but as she passed the dark closet, she was surprised to hear a musical voice singing the national air of her own country, and she wondered, too, at the taste of the singer in finishing every verse with "God save Miss Grundy." That night Alice, who missed her cradle, was unusually restless, and Mary, remembering Mrs. Grundy's threat, carried her in her arms until after midnight. Then, without undressing, she threw herself upon the bed, and for the first time in many weeks dreamed of George and his parting promise to see her again. The next morning, when she awoke, she found Mr. Parker's prediction verified, for the clouds were pouring rain. "Billy won't come today," was her first thought, and throwing herself upon the floor, she burst into tears, wishing, as she had once done before, that she had died with her mother. In the midst of her grief, the door was pushed hastily open, and Mrs. Grundy's harsh voice exclaimed, "Well, so you're up at last, hey? I didn't know but you was going to take it upon you to sleep over, but that don't answer here." "Is it after breakfast time?" asked Mary. "After breakfast time," repeated Mrs. Grundy. "No, but I guess you'll find there's something to do before breakfast, or did you think we's going to support you in idleness?" Here, touched perhaps by the pale, tearful face uplifted to hers, Mrs. Grundy's voice softened, and in a milder tone she added, "We won't mind about it, seeing it's the first morning, but come, you must be hungry by this time." Although so poor, Mrs. Howard had been extremely neat, and as she said, cold water cost nothing, she had insisted upon her children's being very nice and particular in their morning toilet. Mary remembered this, and now casting a rueful glance around the room, she said, "I wonder where I'm going to wash me." The loud, scornful laugh which followed this remark made her look up amazed at Mrs. Grundy, who replied, "In the back room sink, of course. Maybe you expected to have a china bowl and pitcher in your room, and somebody to empty your slop. I wonder what airs paupers won't take on themselves next." "I didn't mean to take airs," said Mary. "I don't care where I wash myself, but Alice is sick, and Mother had me bathe her every morning. While we were at Mrs. Bender's, though, I didn't do it, and I don't think she seems as well." "Pride and poverty," muttered Mrs. Grundy. "She won't get many baths here, I can tell you, nor you either, unless it is a dishwater one. Know how to wash dishes, hey?" "Yes, ma'am," said Mary meekly. "Then I'll give you a chance to try your hand after breakfast. But come, I'm in a hurry." Mary glanced at Alice. She was sleeping sweetly, and though there seemed to be no reason, she still lingered. "What are you waiting for?" asked Mrs. Grundy, and Mary, with some hesitation, answered, "I haven't said my prayers yet." A change passed suddenly over Mrs. Grundy's face, and she turned away without a word. When she was gone, Mary fell on her knees, and though the words she uttered were addressed more to her mother than to God, she felt comforted, and rising up, started for the kitchen. It was a motley group which she found assembled around the breakfast table, and as she entered the room, the man called Uncle Peter smiled on her, saying, "Come here, little daughter, and let me touch you with the tip of my 4th finger." Shrinking to nearly half her usual size, she managed to pass him without coming in contact with said finger, which was merely a stump, the first joint having been amputated. On reaching the back room, she readily found the place where she with all the rest was to wash. For this she did not care, as the water was as cold and pure, and seemed as refreshing as when dipped from her mother's tin wash-basin. But when she came to the wiping part, and tried in vain to find a clean corner on the long towel which hung upon a roller, she felt that she was indeed a pauper. "I should think we might have a decent towel," thought she. "Mother used to say it cost nothing to be clean." Then, looking round to be sure that no one saw her, she caught up the skirt of her dress, and drying her face with it, went back to the kitchen. She would greatly have preferred a seat by a pleasant-looking old lady who looked kindly on her, but Mrs. Grundy bade her sit down by her and help herself. She did not exactly fancy the looks of the thick fried pork swimming in grease, so she took a potato and a slice of bread, to get which she reached so far that the lower hook on her dress, which for a day or two had been uncertain whether to come off or stay on, now decided the matter by dropping on the floor. As she was proceeding with her breakfast, Uncle Peter, suddenly dropping his knife and fork, exclaimed, "Little daughter's teeth are all right, ain't they?" Mary had hoped that at the poorhouse her mouth would not be a subject of comment, but she was disappointed, and bursting into tears, would have risen from the table had not the kind-looking woman said, "Shame on you, Peter, to plague a little girl." Uncle Peter, too, who was fond of children, seemed distressed, and passing towards her the bowl of milk which was standing by him, he said, "Drink it, daughter. Milk for babes and meat for strong men." There was so much of real kindness in his manner that Mary's fear of him diminished, and taking the offered milk, she thanked him so kindly that Uncle Peter, who was quite an orator, considered it his duty to make a speech. Pushing back his chair, he commenced with a bow which required so many changes of his legs that Mary wondered they were not entirely twisted up. "Ladies and gentlemen, one and all," said he, "but particularly ladies, what I have to say is this, that henceforth and forever I am the champion of this unprotected female, who from parts unknown has come among us, God bless her. I will also announce formally that I still hold myself in readiness to teach the polite accomplishment of dancing in my room, number 41, Pauper's Hotel." Having finished this speech, he resumed his breakfast, after which, with another of his wonderful bows, he quitted the room. Mary was about following his example, when Mrs. Grundy said, "Come, catch hold now and see how spry you can clear the table. And you, Rind," speaking to a simple-looking girl with crooked feet, "do you go to your shoes. Be quick now, for it's going on 7 o'clock. At this moment, Mary caught sight of Mr. Parker, who was standing just without the door, and his mischievous look, as Mrs. Grundy gave out her orders, made Mary a little suspicious of that lady's real position among them. But she had no time for thought, for just then, through all the closed doors in the long hall, there came to her ears the sound of a scream. Alice was crying, and instantly dropping the plate she held in her hand, Mary was hurrying away, when Mrs. Grundy called her back, saying, "Let her cry a spell. 'Twill strengthen her lungs." Mary had more spirit than her face indicated, and in her mind she was revolving the propriety of obeying, when Mr. Parker, who was still standing by the door, said, "If that baby is crying, go to her by all means." The look of gratitude which Mary's eyes flashed upon him more than compensated for the frown which darkened Mrs. Grundy's brow as she slammed the doors together, muttering about hen hussies minding their own business. Mary was not called down to finish the dishes, and when at last she went to the kitchen for milk, she found them all washed and put away. Mrs. Grundy was up to her elbow in cheese curd, and near her, tied into an armchair, sat Patsy, nodding her head and smiling as usual. The pleasant-looking woman was mopping the kitchen floor, and Mary, for the first time, noticed that she was very lame. "Go outdoors and come round. Don't you see you'll track the floor all up?" said Mrs. Grundy, and the lame woman replied, "Never mind, Polly, I can easy wipe up her tracks, and it's a pity to send her out in the rain." Mary chose to obey Mrs. Grundy, who wiped the crumbs of curd and drops of whey from her arms, and took the cup, saying, "More milk? Seems to me she eats a cartload. I wonder where the butter's to come from if we dip into the cream this way." Had Mary been a little older, she might have doubted whether the blue-looking stuff Mrs. Grundy poured into her cup ever saw any cream, but she was only too thankful to get it on any terms, and hurried with it back to her room. About noon the clouds broke away, while here and there a patch of bright blue sky was to be seen. But the roads were so muddy that Mary had no hope of Billy's coming, and this it was, perhaps, which made the dinner dishes so hard to wash, and which made her cry when told that all the knives and forks must be scoured, the tea kettle wiped and set with its nose to the north in what Mrs. Grundy called the pout-hole, and which proved to be a place under the stairs where pots, kettles, and ironware generally were kept. All things have an end, and so did the scouring, in spite of Mary's fears to the contrary, and then watching a time when Mrs. Grundy did not see her, she stole away upstairs. Taking Alice on her lap, she sat down by the open window, where the damp air cooled and moistened her flushed face. The rain was over, and across the meadow the sun was shining through the tall trees, making the drops of water which hung upon the leaves sparkle and flash in the sunlight like so many tiny rainbows. Mary watched them for a time, and then looking upward at the thin white clouds which chased each other so rapidly across the blue sky, wondered if her mother's home were there, and if she ever thought of her children, so sad and lonely without her. A movement of Alice aroused her from her reverie, and looking into the road, she saw directly opposite the house Billy Bender, and with him Alice's cradle. In a moment, Mary's arms were thrown about his neck as tightly as if she thought he had the power and was come to take her away. "Oh, Billy, Billy," she said, "I was afraid you would not come, and it made me so unhappy. Can't you take me home with you?" Billy had expected as much, and had tried hard to make his mother say that if Mary and Alice were very homesick, he might bring them home. But this was Mrs. Bender's sick day, and Billy's entreaties only increased the dangerous symptoms of palsy from which she was now suffering, the scarlet fever having been given up until another time. "If the selectmen pay me well for it," said she, "I will take them what little time I have to live, but not without." Billy knew the town could support them much cheaper where they were, so he gave up his project and bought Mary a pound of seed cakes and Alice a stick of candy. Then, the moment the rain had ceased, he got himself in readiness to start, for he knew how long the day would seem to Mary, and how much Alice would miss her cradle. 3 times before he got outside the gate, his mother called him back, once to find her snuff-box, once to see if there was not more colour in her face than there ought to be, and lastly to inquire if her mouth hadn't commenced turning a little towards the right ear. After finding her box, assuring her that her colour was natural and her mouth all straight, he at last got started. The road was long and the hills were steep, but patiently Billy toiled on, thinking how surprised and pleased Mary would be, and when he saw how joyfully she received him, he felt more than paid for his trouble. Some boys would have rudely shaken her off, ashamed to be caressed by a little girl, but Billy's heart was full of kindly sympathy, and he returned her caresses as a brother would have done. As he released her, he was startled at hearing someone call out, "Bravo! That, I conclude, is a country hug. I hope she won't try it on me." Turning about, he saw before him a white-faced boy, nearly of his own age, whose dress and appearance indicated that he belonged to a higher grade as far as wealth was concerned. It was Henry Lincoln, notorious both for pride and insolence. Billy, who had worked for Mr. Lincoln, had been insulted by Henry many a time, and now he longed to avenge it, but native politeness taught him that in the presence of Mary 'twould not be proper, so without a word to Henry, he whispered to the little girl, "That fellow lives near here, and if he gives you trouble, just let me know." Kissed her then, didn't you?" sneeringly asked Henry, retreating at the same time, for there was something in Billy's eye which he feared. "Come into the house," said Mary, "where he can't see us." And leading the way, she conducted him up to her own room, where there was no fear of being interrupted. Alice was first carefully fixed in her cradle, and then kneeling down at Billy's side and laying her arms across his lap, Mary told him of everything which had happened, and finished by asking how long she must stay there. Had Billy's purse been as large as his heart, that question would have been easily answered. Now he could only shake his head in reply, while Mary next asked if he had seen Ella. "I've not seen her," returned he, "but I've heard that, rainy as it was this morning, Mrs. Campbell's maid was out selecting muslins and jaconettes for her. And they say she is not to wear black, as Mrs. Campbell thinks her too young." Mary did not speak for some time, but her head dropped on Billy's knee, and she seemed to be intently thinking. At last, brushing aside the hair which had fallen over her forehead, Billy said, "What are you thinking about?" "I was wondering if Ella wouldn't forget me and Allie now she is rich and going to be a lady." Billy had thought the same thing, and lifting the little girl in his lap, he replied, "If she does, I never will." And then he told her again how, when he was older and had money, he would take her from the poorhouse and send her to school, and that she should sometime be as much of a lady as Ella. By this time, Mrs. Grundy's work in the kitchen was done. Patsy had been shaken for stealing a ginger cake. The lame woman had been scolded because her floor had dried in streaks, which was nothing remarkable considering how muddy it was. Uncle Peter had been driven from the pantry for asking for milk, and now the lady herself had come up to change her morning apparel and don the high-crowned cap with the sky-blue ribbons. Greatly was she surprised at the sound of voices in the room adjoining, and while Mary was still in Billy's lap, the door opened and Mrs. Grundy appeared, with her hands thrown up and the wide border of her morning cap, which also did night service for its fair owner, flying straight back. "Mary Howard," said she, "a man up in this hall where no male is ever permitted to come. What does it mean? I shall be ruined." "No danger, madam, I assure you," said Billy. "I came to bring Alice's cradle, and did not suppose there was anything improper in coming up here." "It's nobody but Billy Bender," said Mary, frightened at Mrs. Grundy's wrathful looks. "And who is Billy Bender? A beau? 'Pears to me you're beginning young, and getting on fast too, a-settin' in his lap. S'posen I should do so, wouldn't it be a town's talk?" Mary tried to get down, but Billy, greatly amused at the highly scandalized lady's distress, held her tightly, and Mrs. Grundy, slamming the door together, declared she'd tell Mr. Parker, and that's the end on it. But no Mr. Parker made his appearance, and as the sun was setting towards the west, Billy ere long started up, saying he must go now, but would come again next week. Mary followed him downstairs, and then, returning to her room, cried herself into so sound a sleep that Mrs. Grundy was obliged to scream to her at least a dozen times to come down and set the supper table, adding as a finale that she wondered if she thought she was a lady boarder or what. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mrs. Mary J. Holmes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Keith Salis. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 6. Sal Furbush. The next morning, between 9 and 10, as Mary sat by Alice's cradle, rocking her to sleep, she was sensible of an unusual commotion in and around the house. First there was the sound of someone dancing in the dark passage. Then there was the same noise in the kitchen below, and a merry voice was heard singing snatches of wild songs, while occasionally peals of laughter were heard mingled with Mrs. Grundy's harsher tones. Mary's curiosity was roused, and as soon as Alice was fairly asleep, She resolved to go down and ascertain the cause of the disturbance, which had now subsided. As she opened her door, she saw advancing towards her from the farthest extremity of the hall a little shriveled-up woman with wild flashing eyes and hair hanging loosely over her shoulders. She was shaking her fist in a very threatening manner, and as she drew nearer, Mary saw that her face was going through a great variety of changes, being at first perfectly hideous in its expression, and then instantly changing into something equally ridiculous, though not quite so frightful. Quickly divining that this must be Sal Furbush, Mary sprang back, but had not time to fasten her door ere the wild woman was there. In a tremor of terror, Mary ran under the bed as the only hiding place the room afforded, but her heart almost ceased beating as she saw her pursuer about to follow her. Springing out with a bound, she would perhaps have made her egress through the open window, had not Sally prevented her by seizing her arm, at the same time saying, "Don't be alarmed, ducky. I shan't hurt you. I'm Sal. Don't you know Sal?" The voice was low and musical, and there was something in its tones which in a measure quieted Mary's fears, but she took good care to keep at a respectful distance. After a while, Sally asked, "Have you come here to board?" "I have come here to live," answered Mary. "I have no other home." "Well, for your sake I hope there will be an improvement in the fare, for if there isn't, I declare, won't stay much longer. Though to be sure you don't look as if you'd been used to anything better than skim milk. What ails your teeth, child?" Involuntarily Mary's hand went up to her mouth, and Sally, who, if she expected an answer, forgot to wait for it, continued, "Do you know grammar, child?" Mary replied that she had studied it a few months in Worcester and a few weeks in Chicopee. "Oh, I'm so glad," said Sal, "for now I shall have an associate. Why, the greatest objection I have to the kind of people one meets with here is that they are so horribly vulgar in their conversation and murder the Queen's English so dreadfully. But won't you and I have good times saying the rules in concert?" Unfortunately, Mary's knowledge of grammar was rather limited, and as she did not exactly fancy Sal's proposition, she answered that she had nearly forgotten all she ever knew of grammar. "Oh, that's nothing, child, that's nothing," said Sal. "It will return to you gradually. Why, things that happened 40 years ago and were forgotten 20 years ago come back to me every day. But then I always did forget more in one night than some people, Miss Grundy, for instance, ever knew in all their life." "Have you lived here long?" asked Mary. "Yes, a great while," and the expression on Sally's face grew graver as she added, "Perhaps you don't know that I lost little Willie, and then Willie's father died, too, and left me all alone. Their graves are away on the great western prairies beneath the buckeye trees, and one night when the winter wind was howling fearfully, I fancied I heard little Willie's voice calling to me from out the raging storm. So I lay down on the turf above my lost darling and slept so long that when I awoke my hair had all turned gray, and I was in Chicopee, where Willie's father used to live. After a while they brought me here and said I was crazy, but I wasn't. My head was clear as a bell, and I knew as much as I ever did, only I couldn't tell it because, you see, the right words wouldn't come. But I don't care now I found someone who knows grammar. How many genders are there, child?" "4," answered Mary, who had been studying Smith. Instantly Sal seized Mary's hands, and nearly wrenching them off her in joy, capered and danced about the room, leaping over the cradle, and finally exclaiming, "Capital! You think just as I do, don't you? And have the same opinion of her. What are the genders, dear? Repeat them." "Masculine, feminine, neuter, and common," said Mary. "Oh, get out with your common gender," screamed Sal. "My grammar don't read so. It says masculine, feminine, neuter, and Grundy gender, to which last but one thing in the world belongs, and that is the lady below with the cast-iron back and an India-rubber tongue." "Do you mean Mrs. Grundy?" asked Mary, and Sal replied, "Mrs. Grundy? And who may Mrs. Grundy be? Oh, I understand she's been stuffing you." "Been what?" said Mary. "Excuse me," answered Sal. "That's slang term I picked up since I've been here. It's so easy to get contaminated when one is constantly associated with such low people. I mean that during my temporary seclusion, Miss Grundy has probably given you erroneous impressions which I take pleasure in correcting. She has no more right to order us boarders around and say when we shall breathe and when we shan't than I have. She's nothing more or less than a town pauper herself, and has to work at that." "So do we all," interrupted Mary, and Sal continued, "On that point you are slightly mistaken, my dear. I don't have to. I didn't come here to work. They tried it once." Here, pushing her tangled hair back from her brow, she pointed to a long scar, saying, "You see that?" Mary nodded, and Sal continued, "When I first came here, the overseer was a bad man, not at all like Mr. Parker. One day he told me to wash the dinner dishes, and to use more than a pint of water, too, so I gathered them up and threw them into the well. But this method of washing did not suit the overseer's ideas of housekeeping, so he took a raw hide and said he would either break my will or break my neck, and because he could not break my will, and dared not break my neck, he contented himself with breaking my head. Every blow he struck me was like melted lead poured into my brains, which puffed out like sausages, and have never recovered their wonted dimensions. The town took the matter up, but I don't remember much about it, for I went to sleep again, and when I awoke, the overseer was gone, and Mr. Parker was here in his place. I was chained like a wild beast under the garret stairs, and Miss Grundy's broad, stiff back was hung there for a door. Nobody asks me to work now, but occasionally, just for pastime, I go into Mrs. Parker's room and read to her and tell her about my Willie, who went away." "How long has Mrs. Parker been sick?" asked Mary. "I'm no judge of time," answered Sal, "but it seems a great while, for since her illness Miss Grundy has been at the helm in the kitchen, and perhaps it is all right that she should be, for somebody must manage. And as I had declared I would not work, 'twould hardly have been consistent to change my mind. And then, too, Miss Grundy seems admirably suited for the place. Her forte is among pots and kettles, and she will get the most work out of the boarders, keep them on the least fare, and put more money into Mr. Parker's pocket at the end of the year than anyone he could hire. And this is the secret of his bearing so much from her." "But why does she want to fill his pockets with money?" Sal gave a knowing wink and replied, "You are not old enough to see into everything, so I dare say you wouldn't understand me if I should hint that Mrs. Parker has the consumption and can't live always." Mary's looks plainly told that this remark had given her no idea whatever, and Sal continued, "I knew you wouldn't understand, for you haven't any discernment to begin with. And then you never were sent away to school, were you?" "No, ma'am. Was you?" asked Mary. "Say were you, if you please. It is more euphonious." "Yes, I was at school in Leicester 2 years, and was called the best grammarian there. But since I've sojourned with this kind of people, I've nearly lost my refinement. To be sure, I aim at exclusiveness, and now you've come I shall cut them all, with the exception of Uncle Peter, who will be rather genteel if he knew more grammar." Just then Alice awoke, and Sally, who had not observed her before, sprang forward with a scream of joy, and seizing the child in her arms, threw her up towards the ceiling, catching her as she came down as easily as she would a feather. Strange to say, Alice neither manifested any fear of the woman nor dislike of the play, but laid her head on Sally's shoulder as naturally as if it had been her mother. "Dear little fellow," said Sal. "He looks like Willie, only not half so handsome." "She isn't a boy," quickly interrupted Mary. "Her name is Alice." "No consequence," said Sally. "He's Willie to me." And ever after, in spite of Mary's remonstrance, she persisted in speaking of Alice as he and the little boy. Mary soon found that the poorhouse with Sal Furbush shut up and the poorhouse with Sal at liberty were quite different affairs. Now it was no longer lonely, for Sal's fertile imagination was constantly suggesting something new, either by way of pastime or mischief. Towards Miss Grundy she and the other paupers evinced a strong dislike, owing in great measure to the air of superiority which that lady thought proper to assume, and which was hardly more than natural considering the position which she occupied. She was a capital housekeeper, and to one unacquainted with the circumstances it seemed strange why a person apparently so strong and healthy should be in the almshouse. Unfortunately, however, she was subject to fits, which made her presence so unpleasant to the people with whom she lived that at last no one was willing to hire her. About that time, too, she was taken very ill, and she had no relatives. She was removed to the poorhouse, where she had remained ever since. When Mrs. Parker became too feeble to work, Miss Grundy immediately stepped into her place, filling it so well that, as Sal had said, Mr. Parker bore a great deal from her, knowing that no one whom he could hire would do as well or save as much as she did. Sal Furbush she could neither manage nor make work, and she vented her spite toward her by getting her shut up on the slightest pretext. Sal knew very well to whom she was indebted for her temporary seclusions, as she called them, and she exerted herself to repay the debt with interest. Sometimes on a sultry summer morning, when the perspiration stood thickly on Miss Grundy's face as she bent over a red-hot cook-stove in the kitchen, Sal, with her feet in the brook, which ran through the backyard, and a big palm-leaf fan in her hand, would call out from some shady spot, "Hello, Miss Grundy, don't you wish you were a lady boarder, and could be as cool and comfortable as I am?" Occasionally, too, when safely fastened in the pantry enjoying her green tea and Boston crackers, she would be startled with the words, "That must have an excellent relish," and looking up she would spy Sal, cozily seated on the top shelf, eyeing her movements complacently, and offering perhaps to assist her if she found the tea too strong. Miss Grundy wore a wig, and as she seemed disturbed whenever the fact was mentioned, the walls of the house both inside and out were frequently ornamented with ludicrous pictures of herself, in which she was sometimes represented as entirely bald-headed, while with spectacles on the end of her nose she appeared to be peering hither and thither in quest of her wig. On these occasions Miss Grundy's wrath knew no bounds, and going to Mr. Parker she would lay the case before him in so aggravated a form that at last, to get rid of her, he would promise that, for the next offense, Sal should be shut up. In this way the poor woman, to use her own words, was secluded from the visible world nearly half the time. With the other inmates of the house, however, she was a special favorite, and many were the kind turns which she had done for the lame woman, whom Miss Grundy took delight in reminding that she didn't half earn the salt to her porridge. Next to the wig, nothing more annoyed Miss Grundy than to see Sal, with grammar in hand, perched upon the window-sill or table, and repeating at the top of her voice the rules, of which every fourth one seemed to have been made with direct reference to herself. But it was of no use for Miss Grundy to complain of this, for, as Sal said, "Mr. Parker merely winked at it as the vagaries of a disordered mind," and she was free to quote her grammar from morning till night. Whenever she was crazier than usual, her command of language was proportionately greater, and her references to her grammar more frequent, while no one in the house could venture a remark without being immediately corrected for some impropriety of speech. Uncle Peter, who had a high opinion of Sally's abilities, always did his best to converse as she directed, but in her inspired days even he became utterly confounded, And once, when in one of her lofty strains she had labored hard to impress upon him the all-important fact that adjectives are frequently changed into adverbs by the suffix ly, the old man, quite out of his wits with his efforts to understand and profit by her teachings, was guilty of a laughable blunder. "Uncle Peter," said she, "did you notice how unusually funny Miss Grundy's wig was arranged at dinner today?" Thinking that he fully understood the reply which he was expected to make, and anxious to make amends for his former stupidity, Uncle Peter promptly replied, "No, madam, I did notly." The look of horror which Sally's face assumed convinced Uncle Peter that he had failed in his attempts at speaking grammatically, and with a sudden determination never again to try, he precipitately left the house, and for the next 2 hours amused himself by playing Bruce's address upon his old cracked fiddle. From that time Sal gave up all hopes of educating Uncle Peter, and confined herself mostly to literary efforts, of which we shall speak hereafter. The night following Sal's first acquaintance with Mary, Alice cried until nearly day dawn. The milk which Miss Grundy's stinginess allowed her was not particularly conducive to her health, and besides that, she missed the invigorating bath to which she had been accustomed during her mother's lifetime. Mary had spoken of it 2 or 3 times, but Miss Grundy only jerked her shoulders, saying, "She guessed she wasn't going to have such a slush around the house. You can bring her down," said she, "to the sink, and pump as much water in her as you like." So Mary said no more about it until the night of which we have spoken, and then she determined on making one more effort, but her heart almost failed her when, on entering the kitchen, she saw how the chairs and Miss Grundy's shoulders danced round. She well knew that something was wrong, and attributing it to Alice's crying, she awaited in silence for the storm to burst. "Rind," said Miss Grundy to the girl with crooked feet who was washing the milk pail, "ain't there nary spare room in the dark passage?" "None but the wool room, as I know on," was Rind's sullen response. "Well, wool room 'tis then. For as for my being kept awake night after night by a good-for-nothing young one, that hain't no business here, anyway, I shan't do it. So," speaking to Mary, "you may just pick up your duds and move this very morning." "Going to put 'em in with the wool?" asked Rind, suspending operations and holding up the pail so that the water ran out of the spout. "You shut up," said Miss Grundy, "and wait till you're invited to speak. Goodness alive, look at that slop! Tip up the pail, quick!" By this time Mary had found courage to say that she thought Alice would be better if she could have her usual bath every morning. This only increased Miss Grundy's wrath, and she whirled around so swiftly that her forehead came in contact with the sharp edge of the cellar door, which chanced to be open. "Good," softly whispered Rind, while the shuffling motion of her club feet showed how pleased she was. Mary, on the contrary, was really distressed, for she knew the bumped head would be charged to her, and felt sure that she was further than ever from the attainment of her object. Still, after Miss Grundy's forehead was duly bathed in cold water and bound up in a blue cotton handkerchief, the lady's favorite color, she again ventured to say, "Miss Grundy, if you'll only let me wash Alice in my room, I'll promise that she shan't disturb you again." After a great deal of scolding and fretting about whims, stuck-up notions, and paupers trying to be somebody, Miss Grundy, who really did not care a copper where Alice was washed, consented, and Mary ran joyfully upstairs with a bucket of clear, cold water, which was so soothing in its effects upon the feeble child that in a short time she fell into a deep slumber. Mary gently laid her down, and then, smoothing back the few silken curls which grew around her forehead, and kissing her white cheek, she returned to the kitchen, determined to please Miss Grundy that day, if possible. But Miss Grundy was in the worst of humors, and the moment Mary appeared, she called out, "Go straight back and fetch that young one down here. Nobody's a-going to have you racing upstairs every 10 minutes to see whether or not she sleeps with her eyes open or shut. You can stay here as well as not, and if she begins to stir, Patsy can jog a cradle." Mary cast a fearful glance at Patsy, who nodded and smiled as if in approbation of Miss Grundy's command. She dared not disobey, so Alice and her cradle were transferred to the kitchen, which was all day long kept at nearly boiling heat from the stove-room adjoining. Twice Mary attempted to shut the door between, but Miss Grundy bade her open it so she could keep an eye on all that was going on. The new sights and faces around her, and more than all, Patsy's strange appearance, frightened Alice, who set up such loud screams that Miss Grundy shook her lustily, and then cuffed Patsy, who cried because the baby did, and pulling Mary's hair because she most knew she felt gritty. She went back to the cheese tub, muttering something about canes being raised in the Hull time. At last, wholly exhausted and overcome with the heat, Alice ceased screaming, and with her eyes partly closed, she lay panting for breath, while Mary, half out of her senses, tipped over the dishwater, broke the yellow pitcher, and spilled a pan of morning's milk. "If there's a stick on the premises, I'll use it, or my name isn't Grundy," said the enraged woman, at the same time starting for a clump of adders which grew near the brook. At this stage of affairs, Sal Furbush came dancing in, curtsying, making faces, and asking Mary if she thought the temperature of the kitchen conducive to health. Mary instinctively drew near to her, as to a friend, and grasping her dress, whispered, "Oh, Sally, Aunt Sally, don't let her whip me for nothing," at the same time pointing towards Miss Grundy, who was returning with an alder switch, stripping off its leaves as she came. "Whip you? I guess she won't," said Sal, and planting herself in the doorway as Miss Grundy came up, she asked, "Come you with hostile intentions?" "Out of my way," said Miss Grundy. "I'll teach that upstart to break things when she's mad." Pushing Sal aside, she entered the kitchen. Mary retreated behind the cupboard door, and Miss Grundy was about to follow her when Sal, with a nimble bound, sprang upon her back, and pulling her almost to the floor, snatched the whip from her hand and broke it in 20 pieces. How the matter would have ended is uncertain, for at that moment Mr. Parker himself appeared, and to him Miss Grundy and Sal detailed their grievances, both in the same breath. "I can't get a word," said he, and turning to the pleasant-looking woman who was quietly paring apples, he asked what it meant. In a plain, straightforward manner she told all, beginning from the time Alice was first brought into the kitchen, and adding as an opinion of her own that the child was suffering from heat. Mr. Parker was a good-natured, though rather weak man, and in reality slightly feared Miss Grundy. On this occasion, however, he did not take sides with her, but said, it was ridiculous to have such works, and that if Mary wanted whipping, he would do it himself. "But Sal Furbush," said Miss Grundy as she adjusted her headgear, which was slightly displaced, "can't she be shut up? There's bedlam to pay the whole durn time when she's loose." Mr. Parker knew this very well, but before he had time to answer, Mary looked pleadingly in his face and said, "If you please, don't shut her up. She was not to blame, for I asked her to help me." Well, we'll let her off this time, I guess," said he, and his Uncle Peter just then put his head into the window, saying that the lord of the manor was wanted without. Mr. Parker left, glad to get out of the muss so easily. No sooner was he gone than Sal, catching up the cradle, sorted for the stairs, saying, "I won't work, but I can and will take care of little Willie, and I choose to do it in a more congenial atmosphere." Then, as Mary looked a little startled, she added, "Never you fear, dearie. Sal knows what she's about, and she won't make the little boy the least bit of a face." From that time there was no more trouble with Alice during the day, for she seemed to cling naturally to Sally, who hour after hour rocked and took care of her, while Mary, in the kitchen below, was busy with 1,000 things which Miss Grundy found for her to do. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes, The Lincolns. Mary had been at the poorhouse about 3 weeks, when Miss Grundy one day ordered her to tie on her sunbonnet, and run across the meadow and through the woods until she came to a rye stubble. Then follow the footpath along the fence until she came to another strip of woods, with a brook running through it. And just on the fur edge of them woods, she said, you'll see the men folks to work, and do you tell 'em to come to their dinner quick. Mary tied her sunbonnet and hurried off, glad to escape for a few moments from the hot kitchen, with its endless round of washing dishes, scoring knives, wiping door sills, and dusting chairs. She had no difficulty in finding the way, and she almost screamed for joy, when she came suddenly upon the sparkling brook, which danced so merrily beneath the shadow of the tall woods. What a nice place this would be to sit and read, was her first exclamation, and then she sighed as she thought how small were her chances for reading now. Quickly her thoughts traversed the past, and her tears mingled with the clear water which flowed at her feet, as she recalled the time when, blessed with a father's and mother's love, she could go to school and learn as other children did. She was roused from her sad reverie by the sound of voices, which she supposed proceeded from the men, whose tones, she fancied, were softer than usual. If I can hear them, they can hear me, thought she, and shouting as loud as she could, she soon heard Mr. Parker's voice in answer, saying he would come directly. It was a mild September day, and as Mary knew that Sal would take care of Alice, she determined not to hurry, but to follow the course of the stream, fancying she should find it to be the same which ran through the closed yard at home. She had not gone far when she came suddenly upon a boy and 2 little girls, who seemed to be playing near the brook. In the features of the boy she recognized Henry Lincoln, and remembering what Billy had said of him, she was about turning away when the smallest of the girls espied her, and called out, "Look here, Rose, I reckon that's Mary Howard. I'm gonna speak to her." "Jenny Lincoln, you mustn't do any such thing. Mother won't like it," answered the girl called Rose. But whether Mother would like it or not, Jenny did not stop to think, and going towards Mary she said, "Have you come to play in the woods?" "No," was Mary's reply. "I came to call the folks to dinner." "Oh, that was you that screamed so loud? I couldn't think who it was, but it can't be dinner time." "Yes, 'tis. It's noon." "Well, we don't have dinner until 2, and we can stay here till that time. Won't you play with us?" "No, I can't. I must go back and work," said Mary. "Work?" repeated Jenny. "I think it's bad enough to have to live in that old house without working. But come and see our fish pond." And taking Mary's hand, she led her to a wide part of the stream where the water had been dammed up until it was nearly 2 feet deep and clear as crystal. Looking in, Mary could see the pebbles on the bottom, while a fish occasionally darted out and then disappeared. "I made this almost all myself," said Jenny. "Henry wouldn't help me because he's so ugly, and Rose was afraid of blacking her fingers. But I don't care. Mother says I'm a great, I've forgotten the word, but it means dirty and careless, and I guess I do look like a fright, don't I?" Mary now for the first time noticed the appearance of her companion, and readily guessed that the word which she could not remember was slattern. She was a fat, chubby little girl with a round, sunny face, laughing blue eyes, while her brown hair hung around her forehead in short, tangled curls. The front breadth of her pink gingham dress was plastered with mud. One of her shoestrings was untied, and the other one gone. The bottom of one pantalette was entirely torn off, and the other rolled nearly to the knee, disclosing a pair of ankles of no Lilliputian dimensions. The strings of her white sunbonnet were twisted into a hard knot, and the bonnet itself hung down her back, partially hiding the chasm made by the absence of 3 or 4 hooks and eyes. Altogether, she was just the kind of little girl which one often finds in the country swinging on gates and making mud pies. Mary was naturally very neat,
In a reply to Jenny's question as to whether she looked like a fright, she answered, "I like your face better than I do your dress, because it is clean." "Why, so was my dress this morning," said Jenny, "but here can't anybody play in the mud and not get dirty? My panelet hung by a few threads, and as I wanted a rag to wash my earthens with, I tore it off. Why don't you wear panelets?" Mary blushed painfully as she tried to hide her bare feet with her dress, but she answered, "When Mother died, I only had 2 pair, and Miss Grundy says I shan't wear them every day. It makes too much washing." "Miss Grundy, she's a spiteful old thing. She shook me once because I laughed at that droll picture Sal Furbush drew of her on the front door. I am afraid of Sal, ain't you?" "I was at first, but she's very kind to me. I like her now." "Well, I always run when I see her. She makes such faces and shakes her fist so. But if she's kind to you, I'll like her too. You go away," speaking to Henry, "and not come here to bother us." Henry gave a contemptuous whistle and, pointing to Mary's feet, said, "Ain't they delicate? Most as small as her teeth." The tears came into Mary's eyes, and Jenny, throwing a stick at her brother, exclaimed, "For shame, Henry Lincoln. You always was the meanest boy. Her feet ain't any bigger than mine. See?" And she stuck up her little dumpy foot about twice as thick as Mary's. "Cracky," said Harry with another whistle. "They may be too, and not be so very small, for yours are as big as stone boats any day, and your ankles are just the size of the piano legs." So saying, he threw a large stone into the water, spattering both the girls, but wetting Jenny the most. After this he walked away, apparently well pleased with his performance. "Isn't he hateful?" said Jenny, wiping the water from her neck and shoulders. "But Grandma says all boys are so until they do something with the oats. I forgot what. But there's only one boy who isn't ugly. Do you know Billy Bender?" "Billy Bender? Oh, yes," said Mary quickly. "He is all the friend I've got in the world except Sal Furbush. Well, he worked for my pa last summer, and oh, I liked him so much. I think he's the bestest boy in the world, and isn't his face beautiful?" "I've never thought of it," said Mary. "What makes you think him so handsome?" "Oh, I don't know, unless it's because he makes such nice popple whistles." And as if the argument were conclusive, Jenny unrolled her panelet and tried to wipe some of the mud from her dress, at the same time glancing towards her sister, who at some little distance was reclining against an old oak tree and poring intently over fairy tales for children. Seeing that she was not observed, Jenny drew nearer to Mary and said, "If you'll never tell anybody as long as you live and breathe, I'll tell you something." Mary gave the required promise, and Jenny continued, "I shouldn't like to have my mother know it, for she scolds all the time now about my vulgar tastes, though I'm sure Rose likes the same things that I do, except Billy Bender, and it's about him. I was going to tell you. He was so pleasant I couldn't help loving him. If my mother did say I mustn't, he used to talk about me about keeping clean, and once I tried a whole week, and I only dirtied 4 dresses and 3 pair of panelets in all that time. Oh, how handsome and funny his eyes looked when I told him about it. He took me in his lap and said that was more than he thought a little girl ought to dirty. Did you ever see any boy you loved as well as you do Billy Bender?" Mary hesitated a moment, for much as she liked Billy, there was another whom she loved better, though he had never been one half as kind to her as Billy had. After a time she answered, "Yes, I like or I did like George Morland, but I shall never see him again." And then she told Jenny of her home in England, of the long, dreary voyage to America, and of her father's death. But when she came to the sad night when her mother and Frankie died, she could not go on, and laying her face in Jenny's lap, she cried for a long time. Jenny's tears flowed too, but she tried to restrain them, for she saw that Rose had shut her book and was watching her movements. Ere long, however, she resumed her reading, and then Jenny, softly caressing Mary, said, "Don't cry so, for I'll love you, and we'll have good times together too. We live in Boston every winter, but it will be most 6 weeks before we go, and I mean to see you every day." "In Boston?" said Mary inquiringly. "George lives in Boston." Jenny was silent a moment, and then suddenly clapping her hands together, she exclaimed, "I know George Morland. He lives just opposite our house, and is Ida Selden's cousin. Why, he's most handsome as Billy Bender, only he teases you more. I'll tell him about you, for Mother says he got lots of money, and perhaps he'll give you some." Mary felt that she wouldn't for the world have George know she was in the poorhouse, and she quickly answered, No, you mustn't tell him a word about me. I don't want you to. Promise that you won't." Loth as Jenny was to make such a promise, she finally did, adding, "I guess I won't tell Rose either, for she and Ida are great friends. George says he don't know what she likes best. Though he thinks Rose the handsomest, he likes handsome girls, and so do I." Mary knew she had no beauty of which to boast, but Ella had, so she very naturally mentioned her sister, saying how much she wished to see her. "Why, you can see her at church," answered Jenny. "Why don't you ever go?" "I am going next Sunday, Sally and I," was Mary's reply. "Billy told me last time he was there that he would come and stay with Alice." "Oh, I'm glad, and I hope they'll put you in my Sabbath school class, for Ella is in it. But if they do, I'll contrive to have Rose sit off a good ways, because... Here Jenny paused, but seeing that Mary was waiting for her to finish the sentence, she added, "She's proud, and sometimes laughs at poor girls." "Thank you, Miss Jenny Lincoln," said Rose, coming forward. "I'll tell Mother of this new intimacy, and she'll put a stop to it, I'll assure you. But come along, I'm going home." Jenny arose to obey, but whispered to Mary, "You'll find me most any time in these woods. I'd ask you to come to our house, only Mother wouldn't let you sit in the parlor. I shall see you Sunday. Good-bye." Mary watched her until she disappeared among the bushes, and then she too started for home. With a lighter heart than she had known before many a day, she had found a new friend, and though Miss Grundy scolded because she had been gone so long, and was threatened to shut her up in Sal Furbush's cage, she did not mind, and actually commenced humming a tune while Miss Grundy was storming about a bowl of sour milk which she had found in the cupboard. A sharp box on her ears brought her song to an end, and the tears into her eyes. But she thought of Jenny, and the fact she too knew George made him seem nearer, and when Miss Grundy did not see her, she hastily drew the golden locket from her bosom, and glancing at the handsome boyish face it revealed, quickly thrust it back as she heard a quick step in the passage. She had no opportunity of seeing Jenny again that week, for she was kept busy from morning till night, running here and there, first after eggs, then after water, next for potatoes, and then after wood. And still Miss Grundy told her 50 times a day that she didn't have half pay her way, to say nothing about the young one. "Bolt at once," said Sal. "Bolt, and say you didn't come here to work. That's the way I did." Mary was willing to do whatever she could, but she often wished Miss Parker were able to be round, for then she was sure she would not have to work so hard. She had several times been sent of errands to Mrs. Parker's room, and that lady had always spoken kindly to her, asking her if she was tired or what made her look so pale. It was through Miss Parker's influence, too, that she had obtained permission to attend church the following Sabbath. Mrs. Parker was a professor of religion, and before her illness, some of the family had attended church every Sunday. But since she had been sick, her husband had thought it hardly worth while to harness up his horses, though he said anyone might go who chose to walk. Few, however, were able to walk, so they remained at home, and Sunday was usually the noisiest day in the week. Sal Furbush generally took the lead, and mounting the kitchen table, sung camp-meeting hymns as loud as she could scream. Uncle Peter fiddled, Patsy nodded and laughed. The girl with crooked feet, by way of increasing the bedlam, would sometimes draw a file across the stovepipe, while Miss Grundy scolded and declared she could not and would not have such a noise. "Shut your head, madame, and there'll be less," was Sal's ready rejoinder, as at the end of a verse she paused for a breath. The first Sabbath Mary looked on in perfect amazement, but the next one she spent in her own room, and after a deal of trouble, succeeding in coaxing Sal to stay there too, listening while she read to her from her little Bible, But the reading was perplexing business, for Sal constantly corrected her pronunciation or stopped her while she expounded scripture, and at last, in a fit of impatience, Mary tossed the book into the crazy creature's lap, asking her to read herself. This was exactly what Sal wanted, and taking the foot of Mary's bed for her rostrum, she read and preached so furiously that Mary felt almost glad when Miss Grundy came up to stop the racket and locked Sal in her own room. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. At Church. The Sabbath following Mary's first acquaintance with Jenny was the one on which she was to go to church. Billy Bender promised that if his mother were not suffering from any new disease, he would come to stay with Alice, and in case he failed, the pleasant-looking woman was to take his place. Mary would have preferred going alone, but Sally begged so hard and promised so fairly not to make a speck of a face at the preacher, provided he used good grammar, that Mary finally asked Mr. Parker to let her go. He consented willingly, saying he hoped the house would be peaceable for once, and now it was hard telling which looked forward to the next Sunday with the most impatience, Mary or Sal, the latter of whom was anxious to see the fashions, as she fancied her wardrobe was getting out of date. To Mary's happiness, there was one drawback. A few weeks before her mother's death, she had given to Ella her straw hat, which she had outgrown, and now the only bonnet she possessed was the veritable blue one, of which George Morland had made fun, and which by this time was nearly worn out. Mrs. Campbell, who tried to do right and thought that she did, had noticed Mary's absence from church, and once, on speaking of the subject before Hannah, the latter suggested that probably she had no bonnet, saying that the one which she wore at her mother's funeral was borrowed. Mrs. Campbell immediately looked over her things, and, selecting a straw which she herself had worn 3 years before, she tied a black ribbon across it, and sent it as a present to Mary. The bonnet had been rather large for Mrs. Campbell, and was, of course, a world too big for Mary, whose face looked bit, as Sal expressed it, like a yellow pippin stuck into the far end of a firkin. Miss Grundy, however, said, "It was plenty good enough for a pauper," reminding Mary that beggars shouldn't be choosers. "So it is good enough for paupers like you," returned Sal, "but people who understand grammar always have a keen sense of the ridiculous." Mary made no remark whatever, but she secretly wondered if Ella wore such a hat. Still, her desire to see her sister and to visit her mother's grave prevailed over all other feelings, and on Sunday morning it was a very happy child which, at about 9 o'clock, bounded down the stairway, tidily dressed in a 10-cent black lawn and a pair of clean white pantalettes. There was another circumstance, too, aside from the prospect of seeing Ella, which made her eyes sparkle until they were almost black. The night before, in looking over the articles of dress which she would need, she discovered that there was not a decent pair of stockings in her wardrobe. Mrs. Grundy, to whom she mentioned the fact, replied with a violent shoulder jerk, "For the land's sake, ain't you big enough to go to meetin' barefoot, or did you think we kept silk stockings for our quality to wear?" Before the kitchen looking-glass, Sal was practicing a curtsy, which she intended making to anyone who chanced to notice her next day. But after overhearing Miss Grundy's remark, she suddenly brought her exercises to a close and left the kitchen. Arrived at her room, she commenced tumbling over a basket containing her wearing apparel, selecting from it a pair of fine cotton stockings, which she had long preserved, because they were the last thing Willie's father ever gave her. "They are not much too large for her now," thought she, "but I guess I'll take a small seam clear through them." This being done, she waited until all around the house was still, and then, creeping stealthily to Mary's room, she pinned the stockings to the pantalets, hanging the whole before the curtainless window, where the little girl could see them the moment she opened her eyes. Mary well knew to whom she was indebted for this unexpected pleasure, and in her accustomed prayer that morning she remembered the poor old crazy woman, asking that the light of reason might again dawn upon her darkened mind. On descending to the kitchen, Mary found Sal waiting for her, and, as she had expected, rigged out in a somewhat fantastic style. Her dress, which was an old plum-colored silk, was altogether too short-waisted and too narrow for the prevailing fashion. A gauze handkerchief was thrown across her neck and fastened to her belt in front by a large yellow bow. Her bonnet, which was really a decent one, was almost entirely covered by a thick green veil, and notwithstanding the sun was shining brightly, she carried in her hand a large blue cotton umbrella, for fear it would rain. "Come, child," said she, the moment Mary appeared, "put on your tea-kettle," referring to the bonnet which Mary held in her hand, "and let us start." There was no looking-glass in Mary's room, and she stepped before the one in the kitchen while she adjusted her hat, but her courage almost failed her as she saw the queer-looking image reflected by the mirror. She was unusually thin, and it seemed to her that her teeth were never so prominent before. Her eyes, always large, now looked unnaturally so, and as she placed what Sal had termed a tea-kettle upon her head, she half determined not to go. But Sal caught her hand, saying, "Come, child, it's time we were off. They'll all know it's Mrs. Campbell's old bonnet, and will laugh at her for giving it to you." Billy had not come, but the pleasant-looking woman had succeeded in making friends with Alice, and as Mary passed out of the yard, she saw her little sister spatting the window-sill, and apparently well pleased with her new nurse. Scarcely were they out of sight of the house, when Sal, seating herself upon a large stone, commenced divesting her feet of her shoes and stockings. "What are you doing?" asked Mary, in great surprise. "I guess I know better than to wear out my kid slippers when I've got no Willie's father to buy me any more," answered Sal. "I'm going barefoot until I reach the river bridge, and then shall I put them on again." The shoes and stockings being carefully rolled up in a paper, which Sal produced from her pocket, they walked briskly forward and reached the village some time before the first bell rang for church. "Come down this street, please," said Mary to her companion, who, with slippers readjusted and umbrella hoisted, was mincing along, curtsying to everyone she met, and asking them how they did. "Come down this street. I want to see my old home." Sal readily complied, saying, as they drew near the low brown house in which a strange family were now living, "There is nothing very elegant in the architecture of this dwelling." Mary made no reply. With her head resting upon the garden fence, and one hand clasped around a shrub which Frankie had set out, she was sobbing as though her heart would break. Very gently Sal laid her hand on Mary's shoulder and led her away, saying, "What would I not have given for such a command of tears when Willie's father died? But I could not weep, and my tears all turned to burning coals, which set my brain on fire." The next time Mary raised her head, they were opposite Mrs. Bender's, where Sal declared it her intention to stop. As they were passing up to the side door, Billy, who heard their footsteps, came out, and, shaking hands with Mary, and trying hard to keep from laughing at the wonderful curtsy which Sal Furbush made him, On entering the house, they found Mrs. Bender flat on her back, the pillow pulled out from under her head, and the bedclothes tucked closely up under her chin. "Mother was so sick I couldn't come," said Billy to Mary, while Sal, walking up to the bedside, asked, "Is your sickness unto death, my good woman?" "Oh, I am afeard not," was the feeble response. "Folks with my difficulty suffer for years." Mary looked inquiringly at Billy, and a smile, but little according with his mother's seeming distress, parted his lips as he whispered, "She was reading yesterday about a woman that had been bedridden with a spinal difficulty, and now she declares that she, too, has got a spine in her back, though I fancy she would be in a pretty predicament without one. But where did you get it, that fright of a bonnet?" he continued. "It's like looking down a narrow lane to see your face." Mary knew that Billy was very observing of dress, and she blushed painfully as she replied that Mrs. Campbell gave it to her. "Well, she ought to be ashamed," said he, "with all her money to give you a corn basket of a thing like that. Ella doesn't wear such a one, I can tell you." Just then the first bell rang, and Sal, who had mischievously recommended a mustard poultice as being the most likely to draw Mrs. Bender's spine to a head, started to go, saying she wanted to be there in season so as to see the folks come in. Accordingly, they again set forward, attracting more attention and causing more remarks than any two who had passed through Chicopee for a long time. On reaching the church, Sal requested the sexton to give her a seat which would command a view of the greater part of the congregation, and he accordingly led them to the farthest extremity of one of the side galleries. Mary had been there at church before, but as she had always sat near the door, she did not know in what part of the building Mrs. Campbell's pew was located. As she leaned over the railing, however, she concluded that the large square one with crimson velvet cushions must be hers. Ere long the bell began to toll, and soon a lady dressed in deep mourning appeared, and passing up the middle aisle, entered the richly cushioned pew. She was accompanied by a little girl, tastefully dressed in a frock of light blue silk tissue. A handsome French straw hat was set jauntily on one side of her head, and her long curls hung over her white neck and shoulders. Mary knew that this was Ella, and involuntarily starting up, she leaned forward far enough to bring her bonnet directly in sight of some thoughtless girls, who immediately commenced tittering and pointing her out to those near them. Blushing scarlet, the poor girl sank back into the seat, saying half aloud, "Oh, I wish I hadn't come." "What's the matter?" said Sal. "Has somebody laughed at you? I'll warrant there has." And leaning over the railing herself, she shook her fist threateningly at the girls, whose eyes were still directed that way. Mary felt instinctively that her companion was attracting more attention than her bonnet, and twitching her dress, bade her sit down. Sal obeyed, but she had no opportunity that morning of deciding whether the sermon were grammatical or not, for she was constantly on the lookout, and whenever she saw anyone scrutinizing Mary or herself more closely than they ought, a shake of her fist and a horrid face warned them to desist. Twice during church time Mary thought, nay, felt sure that she caught her sister's eye, but it was quickly withdrawn, as if unwilling to be recognized. When church was out, Sal insisted upon going down immediately, so they descended together to the porch below, reaching it just as Mrs. Campbell appeared in the doorway. Had she chosen, Mary could have touched the lady's dress as she passed, but she rather shrank from being seen, and would probably not have been observed at all, had not Sal planted herself directly in front of Mrs. Campbell, saying loudly enough for all near her to hear, "Madame, do you not recognize your munificent gift of charity in yonder amazing bonnet?" At the same time pointing towards Mary, who nervously grasped the strings of her hat as if to remove the offensive article. Mrs. Campbell haughtily pushed Sal aside, and advancing toward the child, said, "I am glad to see you at Chicopee, and hope you will now come regularly. You can accompany Ella home after the Sabbath school, if you like." The words and manner were so cold and formal that Mary was obliged to force down her tears before she replied that she was going to her mother's grave and wanted Ella to go with her. "It is pretty warm to walk so far, but if Ella wishes it, she has my permission. Only tell her not to get red and heated," said Mrs. Campbell, and gathering up the folds of her rich silk, the texture of which Sal Furbush had been examining, and comparing with her own plum color, she walked away. Scarcely was she gone when Jenny Lincoln came tripping up, and seizing both Mary's hands, exclaimed, "I'm real glad you are here. I thought you hadn't come until I heard them talking about a crazy woman. But let's go to my class, and you'll have a chance to see Ella while the scholars are getting their seats." Mary accompanied her young friend to a pew, at the door of which she met her sister face to face. There was a sudden exclamation of joy on Mary's part, and an attempt to throw her arms around Ella's neck, but the little girl drew back, and merely offering her hand, said, "Oh, it's you, isn't it? I didn't know you. You looked so queer. Heavens, what a headdress! Big as our carriage top any day," was the next exclamation which reached Mary's ear as Rose Lincoln brushed past. Glancing from her sister to Rose, Mary half determined to tear the bonnet from her head and trample it under her feet. But Jenny softly squeezed her hand and whispered, "Don't mind what Rose says. I love you, and so does Billy Bender. I saw him in the village yesterday and asked him if he didn't, and he said he did." It required more than Billy Bender's love to soothe Mary then. Her sister's cool reception, so different from what she had anticipated, had stung her heart, and, sitting down near the door, she burst into a passionate fit of tears. Jenny, who was really distressed, occasionally pressed her hand in token of sympathy, at the same time offering her cloves, peanuts, and sugar plums. There was a brighter flush, too, than usual on Ella's cheek, for she knew that she had done wrong, and she so jumbled together the words of her lesson that the teacher made her repeat it twice, asking her what was the matter. By the time Sabbath school was over, Mary had dried her tears, and, determining to make one more advance towards her sister, she said, "Won't you go to Mother's grave with me? I want to tell you about little Allie. I've taught her to call your name most as plain as I can." Ella looked down at her embroidered pantalettes, and hanging her head on one side, said, "Oh, it's so dusty. I'm afraid I'll get all dirt, and hot, too. Mama doesn't like to have me get hot." "Why not?" asked Jenny, who always wished to know the reason of things. "'Cause it makes folks' skin rough and break out," was Ella's reply. "Oh, pshaw," returned Jenny, with a vain attempt to turn up her little bit of a nose. "I play every day till I am most roasted, and my skin ain't half as rough as yours. But say, will you go with Mary? For if you don't, I shall." "I guess I won't," said Ella, and then, anxious to make Mary feel a little comfortable, she added, "Mama says Mary's coming to see me before long, and then we'll have a real good time. I've lots of pretty things, 2 silk dresses, and I wear French gaiters like these every day." Glancing first at Mary and then at Ella, Jenny replied, "Pho, that's nothing. Mary knows more than you do anyway. Why, she can say every speck of the multiplication table, and you only know the tens." When Ella was angry or felt annoyed, she generally cried, and now, declaring that she knew more than the tens, she began to cry, and announcing her intention of never speaking to Jenny again, as long as she lived and breathed, she walked away, while Mary and Jenny proceeded together towards the burying ground. With a bitter cry, Mary threw herself upon her mother's grave and wept for a long, long time. "It would not be so bad," said Mary, if there was anybody left. But I am all alone in the world. Ella does not love me. Nobody loves me." It was in vain that Jenny told her of Billy Bender's love, of her own, and George Morland's too. Mary only wept the more, wishing that she had died, and Allie too. At last, remembering that she had left Sal Furbush behind her, and knowing that it was time for her to go, she arose, and, leaning on Jenny, whose arm was passed lovingly about her, she started to return. Afternoon service had commenced ere they reached the church, and as Mary had no desire of again subjecting her bonnet to the ridicule of Rose Lincoln, and as Jenny had much rather stay outdoors in the shade, they sat down upon the steps, wondering where Sal Furbush had taken herself. "I mean to look in and see if she is here," said Jenny, and advancing on tiptoe to the open door, she cast her eye over the people within. Then, clapping her hand over her mouth to keep back a laugh, she returned to Mary, saying, "Oh, if it isn't the funniest thing in the world! There sits Sal in Mrs. Campbell's pew, fanning herself with that great palm leaf, and shaking her fist at Ella every time she stirs." It seems that Sal had amused herself during the intermission by examining and trying the different pews, and taking a fancy to Mrs. Campbell's, she had snugly ensconced herself in one corner of it, greatly to the fear and mortification of Ella, who chanced to be the only one of the family present. When service was out, Sal gathered up her umbrella, and, curtsying her way through the crowd, soon found Mary, and started for home, declaring the clergyman to be a well-read grammarian, only a trifle too emphatic in his delivery. As they were descending the long hill which led to the river bridge, Mr. Lincoln's carriage passed them, and Jenny, who was inside, seized the reins, saying, "Please, Pa, stop and let them ride. There's nobody but Rose and me in here. And it is so hot and so far." Mr. Lincoln might possibly have complied with his daughter's request, had not Rose chirruped to the spirited horses and said, "Don't, Father, for mercy's sake, ask those paupers to ride." So the carriage dashed on, but Mary forgot the long walk by remembering the glance of affection which Jenny gave her as she looked back from the window. Sal seemed unusually silent, and even forgot to take off her shoes and stockings when she reached the river bridge. Mary saw there was something weighing upon her mind, but she forbore asking any questions, knowing that Sal would, in her own good time, make her thoughts known. They had nearly reached home when Sal suddenly turned aside, and, seating herself upon a rock under a white beech tree, said, "Miss Howard, I've been thinking what a splendid minister was spoiled when they put dresses on me. Oh, how hard I had to hold myself today to keep from extemporizing to the congregation. I reckon there wouldn't have been quite so many nodding as there were." In the excitement of the moment, Sal arose, and throwing out her eyes, gesticulated in a manner rather alarming to Mary, who had never before seen so wild a look in the crazy woman's eyes. Soon, however, her mood changed, and resuming her seat, she continued in a milder tone, "Did you ever hear that I was an authoress?" "An authoress?" repeated Mary. "An authoress? Why, no. Are you?" "To be sure I am," answered Sal. "What's to hinder? Haven't I told you repeatedly that I once possessed an unusually large amount of judgment? And this, added to my knowledge of grammar and uncommon powers of imagination, enabled me to produce a work which, but for an unaccountable freak of the publisher, would have rendered my name immortal." "I don't understand," said Mary. And Sally continued, "You see, I wrote about 600 pages of foolscap, which the publisher to whom it was sent for examination was impolite enough to return, together with a note containing, as I suppose, his reasons for rejection. But if he thinks I read it, he's mistaken. I merely glanced at the words, 'Dear Madame, we regret,' and then threw it aside. It was a terrible disappointment, and came near turning my brain. But there are other publishing houses in the world, and one of these days I shall astonish mankind. But come, we must hasten on, or the gormandizers will eat up those custard pies which I found in the cellar, with the brass kettle covered over them. Accordingly they started for home, but found, as Sal had predicted, that supper was over and the pies all gone. By a little dexterous management, however, she managed to find half of one, which Miss Grundy had tucked away under an empty candle-box for her own future eating. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MamaPhish. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 9. The New Bonnet. The next morning, for a wonder, Jenny Lincoln was up before the sun, and in the large dark closet which adjoined her sleeping room, she rummaged through band-boxes and on the top shelves until she found and brought to light a straw hat, which was new the fall before, but which her mother had decided unfit to appear again in the city. Jenny had heard the unkind remarks which Mary's odd-looking bonnet elicited, and she now determined to give her this one, though she did not dare to do so without her mother's consent. So after breakfast, when her mother was seated at her work in the parlor, Jenny drew near, making known her request and asking permission to carry the bonnet to Mary herself. "Mercy on me," said Mrs. Lincoln. "What won't you think of next? And where did you get such vulgar taste? It must have been from your father, for I am sure you never took it from me. I dare say, now, you had rather play with that town pauper than with the richest child in Boston." For a moment Jenny was silent, and then, as a new idea came into her head, she said, "Ma, if you should die, and Pa should die, and everybody should die, and we hadn't any money, wouldn't I have to be a town pauper?" "What absurd questions you ask," said Mrs. Lincoln, overturning a work box to find a spool of cotton which lay directly on top. "Do what you please with the bonnet, which I fancy you'll find is much too small for Mary, as the one she now has is too large." Jenny felt fearful of this, but where there's a will, there's a way, and after considering a moment, she went in quest of her sister, who had one just like it. Rose did not care a fig for the bonnet, and after a while she agreed to part with it, on condition that Jenny would give her a coral bracelet with gold clasps, which she had long coveted. This fanciful little ornament was a birthday present from Billy, and at first Jenny thought that nothing would tempt her to part with it. But as Rose was decided, she finally yielded the point, brushing away a tear as she placed the bracelet in her sister's hand. Then, putting the bonnet in a basket and covering it with a newspaper, she started for the poorhouse. "Good morning, Miss Grundy," said she, as she appeared in the doorway. "May I see Mary? Just a little minute. I've got something for her." Miss Grundy was crosser than usual this morning, on account of a sudden illness which had come upon Patsy, so she jerked her shoulders and without turning her head replied, "It's Monday morning, and Mary ain't going to be hindered by big bugs nor anybody else. Here 'tis going on 9 o'clock, and them dishes not done yet. If you want to see her, you can go into the back room where she is." Nothing daunted by this ungracious reception, Jenny advanced towards the back room, where she found Mary at the sink, her arms immersed in dishwater, and a formidable pile of plates, platters, and bowls, all ready to be wiped, standing near her. Throwing aside her bonnet and seizing the coarse dish towel, Jenny exclaimed, "I am going to wipe dishes, Mary. I know how, and when they are done, if Miss Grundy won't let you go upstairs a minute, I'll ask Mr. Parker. I saw him under the woodshed grinding an axe." It was a rare thing to see Jenny Lincoln in the kitchen at the poorhouse, and now the fact that she was there and wiping dishes too circulated rapidly, bringing to the spot the sour-faced woman, the pleasant-looking woman, the girl with the crooked feet, and half a dozen others, each of whom commented upon the phenomenon after her own fashion. "Do see the little thing," said one. "Handles the wiping rag just like anybody." "And look there," cried a second, "setting them up in the cupboard. Did you ever?" While a third remarked that she wore silk stockings, wondering whether they were bought on purpose for her or had been cut over from a pair of her mother's. Thus noticed and flattered, Jenny worked away, assisting in scouring knives and washing spiders, until her dress was splashed with dishwater and her white apron crocked by the kettles. "Won't your marm scold you for getting so dirty?" asked the girl with the crooked feet. "I suppose so," said Jenny carelessly, "but then she scolds most of the time, so I don't mind it." The dishes being done and Miss Grundy making no objections, Mary accompanied Jenny upstairs, where the latter, opening her basket, held to view a neat-looking straw hat, far prettier than the one which Mrs. Campbell had presented. "See," she said, placing it upon Mary's head. "This is for you. I wanted to give you mine, but 'twasn't big enough, so Rose let you have hers. It's real becoming, too." The tears which fell from Mary's eyes were caused not less by Jenny's kindness than by the thought that the haughty Rose Lincoln had given her a bonnet. She did not know of the sacrifice which the noble-hearted Jenny had made to obtain it, and it was well she did not, for it would have spoiled all the happiness she experienced in wearing it. "Thank you, Jenny, and Rose too," she said. "I am so glad, for I love to go to church, and I surely would never have gone again and wore that other bonnet." "I wouldn't either," returned Jenny. "I think it was ridiculous for Mrs. Campbell to give you such an old dud of a thing, and I know Mother thinks so too, for she laughed hard for her when I described it, though she said nothing except that beggars shouldn't be choosers. I wonder what that means. Do you know?" Mary felt that she was beginning to know, but she did not care to enlighten Jenny, who soon sprang up, saying she must go home, or her mother would be sending Henry after her. "And I don't want him to come here," said she, "for I know you don't like him, and there don't hardly anybody. He's so stuck up and kind of, I don't know what." In passing through the hall, the girls met Miss Grundy, who had just come from Patsy's room. As soon as she saw Mary, she said, "Clap on your bonnet quick, and run as fast as ever you can to Miss Thornfield's. Dr. Gilbert has gone there, and do you tell him to come here right away, for Patsy is dreadful sick, and has fits all the time." There was a tremor in her voice, and she seemed much excited, which surprised the girls, who fancied she would not care even if Patsy died. Mrs. Thornfield's was soon reached, the message given, and they hurried back. "Is Patsy worse?" asked Mary, as she saw the bedroom door open, and 2 or 3 women standing near the bed. Miss Grundy did not answer, and when next her face was visible, the girls saw that her eyes were red, as if she had been weeping. "Funny, isn't it?" said Jenny, as she started for home. "I didn't suppose anything would make her cry, and I guess now the tears are sort of sour." Dr. Gilbert came, but his skill could not save the poor idiot girl, and at about 4 that afternoon she died. Around the bed of death there were no tears or lamentations, for those who stood by and watched the lamp of life as it went out felt that the spirit which was leaving them would be happy afar in another world, for never in this had a ray of reason shone upon poor Patsy's darkened mind. We have said there were no tears, and yet, although the waters came not to the surface, there was one heart which wept, as with unflinching nerve the cold, stern woman arrayed the dead girl for the grave. That night Mary was aroused from sleep by someone whispering her name in her ear, and starting up, she saw Sally bending over her. "Come with me," she said softly, "and I'll show you the queerest sight you ever saw." Trembling in every joint, Mary arose and followed Sal, who led her towards the room where Patsy lay. As she drew near the door, they paused, and by the light of the autumn moon, which streamed through the curtained window, Mary saw Miss Grundy kneeling by the cold body and sobbing bitterly. Once she spoke, and Mary caught the words, "My child, my poor child." Wonderingly, she looked up to Sally for an explanation, but the crazy woman only replied, as they returned to their rooms, "Yes, there's been queer doings some time or other, it's very evident, but I know one thing, I'll never draw her profile again, and I'll call her Mrs. Grundy after this." It was hardly worthwhile, as the neighbors thought, to be at all the trouble and expense of carrying a foolish girl without friends or relatives to the graveyard, so they buried her beneath the shadow of a wide-spreading maple, in a little enclosure where several other unfortunate ones lay sleeping. At the funeral, many wondered at the ghastly whiteness of Miss Grundy's face, and why she grasped at the coffin lid, as if to keep from falling, when with others she gazed upon the pale face, which, in its dreamless slumber, looked calm and placid as that of a child. There were but few who knew of Miss Grundy's sin, and her secret was buried in Patsy's grave, where often a mother's form was bending and a mother's tears were shed, when the world was dark and still, and there was no eye to see, save that of him who said, "Go and sin no more." End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Winter at the Poorhouse. One afternoon about the middle of October, Mary sat under an apple tree in the orchard weeping bitterly. It was in vain that Alice, who was with her, and who by this time was able to stand alone, climbed up to her side, patting her cheeks and trying various ways to win her attention. She still wept on, unmindful of the sound of rapid footsteps upon the grass, nor until twice repeated did she hear the words, "Why, Mary, what is the matter? What's happened?" Then looking up, she saw Billy Bender, who raised her in his arms and insisted upon knowing what was the matter. Laying her head on his shoulder, she sobbed out, She's gone, and there's nobody left but Sally. Oh, dear, oh, dear." "Gone? Who's gone?" asked Billy. "Jenny," was Mary's reply. "She's gone to Boston and won't come back till next May, and I loved her so much." "Oh, yes, I know," returned Billy. "I met them all on their way to the depot. But I wouldn't feel so badly. Jenny will come again, and besides that, I've got some real good news to tell you." "About Ella?" said Mary. "No, not about Ella, but about myself. I'm coming here to live with you." "Coming here to live?" repeated Mary with astonishment. "What for? Are your folks all dead?" Billy smiled and answered, "Not quite so bad as that. I went to school here 2 years ago, and I know I learned more than I ever did at home in 2 seasons. The boys, when Henry Lincoln is away, don't act half as badly as they do in the village. And then they usually have a lady teacher because it's cheaper, I suppose. For they don't pay them half as much as they do gentlemen. And I think they are a great deal the best. Anyway, I can learn the most when I go to a woman." "But what makes you come here? And what will your mother do?" asked Mary. "She's got a sister come from the West to stay with her. And as I shall go home every Saturday night, she'll get along well enough. I heard Mr. Parker in the store one day inquiring for a boy to do chores. So, after consulting Mother, I offered my services and was accepted. Won't we have real nice times going to school together? And then I've brought a plaything for you. Are you afraid of dogs?" So saying, he gave a whistle, and a large Newfoundland dog came bounding through the orchard. At first, Mary drew back in alarm, for the dog, though young, was unusually large. But her fears soon vanished when she saw how affectionate he was, licking her own and Alice's hands and bounding playfully upon his master's shoulders. "He is a nice fellow," said she, stroking his shaggy sides. "What do you call him?" "Tasso," answered Billy, and then, seeing Mr. Parker at a distance and wishing to speak to him, he walked away. 3 weeks from that time the winter school commenced, and Billy took up his abode at the poorhouse, greatly to the satisfaction of Sally and Mary, and greatly to the annoyance of Miss Grundy, who, since Patsy's death, was crosser and more fault-finding than ever. "Smart idea," said she, "to have that great lummox around to be waited on." And when she saw how happy his presence seemed to make Mary, she vented her displeasure upon her in various ways, conjuring up all sorts of reasons why she should stay out of school as often as possible, and wondering what the world was a-coming to when young ones hardly out of the cradle begun to court. It wasn't so in her younger days, goodness knew. "I wouldn't venture a great many remarks about my younger days if I were you, Mrs. Grundy," said Sal, who had adhered to her resolution of always addressing her old enemy as Mrs., though she whispered it to Mary as her opinion that the woman didn't fancy her new title. Much as Mary had learned to prize Sally's friendship, before winter was over she had cause to value it still more highly. Wretched and destitute as the poor crazed creature now was, she showed plainly that at some period or other of her life she had had rare advantages for education, which she now brought into use for Mary's benefit. When Mary first commenced attending school, Miss Grundy insisted that she should knit every evening, and thus she found no opportunity for studying at home. One evening, when, as usual, a part of the family were assembled around a blazing fire in the kitchen, Sal Furbush suddenly exclaimed, "Mary, why don't you bring your books home at night, just as Mr. Bender does?" She had conceived a great respect for Billy, and always called him Mr. Mary cast a rueful glance at the coarse sock, which certainly was not growing fast, and replied, "I should like to, but I have to knit all the time." "Fudge on your everlasting knitting," said Sal, snatching the sock from Mary's hands and making the needles fly nimbly. "I'm going to be very magnanimous, and every time you'll bring your books home, I'll knit for you. I beg, Mrs. Grundy, that you'll not throw the fire all over the floor," she added, as that lady gave the forestick a violent kick. "The Lord save us!" was Miss Grundy's exclamation, when after supper the next evening she saw the three-legged stand loaded down with Billy's and Mary's schoolbooks. But as no one made her any reply, she quietly resumed her work, appropriating to her own use the only tallow candle there was burning, and leaving Billy and Mary to see as best they could by the firelight. For some time Mary pored over her lesson in Colburn, but coming to the question, 24 is 3/5 of how many times 10? She stopped, unable to proceed farther. Again and again she read it over without gathering a single idea, and was on the point of asking Billy to assist her when Sal, who had been watching her, said, "Let me take your book, child." Mary did so, and then, as if conscious for the first time of Miss Grundy's monopoly of the candle, Sal seized a large newspaper lying near, and twisting it up, said, "Let there be light." Then, thrusting one end of it into the flames and drawing it out again, added, "And there is light." After tumbling over the leaves a while, she continued, "No, they didn't study this when I was young, but tell me what 'tis that troubles you." Mary pointed to the problem, and after looking at it attentively a moment, Sal said, "The answer to it is 4, and if you will give me some little inkling of the manner in which you are taught to explain them at school, perhaps I can tell you about that." "It begins in this way," said Mary. "If 24 is 3/5 of some number, 1/5 of that number must be something or other, I don't know what." 1/3 of 24, of course," said Sal. "Oh, yes, that's it," exclaimed Mary, who began to understand it herself. "Now I guess I know. You find what 1/3 of 24 is, and if that is 1/5, 5/5 would be 5 times that, and then see how many times 10 will go in it." "Exactly so," said Sal. "You'll make an arithmetic yet, and have it out just about the time I do my grammar. But," she added in another tone, "I've concluded to leave out the Grundy gender." Each night after this, Mary brought home her books, and the rapid improvement which she made in her studies was as much owing to Sally's useful hints and assistance as to her own untiring perseverance. One day when she returned from school, Sally saw there was something the matter, for her eyes were red and her cheeks flushed, as if with weeping. On inquiring of Billy, she learned that some of the girls had been teasing Mary about her teeth, calling them tushes, etc. As it happened, one of the paupers was sick, and Dr. Gilbert was at that time in the house. To him Sal immediately went, and after laying the case before him, asked him to extract the offending teeth. Sally was quite a favorite with the doctor, who readily consented on condition that Mary was willing, which he much doubted, as such teeth came hard. "Willing or not, she shall have them out. It's all that makes her so homely," said Sal. And going in quest of Mary, she led her to the doctor, who asked to look in her mouth. There was a fierce struggle, a scream, and then one of the teeth was lying upon the floor. "Stand still," said Sal, more sternly than she had ever before spoken to Mary, who, half frightened out of her wits, stood still while the other one was extracted. "There," said Sal, when the operation was finished, "you look 100% better." For a time Mary cried and spit, hardly knowing whether she relished the joke or not. But when Billy praised her improved looks, telling her that her mouth was real pretty, and when she herself dried her eyes enough to see that it was a great improvement, she felt better and wondered why she had never thought to have them out before. Rapidly and pleasantly to Mary that winter passed away, for the presence of Billy was in itself a sufficient reason why she should be happy. He was so affectionate and brother-like in his deportment towards her that she began questioning whether she did not love him as well, if not better, than she did her sister Ella, whom she seldom saw, though she heard that she had a governess from Worcester, and was taking music lessons on a grand piano which had been bought a year before. Occasionally Billy called at Mrs. Campbell's, but Ella seemed shy and unwilling to speak of her sister. Why is there this difference, he thought more than once, as he contrasted the situation of the two girls, the one petted, caressed, and surrounded by every luxury, and the other forlorn, desolate, and the inmate of a poorhouse. And then he built castles of a future when, by the labor of his own head or hands, Mary too should be rich and happy. End of Chapter 10, read by amykerr.
Chapter 11 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World by Mary Jane Holmes. Alice. As spring advanced, Alice began to droop, and Sally's quick eye detected in her infallible signs of decay. But she would not tell it to Mary, whose life now seemed a comparatively happy one. Mr. and Mrs. Parker were kind to her. The pleasant-looking woman and the girl with crooked feet were kind to her. Uncle Peter petted her, and even Miss Grundy had more than once admitted that she was about as good as young ones would average. Billy, too, had promised to remain and work for Mr. Parker during the summer, intending with the money thus earned to go the next fall and winter to the academy in Wilbraham. Jenny was coming back ere long, and Mary's step was light and buoyant as she tripped singing about the house, unmindful of Miss Grundy's oft-expressed wish that she would stop that clack, or of the anxious, pitying eyes Sal Furbush bent upon her as day after day the faithful old creature rocked and tended little Alice. "No," said she, "I cannot tell her. She'll have tears enough to shed by and by, but I'll double my diligence and watch little Willie more closely." So night after night, when Mary was sleeping the deep sleep of childhood, Sally would steal noiselessly to her room, and bending over the little wasting figure at her side, would wipe the cold sweat from her face, and whisper in the unconscious baby's ear messages of love for the other little Willie, now waiting for her in heaven. At last, Mary could no longer be deceived, and one day, when Alice lay gasping in Sally's lap, she said, "Aunt Sally, isn't Alice growing worse? She doesn't play now, nor try to walk." Sally laid her hand on Mary's face and replied, "Poor child, you'll soon be all alone, for Willie's going to find his mother."
There was no outcry, no sudden gush of tears, but nervously clasping her hands upon her heart, as if the shock had entered there, Mary sat down upon her bed and, burying her face in the pillow, sat there for a long time. But she said nothing, and a careless observer might have thought that she cared nothing, as it became each day more and more evident that Alice was dying. But these knew not of the long nights when with untiring love she sat by her sister's cradle, listening to her irregular breathing, pressing her clammy hands, and praying to be forgiven if ever, in thought or deed, she had wronged the little one now leaving her. And all this time there came no kind word or message of love from Ella, who knew that Alice was dying, for Billy had told her so. "Oh, if only she would come and see her," said Mary. "It wouldn't seem half so bad." "Write to her," said Sal. "Peradventure that may bring her." Mary had not thought of this before, and now tearing a leaf from her writing book, and taking her pen, she wrote hurriedly. "Ella, dear Ella, won't you come and see little Alice once before she dies? You used to love her, and you would now, if you could see how white and beautiful she looks. Oh, do come. Mrs. Campbell will let you, I know." This note, which was blurred and blotted with tears, was carried by Billy, who was going to the village, and delivered to Mrs. Campbell herself. Perhaps the proud woman remembered the time when her own darling died, or it may be that conscience upbraided her for caring so much for one orphan and utterly neglecting the other two. Be that as it may, her tears fell upon the paper and mingled with Mary's as she replied, "Ella shall come this afternoon." But before afternoon a drizzling shower came on, and Mary watched and wept in vain, for Ella did not come. The next morning was bright and beautiful as April mornings often are, and at as early an hour as was consistent with Mrs. Campbell's habits, her carriage was before the door, and herself and Ella seated within it. The little lady was not in the best of humors, for she and her maid had quarreled about her dress, Ella insisting upon a light blue merino, and the maid proposing a plain delaine, which Ella declared she would not wear. Mrs. Campbell, to whom the matter was referred, decided upon the delaine. Consequently, Ella cried and pouted, saying she wouldn't go, wondering what Alice wanted to be sick for, or any way why they should send for her. Meantime, in and around the poorhouse, there was for once perfect silence. Sal Furbush had been invisible for hours. The girl with crooked feet trod softly as she passed up and down the stairs. Uncle Peter's fiddle was unstrung and, securely locked in his fiddle box, was stowed away at the bottom of his old red chest. And twice that morning, when no one saw her, Miss Grundy had stolen out to Patsy's grave. Mary was not called to wash the dishes, but up in her own room she sat with her head resting upon the window-sill, while the sweet, fresh air of the morning swept over her face, lifting the hair from her flushed brow. Billy Bender was standing near her, his arm thrown around her, and his lips occasionally pressing her forehead. Suddenly there was the sound of carriage wheels, and he whispered in her ear, "Ella is coming." Hastily running down the stairs, Mary met her sister in the doorway, and throwing her arms around her neck, burst into tears. Ella would gladly have shaken her off, for she felt that her curls were in danger of being mussed, and she had besides hardly recovered from her pet. But Mary firmly held her hand, and led her on through the long hall, into a room which they usually denominated the best room. There, upon the table, lay a little stiffened form. The blue eyes were closed, and the long eyelashes rested upon the marble cheek, and in the waxen hands, folded so carefully over the other, there was a single snowdrop.
No one knew who placed it there, or whence it came. Gently, Mary laid back the thin muslin covering, saying as she did so, "Allie is dead. I've got no sister left but you." And again her arms closed convulsively around Ella's neck. "You kind of choke me," said Ella, trying to get free, and it was not until Mrs. Campbell, thoroughly ashamed of her want of feeling, took her hand and placed it on Alice's cold cheek, asking her if she were not sorry her little sister was dead, that she manifested any emotion whatever. Then, as if something of her better nature were roused, her lip trembled for a moment, and she burst into a violent fit of weeping. "It is hardly natural that she should feel it as deeply as Mary," said Mrs. Campbell to Billy Bender, who was present. He made no reply, but he never forgot that scene. And when years after he met with Ella on terms of perfect equality, when he saw her petted, flattered, and admired, he turned away from the fawning multitude, remembering only the April morning when she stood by the dead body of her sister. During all this time, no trace of Sal Furbush had been seen, and at last a strict search was instituted, but to no effect, until Billy, who chanced to be passing the dark closet under the garret stairs, heard her whispering to herself, "Yes, little Willie's dead, and Sally's got 3 in heaven now." Entering the place, he found her crouched in one corner, her hair hanging down her back, and her eyes flashing with unusual brightness. "Why, Sally," said he, "what are you here for?" "To save the credit of the house," was her ready reply. "When the other Willie died, they chained me in this dungeon, and thinking they might do so again, I concluded to come here quietly, wishing to save all trouble and confusion, for the utmost decorum should be preserved in the house of death." "Poor woman," said Billy kindly, "no one wishes you to stay here. Come with me." And he took her hand to lead her forth. But she resisted him, saying that fasting and solitude were nature's great restoratives. "She has showed her good sense for once," said Miss Grundy on hearing of Sally's whereabouts, "but ain't the critter hungry?" And owing to some newly touched chord of kindness, a slice of toast and a cup of hot tea ere long found entrance into the darksome cell. Strange to say, too, the hand which brought it was not repulsed, though very demurely and in seeming earnestness was the question asked, "Mrs. Grundy, haven't you met with a change?" The next day was the funeral. At first there was some talk of burying the child in the same enclosure with Patsy, but Mary pled so earnestly to have her laid by her mother that her request was granted, and that night, when the young spring moon came out, it looked quietly down upon the grave of little Alice, who by her mother's side was sweetly sleeping. End of Chapter 11. Read by Erin V.
Chapter 12 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 12. A New Friend. 3 weeks had passed away since Alice's death, and affairs at the poorhouse were beginning to glide on as usual. Sal Furbush, having satisfied her own ideas of propriety by remaining secluded for 2 or 3 days, had once more appeared in society. But now that Alice was no longer there to be watched, time hung wearily upon her hands, and she was again seized with her old desire for authorship. Accordingly, a grammar was commenced, which she said would contain 999 rules for speaking the English language correctly. Mary, who had resumed her post as dishwasher in the kitchen, was almost daily expecting Jenny, and one day, when Billy came in to dinner, he gave her the joyful intelligence that Jenny had returned and had been in the field to see him, bidding him tell Mary to meet her that afternoon in the woods by the brook. "Oh, I do hope Miss Grundy will let me go," said Mary, "and I guess she will, for since Allie died, she hasn't been near so cross." "If she don't, I will," answered Mr. Parker, who chanced to be standing near, and who had learned to regard the little orphan girl with more than usual interest. But Miss Grundy made no objections, and when the last dishcloth was wrung dry and the last iron spoon put in its place, Mary bounded joyfully away to the woods, where she found Jenny, who embraced her in a manner which showed that she had not been forgotten. "Oh," said she, "I've got so much to tell you and so much to hear. Though I know all about dear little Allie's death, didn't you feel dreadfully?" Mary's tears were a sufficient answer, and Jenny, as if suddenly discovering something new, exclaimed, "Why, what have you been doing? Who pulled your teeth?" Mary explained the circumstance of the tooth-pulling, and Jenny continued, "You look a great deal better, and if your cheeks were only a little fatter and your skin not quite so yellow, you'd be real handsome. But no matter about that. I saw George Morland in Boston, and I wanted to tell him about you, but I'd promised not to, and then at first I felt afraid of him, for you can't think what a great big fellow he's got to be. Why, he's awful tall, and handsome, too. Rose likes him, and so do lots of the girls, but I don't believe he cares a bit for any of them except his cousin Ida, and I guess he does like her. Anyway, he looks at her as though he did." Mary wondered how he looked at her, and would perhaps have asked, had she not been prevented by the sudden appearance of Henry Lincoln, who directly in front of her leaped across the brook. He was evidently not much improved in his manners, for the moment he was safely landed on terra firma, he approached her, and seizing her round the waist, exclaimed, "Hallo, little pauper! You're glad to see me back, I dare say." Then drawing her head over so that he could look into her face, he continued, "Had your tusks out, haven't you? Well, it's quite an improvement, so much so that I'll venture to kiss you." Mary struggled, and Jenny scolded, while Henry said, "Don't kick and flounce so, my little beauty. If there's anything I hate, it's seeing girls make believe they're modest. That clodhopper Bill kisses you every day, I'll warrant." Here Jenny's wrath exploded, and going up to her brother, she attempted to pull him away until, bethinking her of the brook, she commenced sprinkling him with water. But observing that more of it fell upon Mary than her brother, she desisted, while Henry, having accomplished his purpose, began spitting and making wry faces, assuring Mary that she needn't be afraid of his ever troubling her again, for her lips were musty and tasted of the poorhouse. Meanwhile, Tasso, who had become a great favorite with Mary, and who, on this occasion, had accompanied her to the woods, was standing on the other side of the brook, eyeing Henry's movements, and apparently trying to make up his mind whether his interference was necessary or not. A low growl showed that he was evidently deciding the matter, when Henry desisted and walked leisurely off. Ere long, however, he returned and called out, "See, girls, I've got an elegant necklace for you." Looking up, they saw him advancing towards them, with a small water snake which he held in his hand, and readily divining his purpose, they started and ran, while he pursued them, threatening to wind the snake around the neck of the first one he caught. Jenny, who was too chubby to be very swift-footed, took refuge behind a clump of alder bushes, but Mary kept on, and just as she reached a point where the brook turned, Henry overtook her, and would perhaps have carried his threat into execution had not help arrived from an unexpected quarter. Tasso, who had watched and felt sure that this time all was not right, suddenly pounced upon Henry, throwing him down and then planting himself upon his prostrate form in such a manner that he dared not move. "Oh, good, good," said Jenny, coming out from her concealment. Make Tasso keep him there ever so long, and," she continued, patting the dog, "if you won't hurt him much, you may shake him just a little." "No, no," said Henry, writhing with fear. "Call him off. Do call him off. Oh, mercy," he added, as Tasso, who did not particularly care to have the case reasoned, showed 2 rows of very white teeth. Mary could not help laughing at the figure which Henry cut, but thinking him sufficiently punished, she called off the dog, who obeyed rather unwillingly, and ever after manifested his dislike to Henry by growling angrily whenever he appeared. One morning, about 2 weeks afterwards, Mary was in the meadow gathering cowslips for dinner when she heard someone calling her name, and looking up, she saw Jenny hurrying towards her, her sunbonnet hanging down her back as usual, and her cheeks flushed with violent exercise. As soon as she came up, she began with, "Oh my, ain't I hot and tired, and I can't stay a minute either, for I run away, but I had such good news to tell you that I would come. You are going to have a great deal better home than this. You know where Rice Corner is? The district over east?" Mary replied that she did, and Jenny continued, "We all went over there yesterday to see Mrs. Mason. She's a real nice lady who used to live in Boston and be intimate with Ma until 3 or 4 years ago, when Mr. Mason died. We didn't go there any more then, and I asked Rose what the reason was, and she said Mrs. Mason was poor now, and Ma had cut her. And when I asked her what she cut her with, she only laughed and said she believed I didn't know anything, but since then I've learned what it means." "What does it?" asked Mary, and Jenny replied, "If a person dies and leaves no money, no matter how good his folks are or how much you like them, you mustn't know them when you meet them in the street, or you must cross over the other side if you see them coming. And then when ladies call and speak about them, you must draw a great long breath and wonder, 'How the poor thing will get along, she was so dreadful extravagant.' I positively heard Mother say those very words about Mrs. Mason. And what is so funny, the washwoman the same day spoke of her and cried when she told how kind she was, and how she would go without things herself for the sake of giving to the poor. It's queer, isn't it?" "Ah, Jenny, Jenny, you've much of life yet to learn." After a moment's pause, Jenny proceeded, "This Mrs. Mason came into the country and bought the prettiest little cottage you ever saw. She has lots of nice fruit, and for all Mother pretends in Boston that she don't visit her, just as soon as the fruit is ripe she always goes there. Pa says it's real mean, and he should think Mrs. Mason would see through it." "Did you go there for fruit yesterday?" asked Mary. "Oh, no," returned Jenny. "Mother said she was tired to death with staying at home. Besides that, she heard something in Boston about a large estate in England, which possibly would fall to Mrs. Mason, and she thought it would be real kind to go and tell her. Mrs. Mason has poor health, and while we were there, she asked Mother if she knew of any good little girls she could get to come and live with her. One, she said, who would be quiet when her head ached, and who would read to her and wait on her at other times. Mother said she did not know of any, but when Mrs. Mason went out to get tea, I followed and told her of you, and the tears came into her eyes when I said your folks were all dead, and you were alone and sorry. She said right off that she would come round and see you soon, and if she liked you, you should live with her. But I must run back, for I suppose you know Mother brought our governess with us, and it's time I was turning my toes out and my elbows in. Ooh, how I do hate such works. If I ever have a house, there shan't be a fashionable thing about it. I'll have it full of cats, dogs, and poor children, with a swing and a teeter in every room, and Billy Bender shall live with me and drive the horses." So saying, she ran off, and Mary, having gathered her cowslips, sat down to think of Mrs. Mason and wonder if she should ever see her. Since Alice's death, she had been in the daily habit of learning a short lesson, which she recited to Sally, and this afternoon, when the dishes were all washed, she had, as usual, stolen away to her books. She had not been long occupied ere Rind called her, saying Mr. Knight, who, it will be remembered, had brought her to the poorhouse, was downstairs and wanted to see her, and that there was a lady with him, too. Mary readily guessed that the lady must be Mrs. Mason, and carefully brushing her hair and tying on a clean apron, she descended to the kitchen, where she was met by Mr. Knight, who called out, "Hallo, my child, how do you do? 'Pears to me you've grown handsome. It agrees with you to live here, I reckon, but I'll venture you'll be glad enough to leave and go and live with her, won't you?" pointing towards a lady who was just coming from Mrs. Parker's room, and towards whom Mary's heart instantly warmed. "You see," continued Mr. Knight, "one of the Lincoln girls has taken a mighty shine to you, and it's queer, too, for they're dreadful stuck-up folks." "If you please, sir," said Mary, interrupting him, "Jenny isn't a bit stuck up." "Umph," returned Mr. Knight. "She don't belong to the Lincoln race, then, I guess. I know them, root and branch. Lincoln's wife used to work in the factory at Southbridge, but she's forgot all about that, and holds her head dreadful high whenever she sees me. But that's neither here nor there. This woman wants you to live with her. Miss Mason, this is Mary. Mary, this is Miss Mason." The introduction being thus happily over, Mrs. Mason proceeded to ask Mary a variety of questions, and ended by saying she thought she would take her, although she would rather not have her come for a few days, as she was going to be absent. Miss Grundy was now interrogated concerning her knowledge of work, and with quite a consequential air she replied, "Perhaps, ma'am, it looks too much like praising myself, considering that I've had the managing of her mostly, but I must confess that she's lived with me so long and got my ways so well that she's as pleasant a mannered, good-tempered child, and will scour as bright a knife as you could wish to see." Mary saw that Mrs. Mason could hardly repress a smile as she replied, "I am glad about the temper and manners, but the scouring of knives is of little consequence, for Judith always does that." Sal Furbush, who had courtesied herself into the room, now asked to say a word concerning Mary. "She is," said she, "the very apple of my eye, and can parse a sentence containing 3 double relatives, 2 subjunctive moods, and 4 nominatives absolute perfectly easily." "I see you are a favorite here," said Mrs. Mason, laying her hand gently on Mary's head, "and I think that in time you will be quite as much of one with me, so 1 week from Saturday you may expect me." There was something so very affectionate in Mrs. Mason's manner of speaking that Mary could not keep her tears back, and when Sally, chancing to be in a poetic mood, said to her, "Maiden, wherefore weepest thou?" she replied, "I can't help it. She speaks so kind and makes me think of mother." "Speaks so kindly, you mean," returned Sal, while Mrs. Mason, brushing a tear from her own eye, whispered to the little girl, "I will be a mother to you, my child." Then, as Mr. Knight had finished discussing the weather with Mr. Parker, she stepped into his buggy and was driven away. "That's what I call a thoroughly grammatical lady," said Sal, looking after her until a turn in the road hid her from view. "And I shall try to be resigned, though the vital spark leaves this house when Mary goes." Not long after, Rind asked Miss Grundy if William Bender was going away. "Not as I know on," answered Miss Grundy. "What made you think of that?" "'Cause," returned Rind, "I heard Sal Furbush having over a mess of stuff about the Sparks leaving when Mary did, and I thought maybe he was going, as you say he's her spark." The next afternoon, Jenny, managing to elude the watchful eyes of her mother and governess, came over to the poorhouse. "I'm so glad you are going," said she, when she heard of Mrs. Mason's visit. "I shall be lonesome without you, but you'll have such a happy home, and when you get there, mayn't I tell George Morland about you the next time I see him?" "I'd rather you wouldn't," said Mary, "for I don't believe he remembers me at all." "Perhaps not," returned Jenny, "and I guess you wouldn't know him, for besides being so tall, he has begun to shave, and Ida thinks he's trying to raise whiskers." That night, when Mary was alone, she drew from its hiding-place the golden locket, but the charm was broken, and the pleasure she had before experienced in looking at it now faded away with Jenny's picture of a whiskered young man 6 feet high. Very rapidly indeed did Mary's last week at the poorhouse pass away, and for some reason or other, everything went on, as Rind said, wrong end up. Miss Grundy was crosser than usual, though all observed that her voice grew milder in its tone whenever she addressed Mary, and once she went so far as to say, by way of a general remark, that she never yet treated anybody, particularly a child, badly without feeling sorry for it. Sal Furbush was uncommonly wild, dancing on her toes, making faces, repeating her 999 rules of grammar, and quoting Scripture, especially the passage, "The Lord gave, and the Lord taketh away," etc. Uncle Peter, too, labored assiduously at Delia's dirge, which he intended playing as Mary was leaving the yard. Saturday came at last, and long before the sun peeped over the eastern hills, Mary was up and dressed. Just as she was ready to leave her room, she heard Sally singing in a low tone, "Oh, there'll be morning, 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 oh, there'll be morning when Mary's gone away." Hastily opening her own door, she knocked at Sal's and was bidden to enter. She found her friend seated in the middle of the floor, while scattered around her were the entire contents of the old barrel and box which contained her wearing apparel. "Good morning, little dearie," said she. "I am looking over my somewhat limited wardrobe, in quest of something wherewith to make your young heart happy, but my search is vain. I can find nothing except the original manuscript of my first novel. I do not need it now, for I shall make enough out of my grammar. So take it, and when you are rich and influential, you'll have no trouble in getting it published. None at all." So saying, she thrust into Mary's hand a large package, carefully wrapped in half a dozen newspapers, and the whole enveloped in a snuff-colored silk handkerchief, which Willie's father used to wear. Here Rind came upstairs saying breakfast was ready, and after putting her present aside, Mary descended to the kitchen, where she found the table arranged with more than usual care. An old red waiter, which was only used on special occasions, was placed near Miss Grundy, and on it stood the phenomenon of a hissing coffee-pot, and what was stranger still, in the place of the tin basin from which Mary had recently been accustomed to eat her bread and milk, there was now a cup and saucer, which surely must have been intended for her. Her wonder was at its height when Miss Grundy entered from the back room bearing a plate filled with snowy white biscuit, which she placed upon the table with an air of, "There, what do you think of that?" Then seating herself, she skimmed all the cream from the bowl of milk, and preparing a delicious cup of coffee, passed it to Mary before helping the rest. "Is the millennium about to be ushered in?" asked Sal in amazement, while Uncle Peter, reverently rising, said, "Fellow citizens and ladies, for these extras let us thank the Lord, remembering to ask a continuation of the same." "Do let your victuals stop your mouth," said Miss Grundy, "and don't act as though we never had coffee and biscuit for breakfast before." "My memory has failed wonderfully if we ever did," was Uncle Peter's reply. Breakfast being over, Mary, as usual, commenced clearing the table, but Miss Grundy bade her sit down and rest her, and Mary obeyed, wondering what she had done to tire herself. About 9 o'clock, Mr. Knight drove up alone, Mrs. Mason being sick with nervous headache. "I should have been here sooner," said he, "but the roads is awful rough, and the old Charlotte has got a stub or something in her foot, but where's the gal? Ain't she ready?" He was answered by Mary herself, who made her appearance, followed by Billy bearing the box. And now commenced the leave-takings, Miss Grundy's turn coming first. "May I kiss you, Miss Grundy?" said Mary, while Sal exclaimed aside, "What? Kiss those sole-leather lips?" at the same time indicating by a guttural sound the probable effect such a process would have upon her stomach. Miss Grundy bent down and received the child's kiss, and then darting off into the pantry, went to skimming pans of milk already skimmed. Rind and the pleasant-looking woman cried outright, and Uncle Peter, between times, kept ejaculating, "Oh, Lord! Oh, massy sake! Oh, for land!" while he industriously plied his fiddle bow in the execution of Delia's dirge, which really sounded unearthly and dirge-like enough. Billy knew it would be lonely without Mary, but he was glad to have her go to a better home, so he tried to be cheerful, telling her he would take good care of Tasso and that whenever she chose she must claim her property. Aside from him, Sally was the only composed one. It is true, her eyes were very bright, and there was a compression about her mouth seldom seen, except just before one of her frenzied attacks. Occasionally, too, she pressed her hands upon her head, and walking to the sink, bathed it in water, as if to cool its inward heat. But she said nothing until Mary was about stepping into the buggy, when she whispered in her ear, "If that novel should have an unprecedented run, and of course it will, you would not mind sharing the profits with me, would you?" End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 13. A New Home in Rice Corner. Very different this time was Mary's ride with Mr. Knight from what it had been some months before, and after brushing away a few natural tears and sending back a few heart sighs to the loved ones left behind, her spirits rallied, and by the time they reached the borders of Rice Corner, there was such a look of quiet happiness on her face that even Mr. Knight noticed it. "I'll be hanged if I know what to make of it," said he. "When you rid with me before, I thought you was about as ugly favored a child as I ever see, and now you look full as well as they'll average. What you been doing?" "Perhaps it's because I've had my teeth out," suggested Mary. And Mr. Knight, with another scrutinizing look in her face, replied, "Wall, I guess 'tis that. Teeth is good as their place, but when they get to achin', why, yank 'em out." So saying, he again relapsed into silence, and commenced whipping at the thistletops and dandelions. As they rode on, Mary fancied that the country looked pleasanter and the houses better than in the region of the poorhouse. And when a sudden turn of the road brought into view a beautiful blue sheet of water, embosomed by bright green hills, her delight knew no bounds. Springing up and pointing towards it, she exclaimed, "Oh, please stop a moment and look. Isn't it lovely? What is it?" "That? Oh, that's nothing but Porduck Pond, or as folks most generally call 'em, seem there's two, North and South Pond." "But it's big enough to be a lake, isn't it?" asked Mary. "Why, yes," returned her companion. "It's better than 5 miles long, and a mile or so wide, and in York State I suppose they'd call it a lake, but here in old Massachusetts we stick to fust principles and call all things by their right names." "How far is the pond from Mrs. Mason's?" asked Mary, casting longing glances towards the distant sandy beach and the graceful trees which drooped over the water's edge. "It's farther back than 'tis there, 'cause it's uphill all the way," said Mr. Knight. "But here we be at Miss Mason's, this house right here," and he pointed to a neat, handsome cottage, almost hidden from view by the dense foliage which surrounded it. There was a long lawn in front, and into the carriage road on the right of it Mr. Knight turned, and driving up to a side door, said to Mary, "Come, jump down, for my foot is so lame I don't believe I'll get out. But there's your chest. You can't lift that. Hello, Judith, come here." In answer to his call, a fat, pleasant-looking colored woman appeared in the doorway, and as if fresh from the regions of cookdom, wiped the drops of perspiration from her round, jolly face. "Here, Judith," said Mr. Knight, "help this gal lift her traps out." Judith complied, and then bidding old Charlotte to get up, Mr. Knight drove away, leaving Mary standing by the kitchen door. "Come in and sit down," said Judith, pushing a chair towards Mary with her foot. "It's as hot here as oven, but I had cranberry sass and ginger snaps, and Massey knows what to make this morning, and I got belated. But set down and make yourself to home." Mary took the proffered seat, and then Judith left the room for a few moments, saying when she returned that as Mrs. Mason was still suffering from a headache, she could not see Mary until after dinner. "And," continued Judith, "she told me to entertain you, but I don't know what to say nor do first. Harry died just a week to a day before he was to be married, and so I never had any little girls to talk to. Can't you think of something to talk about? What have you been used to doing?" "Washing dishes," was Mary's reply, after glancing about the room and making sure that on this occasion there were none to wash. "Wall," answered Judith, "I guess you won't have that to do here. For one night when some of the neighbors were in, I heard Miss Mason tell 'em that she got you to read to her and wait on her. And then she said something about your not having an equal chance with your sister. You hain't but one, now t'other's dead, have you?" Mary replied in the negative, and Judith continued, "Wall, now, you've got over the first on it. I reckon you's glad the baby's dead, for she must have been kind of a bother, wasn't she?" Instantly Mary's thoughts flew back to an empty cradle, and again a little golden head was pillowed upon her breast, as often in times past it had been, and as it would never be again. Covering her face with her hands, she sobbed, "Oh, Allie, Allie, I wish she hadn't died." Judith looked on in amazement, and for want of something better to do, placed a fresh stick of wood in the stove, muttering to herself, "Now I might have knew I didn't know what to say. What a pity Harry died. I'll give her that big ginger snap the minute it's baked. See if I don't." Accordingly, when the snap was done, Judith placed it in Mary's hands, bidding her eat it quick and then go up and see the nice chamber Mrs. Mason had arranged for her. "If you please," said Mary, rapidly shifting the hot cake from one hand to the other, "if you please, I had rather go up now and eat the cake when it is cool." "Come, then," said Judith, and leading the way, she conducted Mary up the staircase and through a light, airy hall to the door of a small room, which she opened, saying, "Look, ain't it pretty?" But Mary's heart was too full to speak, and for several minutes she stood silent. With the exception of her mother's pleasant parlor in Old England, she had never before seen anything which seemed to her so cozy and cheerful as did that little room, with its single bed, snowy counterpane, muslin curtains, clean matting, convenient toilet table, and what to her was fairer than all the rest, upon the mantelpiece there stood 2 small vases, filled with sweet spring flowers, whose fragrance filled the apartment with delicious perfume. All this was so different from the bare walls, uncovered floors, and rickety furniture of the poorhouse that Mary trembled lest it should prove a dream from which ere long she should wake. "Oh, why is Mrs. Mason so kind to me?" was her mental exclamation. And as some of our readers may ask the same question, we will explain to them that Mrs. Mason was one of the few who do to others as they would others should do to them. Years before our story opens, she, too, was a lonely orphan, weeping in a dreary garret, as ofttimes Mary had wept in the poorhouse, and it was the memory of those dark hours which so warmed her heart towards the little girl she had taken under her charge. From Jenny we have learned something of her history. Once a happy, loving wife, surrounded by wealth and friends, she had thought the world all bright and beautiful. But a change came over the spirit of her dream. Her noble husband died, and the day succeeding his burial, she was told that their fortune, too, was gone. One by one, as misfortune came upon her, did her fashionable friends desert her, until she was left alone with none to lean upon except the God of the widow and fatherless, and in him she found a strong help for her dark hour of need. Bravely she withstood the storm, and when it was over, retired with a small remnant of her once large fortune to the obscure neighborhood of Rice Corner, where with careful economy she managed to live comfortably, besides saving a portion for the poor and destitute. She had taken a particular fancy to Mary, and in giving her a home she had thought more of the good she could do the child than of any benefit she would receive from her services as waiting maid. She had fully intended to go for Mary herself, but as we already know, was prevented by a severe headache, and it was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that she was even able to see her at all. Then, calling Judith, she bade her bring the little girl to her room and leave them alone. Judith obeyed, charging Mary to tread on tiptoe and keep as still as a mouse, for Miss Mason's head ached fit to split. This caution was unnecessary, for Mary had been so much accustomed to sick persons that she knew intuitively just what to do and when to do it, and her step was so light, her voice so low, and the hand which bathed the aching head so soft and gentle in its touch, that Mrs. Mason involuntarily drew her to her bosom, and kissing her lips, called her her child, and said she should never leave her. Then laying back in her easy-chair, she remained perfectly still, while Mary alternately fixed her hair and smoothed her forehead until she fell into a quiet slumber, from which she did not awake until Judith rang the bell for supper, which was neatly laid out in a little dining parlor opening into the flower garden. There was something so very social and cheering in the appearance of the room and the arrangement of the table, with its glossy white cloth and dishes of the same hue, that Mary felt almost as much like weeping as she did on the night of her arrival at the poorhouse. But Mrs. Mason seemed to know exactly how to entertain her, and by the time that first tea was over, there was hardly a happier child in the world than was Mary. As soon as Mrs. Mason arose from the table, she too sprang up, and taking hold of the dishes, removed them to the kitchen in a much shorter space of time than was usually occupied by Judith. "Get away now," said that lady as she saw Mary making preparations to wash the cups and saucers. "I never want anybody puttering round under my feet. I always wash and wipe and scour my own things, and then I know they are done." Accordingly, she returned to Mrs. Mason, who, wishing to retire early, soon dismissed her to her own room, where she for some time amused herself with watching the daylight as it gradually disappeared from the hills which lay beyond the pond. Then, when it all was gone, and the stars began to come out, she turned her eyes towards one, which had always seemed to her to be her mother's soul, looking down upon her from the windows of heaven. Now, tonight, there shone beside it a smaller, feebler one, and in the fleecy cloud which floated around it, she fancied she could define the face of her baby sister. Involuntarily stretching out her hands, she cried, "Oh, Mother, Allie, I am so happy now!" And to the child's imagination the stars smiled lovingly upon her, while the evening wind, as it gently moved the boughs of the tall elm tree, seemed like the rustle of angels' wings. Who shall say the mother's spirit was not there to rejoice with her daughter over the glad future opening so brightly before her? End of Chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by LesWilLang, The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 14. Visitors. The Tuesday following Mary's arrival at Mrs. Mason's, there was a social gathering at the house of Mr. Knight. This gathering could hardly be called a tea party, but came more directly under the head of an afternoon's visit, for by 2 o'clock every guest had arrived, and the north room was filled with ladies, whose tongues, like their hands, were in full play. Leathern reticules, delicate embroidery, and gold thimbles were not then in vogue in Rice Corner, but on the contrary, some of Mrs. Knight's visitors brought with them old-fashioned work-bags, from which the ends of the polished knitting needles were discernible, while another apologized for the magnitude of her work saying that her man had fretted about his trousers until she herself began to think it was time to finish them. And so when she found Miss Mason wasn't to be there, she had just brought them along. In spite of her uniform kindness, Mrs. Mason was regarded by some of her neighbors as a bugbear, and this allusion to her immediately turned the conversation in that direction. "Now, do tell," said Widow Perkins, vigorously rapping her snuff-box and passing it around. "Now, do tell if it's true that Miss Mason has took a girl from the townhouse." On being assured that such was the fact, she continued, "Now, I will give up, plagued as she is for things. What could have possessed her?" "I was not aware that she was very much troubled to live," said Mrs. Knight, whose way of thinking and manner of expressing herself was entirely unlike Mrs. Perkins. "Wall, she is," was Mrs. Perkins' reply, and then hitching her chair closer to the group near her and sinking her voice to a whisper, she added, "You mustn't speak of it on any account, for I wouldn't have it go from me. But my Sally Ann was over there t'other day, and neither Miss Mason nor Judy was to home. Sally Ann has a sight of curiosity. I don't know nothing under the sun where she gets it, for I hain't a mite. Well, as I was telling you, there was nobody to home, and Sally Ann, she slips down cellar and peeks into the pork barrel. And as true as you live, there warn't a piece there. Now, when country folks get out of salt pork, they are what I call middlin' poor." And Mrs. Perkins finished her speech with the largest pinch of maccaboy she could possibly hold between her thumb and forefinger. "Miss Perkins," said an old lady who was famous for occasionally rubbing the widow down, "Miss Perkins, that's just as folks think. It's no worse to be out of pork than 'tis to eat codfish the whole dern time." This was a home thrust for Mrs. Perkins, who always kept one or two boarders, and among them the schoolteacher was notorious for feeding them on codfish. Bridling up in a twinkling, her little gray eyes flashed fire as she replied, "I s'pose it's me you mean, Miss Bates, but I guess I've a right to eat what I'm a mind to. I only ask $1.09 a week for boarding the schoolmarm." "And makes money at that," whispered a rosy-cheeked, girlish-looking woman who the summer before had been the schoolmarm and now bore the name of a thrifty young farmer. Miss Perkins, however, did not notice this interruption, but proceeded with, "Yes, $1.09 is all I ever ask, and if I kept them so dreadful slim, I guess the committee man wouldn't always come to me the first one." "Mrs. Perkins, here's the pint," said Mrs. Bates, dropping a stitch in her zeal to explain matters. "You see, the cheaper they get the schoolma'am boarded, the further the money goes, and the longer school they have. Don't you understand it?" Mrs. Knight, fancying that affairs were assuming altogether too formidable an aspect, adroitly turned the conversation upon the heroine of our story, saying how glad she was that Mary had at last found so good a home. "So am I," said Mrs. Bates, "for we all know that Mrs. Mason will take just as good care of her as though she were her own, and she's had a mighty hard time of it, knocked around there at the poorhouse under Polly Grundy's thumb." "They do say," said Mrs. Perkins, whose anger had somewhat cooled, "they do say that Miss Grundy is mowing a wide swath over there, and really expects to have Mr. Parker, if his wife happens to die." In her girlhood, Mrs. Perkins had herself fancied Mr. Parker, and now in her widowhood, she felt an unusual interest in the failing health of his wife. No one replied to her remark, and Mrs. Bates continued, "It really used to make my heart ache to see that little forlorn thing sitting there in the gallery, fixed up so old and fussy, and then to see her sister prinked out like a milliner's show window, a puckerin' and a twistin'. And if she happens to catch her sister's eye, I have actually seen her turn up her nose at her. So—" and Mrs. Bates' nasal organ went up towards her eyebrows in imitation of the look which Ella sometimes gave Mary. "It's wicked in me, perhaps," said Mrs. Bates, "but pride must have a fall, and I do hope I shall live to see the day when Ella Campbell won't be half as well off as her sister. I think Mrs. Campbell is answerable for some of Ella's conduct," said Mrs. Knight, "for I believe she suffered her to visit the poorhouse but once while Mary was there." "I guess she'll come oftener, now she's living with a city bug," rejoined Mrs. Perkins. Just then there was the sound of carriage wheels, and a woman near the door exclaimed, "If you'll believe it, there she is now, going straight into Mrs. Mason's yard." "Well, if that don't beat me," said Mrs. Perkins. "Seems to me I'd have waited a little longer for look's sake. Can you see what she's got on from here?" And the lady made a rush for the window to ascertain, if possible, that important fact. Meantime, the carriage steps were let down, and Mrs. Campbell alighted. As Mrs. Knight's guest had surmised, she was far more ready to visit Mary now than heretofore. Ella, too, had been duly informed by her waiting maid that she needn't mind denying that she had a sister to the Boston girls who were spending a summer in Chicopee. "To be sure," said Sarah, "she'll never be a fine lady like you and live in the city, but then Mrs. Mason is a very respectable woman, and will no doubt put her to a trade, which is better than being a town pauper. So you mustn't feel above her any more, for it's wicked, and Mrs. Campbell wouldn't like it, for you know she and I are trying to bring you up in the fear of the Lord." Accordingly, Ella was prepared to greet her sister more cordially than she had done before in a long time, and Mary that day took her first lesson in learning that too often friends come and go with prosperity. But she did not think of it then. She only knew that her sister's arm was around her neck and her sister's kiss upon her cheek. With a cry of joy, she exclaimed, "Oh, Ella, I knew you'd be glad to find me so happy." But Ella wasn't particularly glad. She was too thoroughly heartless to care for anyone except herself, and her reception of her sister was more the result of Sarah's lesson and a wish expressed by Mrs. Campbell that she would try and behave as well as she could towards Mary. Mrs. Campbell, too, kissed the girl and expressed her pleasure at finding her so pleasantly situated, and then, dropping languidly upon the sofa, asked for Mrs. Mason, who soon appeared and received her visitor with her accustomed politeness. "And so you, too, have cared for the orphan?" said Mrs. Campbell. "Well, you will find it a task to rear her as she should be reared, but a conscientiousness of doing right makes everything seem easy. My dear," speaking to Ella, "run out and play a while with your sister. I wish to see Mrs. Mason alone." "You may go into the garden," said Mrs. Mason to Mary, who arose to obey, but Ella hung back, saying she didn't want to go. The garden was all nasty, and she should dirty her clothes. "But, my child," said Mrs. Campbell, "I wish to have you go, and you love to obey me, do you not?" Still, Ella hesitated, and when Mary took hold of her hand, she jerked it away, saying, "Let me be." At last she was persuaded to leave the room, but on reaching the hall she stopped, and to Mary's amazement applied her ear to the keyhole. "I guess I know how to cheat her," she said in a whisper. "I've been sent off before, but I listened and heard her talk about me." "Talk about you?" repeated Mary. What did she say?" "Oh, set me up, as Sarah says," returned Ella, and Mary, who had never had the advantage of a waiting maid, and who consequently was not so well posted on slang terms, asked what setting up meant. "Why," returned Ella, "she tells them how handsome and smart I am, and repeats some cunning thing I've said or done, and sometimes she tells it right before me, and that's why I didn't want to come out." This time, however, Mrs. Campbell's conversation related more particularly to Mary. "My dear Mrs. Mason," she began, "you do not know how great a load you have removed from my mind by taking Mary from the poorhouse. I can readily understand," said Mrs. Mason, "why you should feel more than a passing interest in the sister of your adopted daughter, and I assure you I shall endeavor to treat her just as I would wish a child of mine treated, were it thrown upon the wide world." "Of course you will," returned Mrs. Campbell, "and I only wish you had it in your power to do more for her, and in this perhaps I am selfish. I felt badly about her being in the poorhouse, but truth compels me to say that it was more on Ella's account than her own. I shall give Ella every advantage which money can purchase, and I am excusable, I think, for saying that she is admirably fitted to adorn any station in life. Therefore it cannot but be exceedingly mortifying to her to know that one sister died a pauper, and the other was one for a length of time. This, however, cannot be helped, and now, as I said before, I only wish it were in your power to do more for Mary. I, of course, know that you are poor, but I do not think less of you for that." Mrs. Mason's body became slightly more erect, but she made no reply, and Mrs. Campbell continued, "Still, I hope you will make every exertion in your power to educate and polish Mary as much as possible, so that if by chance Ella in after years should come in contact with her, she would not feel, would not be ashamed to her own sister, I suppose you would say," interrupted Mrs. Mason. "Ashamed to acknowledge that the same blood flowed in her veins, that the same roof once sheltered them, and that the same mother bent lovingly over their pillows, calling them her children." "Why, not exactly that," said Mrs. Campbell, fidgeting in her chair and growing very red. "I think there is a difference between feeling mortified and ashamed. Now, you must know that Ella would not be particularly pleased to have a homely, stupid, raw-boned country girl pointed out as her sister to a circle of fashionable acquaintances in Boston, where I intend taking her as soon as her education is finished. And I think it well enough for Mary to understand that with the best you can do for her, there will still be a great difference between her own and her sister's position." "Excuse me, madam," again interrupted Mrs. Mason. "A stupid, awkward country girl Mary is not, and never will be. In point of intellect, she is far superior to her sister and possesses more graceful and ladylike manners. Instead of Ella's being ashamed of her, I fancy it will be just the reverse unless your daughter's foolish vanity and utter selfishness is soon checked. Pardon me for being thus plain, but in the short time Mary has been with me, I have learned to love her, and my heart already warms towards her as towards a daughter, and I cannot calmly hear her spoken of so contemptuously." During this conversation, Ella had remained listening at the keyhole, and as the voices grew louder and more earnest, Mary, too, distinguished what they said. She was too young to appreciate it fully, but she understood enough to wound her deeply. And as she just then heard Ella say there was a carriage coming, she sprang up the stairs and, entering her own room, threw herself upon the bed and burst into tears. Ere long, a little chubby face looked in at the door, and a voice which went to Mary's heart exclaimed, "Why, Mary! Crying the first time I come to see you?" It was Jenny, and in a moment the girls were in each other's arms. "Rose has gone to the garden with Ella," said Jenny, "but she told me where to find you, and I came right up here. Oh, what a nice little room! So different from mine, with my things scattered everywhere. But what is the matter? Don't you like to live with Mrs. Mason?" "Yes, very much," answered Mary. "It isn't that." And then she told what she had overheard. "It's perfectly ridiculous and out of character for Mrs. Campbell to talk so," said Jenny, looking very wise. "And it's all false, too. You are not stupid, nor awkward, nor very homely either. Billy Bender says so, and he knows. I saw him this morning, and he talked ever so much about you. Next fall he's going to Wilbraham to study Latin and Chinese, too, I believe. I don't know, though. Henry laughs and says a plow jogger studied Latin, but I guess Billy will someday be a bigger man than Henry, don't you?" Mary was sure of it. And then Jenny proceeded to open her budget of news concerning the inmates of the poorhouse. "Sal Furbush," said she, "is raving crazy now you are gone, and they had to shut her up. But yesterday she broke away and came over to our house. Tasso was with her, and growled so at Henry that he ran up garret and then, like a great hateful, threw bricks at the dog. I told Sally I was coming to see you, and she said, 'Ask her if she has taken the first step towards the publication of my novel. Tell her, too, that the glory of Israel has departed, and that I would drown myself if it were not for my clothes, which I fear Mrs. Grundy would wear out.'" Here Rose called to her sister to come down, and accordingly the two girls descended together to the parlor, where they found Mrs. Lincoln. She was riding out, she said, and had just stopped a moment to inquire after Mrs. Mason's health and to ask for a very few flowers. They did look so tempting. She was, of course, perfectly delighted to meet Mrs. Campbell, and Mrs. Campbell was perfectly delighted to meet her. And drawing their chairs together, they conversed for a long time about Mrs. So-and-so, who either had come or was coming from Boston to spend the summer. "I am so glad," said Mrs. Lincoln, "for we need something to keep us alive. I don't see, Mrs. Campbell, how you managed to live here through the winter, no society, nor anything." Here Mrs. Mason ventured to ask if there were not some very pleasant and intelligent ladies in the village. "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Lincoln, with a peculiar twist to her mouth, which Jenny said she always used when she was putting on. "They are well enough, but they are not the kind of folks we would recognize at home. At least they don't belong to our set," speaking to Mrs. Campbell, who replied, "Oh, certainly not." It was plain even to a casual observer that Mrs. Lincoln's was the ruling spirit to which Mrs. Campbell readily yielded, thinking that so perfect a model of gentility could not err. Mr. Knight possibly might have enlightened her a little with regard to her friend's pedigree, but he was not present, and for half an hour more the two ladies talked together of their city acquaintances, without once seeming to remember that Mrs. Mason, too, had formerly known them all intimately. At last Mrs. Lincoln arose, saying she must go, as she had already stopped much longer than she intended. "But when I get with you," she said, turning to Mrs. Campbell, "I never know when to leave." Mrs. Mason invited her to remain to tea, saying it was nearly ready. Mrs. Campbell, who had also arisen, waited for Mrs. Lincoln to decide, which she soon did by reseating herself and saying laughingly, "I don't know, but I'll stay for a taste of those delicious-looking strawberries I saw your servant carry past the window." Ere long, the little tea bell rang, and Mrs. Lincoln, who had not before spoken to Mary, now turned haughtily towards her, requesting her to watch while they were at supper and see if the coachman did not drive off with the horses, as he sometimes did. Mary could not trust herself to reply, for she had agreed to sit next to Jenny at table, and had in her own mind decided to give her little friend her share of berries. She glanced once at Mrs. Mason, who apparently did not notice her, and then, gulping down her tears, took her station by the window, where she could see the coachman, who, instead of meditating a drive around the neighborhood, was fast asleep upon the box. Jenny did not miss her companion until she was sitting down to the table, and then, noticing an empty plate between herself and her mother, who managed to take up as much room as possible, she rather impolitely called out, "Here, Mother, sit along and make room for Mary. That's her place. Why, where is she? Mrs. Mason, may I call her?" Mrs. Mason, who had seen and heard more than Mary fancied, and who, in seating her guests, had contrived to bring Mary's plate next to Mrs. Lincoln, nodded, and Jenny, springing up, ran to the parlor, where Mary stood counting flies, looking up at the ceiling, and trying various other ways to keep from crying. Seizing her with both hands, Jenny almost dragged her into the dining room, where she found it rather difficult squeezing in between her mother and Rose, whose elbows took up much more room than was necessary. A timely pinch, however, duly administered, sent the young lady along an inch or so, and Jenny and Mary were at last fairly seated. Mrs. Lincoln reddened. Mrs. Campbell looked concerned. Mrs. Mason amused. Rose angry. Mary mortified, while Ella, who was not quick enough to understand, did not look at all except at her strawberries, which disappeared rapidly. Then, in order to attract attention, she scraped her saucer as loudly as possible. But for once, Mrs. Mason was very obtuse, not even taking the hint when Mrs. Campbell removed a portion of her own fruit to the plate of the pouting child, bidding her eat something besides berries. After a time, Mrs. Lincoln thought proper to break the silence which she had preserved, and taking up her fork, said, "You have been buying some new silver, haven't you?" "They were a present to me from my friend, Miss Martha Selden," was Mrs. Mason's reply. "Possible," said Mrs. Campbell. "Indeed," said Mrs. Lincoln, and again closely examining the fork, she continued, "Aunt Martha is really getting liberal in her old age. But then I suppose she thinks Ida is provided for, and there'll be no particular need of her money in that quarter." "Provided for? How?" asked Mrs. Mason, and Mrs. Lincoln answered, "Why, didn't you know that Mr. Selden's orphan nephew, George Morland, had come over from England to live with him? He is heir to a large fortune, and it is said that both Mr. Selden and Aunt Martha are straining every nerve to eventually bring about a match between George and Ida." There was no reason why Mary should blush at the mention of George Morland. Still, she did so, while Jenny slyly stepped upon her toes. But her embarrassment was unobserved, for what did she, a pauper girl, know or care about one whose future destiny, and wife too, were even the subject of more than one scheming mother's speculations? Mrs. Mason smiled, and said that she thought it very much like child's play, for if she remembered rightly, Ida couldn't be more than 13 or 14. "About that," returned Mrs. Lincoln. "But the young man is older, 18 or 19, I think. No, Mother, interrupted Jenny, who was as good at keeping ages as some old women. He isn't but 17. Really, rejoined Mrs. Campbell. I wouldn't wonder if our little Jenny had some designs on him herself. She is so anxious to make him out young. Oh, fie, returned Jenny. He can't begin with Billy Bender. Mrs. Lincoln frowned, and turning to her daughter said, I have repeatedly requested, and now I command you, not to bring up Billy Bender in comparison with everything and everybody. And pray, who is Billy Bender? Asked Mrs. Mason, and Mrs. Lincoln replied, Why, he's a great, rough, and overgrown country boy who used to work for Mr. Lincoln, and now he's on the town farm, I believe. But he's working there, said Jenny, and he's going to get money enough to go to school next fall at Wilbraham. And I heard Father say he deserved a great deal of credit for it, and that men that made themselves, or else men that didn't, I forgot which, were always the smartest. Here the older portion of the company laughed, and Mrs. Lincoln, bidding her daughter not to try to tell anything unless she could get it straight, again resumed the subject of the silver forks, saying to Mrs. Mason, I think you'd be so glad. For my part, I'm perfectly wedded to a silver fork, and positively I could not eat without one. But, Mother, interrupted Jenny, Grandma Howland hasn't any, and I don't believe she ever had. For once, when we were there and you carried yours to eat with, don't you remember she showed you a little two-tined one and asked if the victuals didn't taste just as good when you lived at home and worked in that great big noisy building? I forget the name of it. It was fortunate for Jenny's after-happiness that Mrs. Campbell was just then listening intently for something which Ella was whispering in her ear. Consequently, she did not hear the remark, which might possibly have enlightened her a little with regard to her friend's early days. Tea being over, the ladies announced their intention of leaving, and Mrs. Mason, recollecting Mrs. Lincoln's request for flowers, invited them into the garden, where she bade them help themselves. It required, however, almost a martyr's patience for her to stand quietly by, while her choicest flowers were torn from their stalks, and it was with a sigh of relief that she finally listened to the roll of the wheels which bore her guests away. Could she have listened to their remarks, as on a piece of wide road their carriages kept side by side for a mile or more, she would probably have felt amply repaid for her flowers and trouble too. Dear me, said Mrs. Campbell, I could never live in such a lonely, out-of-the-way place. Nor I either, returned Mrs. Lincoln. But I think Mrs. Mason appears more at home here than in a city. I suppose you know she was a poor girl when Mr. Mason married her, and such people almost always show their breeding. Still, she is a good sort of woman, and it is well enough to have some such nice place to visit and get fruit. Weren't those delicious berries? And ain't these splendid rosebuds? I guess, though, said Jenny, glancing at her mother's huge bouquet, Mrs. Mason didn't expect you to gather quite so many. And Rose, too, trampled down a beautiful lily without ever apologizing. And what if I did? Retorted Rose. She and that girl have nothing to do but fix it up. This allusion to Mary reminded Mrs. Campbell of her conversation with Mrs. Mason, and laughingly she repeated it. I never knew before, said she, that Mrs. Mason had so much spirit. Why, she really seemed quite angry, and tried hard to make Mary out beautiful and graceful and all that. And, chimed in Ella, who was angry at Mrs. Mason for defending her sister, and angry at her sister for being defended, don't you think she said that Mary ought to be ashamed of me? Is it possible she was so impudent? said Mrs. Lincoln. "I wish I had been present. I would have spoken my mind freely, but so much one gets for patronizing such creatures." Here the road became narrow, and as the western sky showed indications of a storm, the coachmen were told to drive home as soon as possible. Mrs. Campbell's advice with regard to Mary made no difference whatever with Mrs. Mason's plans. She had always intended doing for her whatever she could, and knowing that a good education was of far more value than money, she determined to give her every advantage which lay in her power. There was that summer a most excellent school in Rice Corner, and as Mrs. Mason had fortunately no prejudices against a district school, where so many of our best and greatest men have been educated, she resolved to send her little protégée as soon as her wardrobe could be in a suitable condition. Accordingly, in a few days, Mary became a regular attendant at the old brown schoolhouse, where for a time we will leave her, and passing silently over a period of several years again, in another chapter open the scene in the metropolis of the old Bay State. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul S. Jenkins. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. The Three Young Men. It was beginning to be daylight in the city of Boston, and as the grey east gradually brightened and grew red in the coming of day, a young man looked out upon the busy world around him, with that feeling of utter loneliness which one so often feels in a great city where all is new and strange to him. Scarcely 4 weeks had passed since the notes of a tolling bell had fallen sadly upon his ear, and he had looked into a grave where they laid his mother to her last dreamless rest. A prevailing fever had effected what the fancied ailments of years had failed to do, and Billy Bender was now an orphan and alone in the wide world. He knew that he had his own fortune to make, and after settling his mother's affairs, and finding there was nothing left for him, he had come to the city, and on the morning which we have mentioned, went forth alone to look for employment, with no other recommendation than the frank, honest expression of his handsome face. It was rather discouraging, wearisome work, and Billy's heart began to misgive him, as one after another refused his request. It was foolish in me to attempt it, thought he, as he stopped once more in front of a large wholesale establishment on M. Street. Just then his eye caught the sign on which was lettered R. J. Selden & Co. The name sounded familiar, and something whispered to him to enter. He did so, and meeting in the doorway a tall, elegant-looking young man, he asked for Mr. Selden. "My uncle," returned the gentleman, who was none other than George Morland, "has not yet come down, but perhaps I can answer your purpose just as well. Do you wish to purchase goods?" Billy, thinking that everyone must know his poverty, fancied there was something satirical in the question, but he was mistaken. The manner was natural to the speaker, who, as Billy made no direct reply, again asked, "What would you like, sir?" "Something to do, for I have neither money nor a home," was Billy's prompt answer. "Will you give me your name?" asked George. Billy complied, and when he spoke of his native town, George repeated it after him, saying, "I have some acquaintances who spend the summer in Chicopee, but you probably have never known them." Immediately Billy thought of the Lincolns, and now knew why the name of Selden seemed so familiar. He had heard Jenny speak of Ida, and felt certain that R.J. Selden was her father. For a moment George regarded him intently, and then said, We seldom employ strangers without a recommendation. Still, I do not believe you need any. My uncle is wanting a young man, but the work may hardly suit you," he added, naming the duties he would be expected to perform, which certainly were rather menial. Still, as the wages were liberal, and he would have considerable leisure, Billy, for want of a better, accepted the situation, and was immediately introduced to his business. For some time he only saw George at a distance, but was told by one of the clerks that he was just graduated at Yale, and was now a junior partner in his uncle's establishment. "We all like him very much," said the clerk. "He is so pleasant and kind, though a little proud, I guess." This was all that Billy knew of him until he had been in Mr. Selden's employment nearly 3 weeks. Then, as he was one day poring over a volume of Horace, which he had brought with him, George, who chanced to pass by, looked over his shoulder, exclaiming, "Why, Bender, can you read Latin? Really, this is a novelty. Are you fond of books?" "Yes, very," said Billy, "though I have but few of my own." "Fortunately, then, I can accommodate you," returned George, "for I have a tolerably good library, to which you can at any time have access. Suppose you come round to my uncle's tonight. Never mind about thanking me," he added, as he saw Billy about to speak. "I hate to be thanked, so tonight at 8 o'clock I shall expect you." Accordingly, that evening Billy started for Mr. Selden's. George, who wished to save him from any embarrassment, answered his ring himself, and immediately conducted him to his room, where for an hour or so they discussed their favourite books and authors. At last George, astonished at Billy's general knowledge of men and things, exclaimed, "Why, Bender, I do believe you are almost as good a scholar as I, who have been through college. Pray, how does it happen?" In a few words Billy explained that he had been in the habit of working summers and going to school at Wilbraham winters, and then, as it was nearly 10, he hastily gathered up the books which George had kindly loaned him, and took his leave. As he was descending the broad stairway, he met a young girl, fashionably dressed, who stared at him in some surprise and then passed on, wondering, no doubt, how one of his evident caste came to be in the front part of the house. In the upper hall she encountered George, and asked of him who the stranger was. "His name is Bender, and he came from Chicopee," answered George. "Bender from Chicopee?" repeated Ida. "Why, I wonder if it isn't Billy Bender about whom Jenny Lincoln has gone almost mad." "I think not," returned her cousin, "for Mrs. Lincoln would hardly suffer her daughter to mention a poor boy's name, much less to go mad about him." "But," answered Ida, "he worked on Mr. Lincoln's farm when Jenny was a little girl, and now that she is older she talks of him nearly all the time, and Rose says it would not surprise her if she should some day run off with him." "Possibly it is the same," returned George. "Anyway, he is very fine-looking, and a fine fellow, too, besides being an excellent scholar." The next day, when Billy chanced to be alone, George approached him, and after making some casual remarks about the books he had borrowed, etc., he said, "Did you ever see Jenny Lincoln in Chicopee?" "Oh, yes," answered Billy, brightening up, for Jenny had always been and still was a great favourite with him. "Oh, yes, I know Jenny very well. I worked for her father some years ago, and became greatly interested in her." "Indeed, then you must know Henry Lincoln." "Yes, I know him," said Billy, while George continued, "and think but little of him, of course." On this subject Billy was non-committal. He had no cause for liking Henry, but would not say so to a comparative stranger, and at last he succeeded in changing the conversation. George was about moving away, when, observing a little old-fashioned-looking book lying upon one of the boxes, he took it up and, turning to the fly-leaf, read the name of Frank Howard. "Frank Howard? Frank Howard?" he repeated. "Where have I heard that name? Who is he, Bender?" "He was a little English boy I once loved very much, but he is dead now," answered Billy. And George, with a suddenly awakened curiosity, said, "Tell me about him and his family, will you?" Without dreaming that George had ever seen them, Billy told the story of Frank's sickness and death, of the noble conduct of his little sister, who, when there was no other alternative, went cheerfully to the poorhouse, winning by her gentle ways the love of those unused to love, and taming the wild mood of a maniac until she was harmless as a child. As he proceeded with his story, George became each moment more and more interested, and when at last there was a pause, he asked, "And is Mary in the poorhouse now?" "I have not mentioned her name, and pray how came you to know it?" said Billy in some surprise. In a few words, George related the particulars of his acquaintance with the Howards, and then again asked where both Mary and Ella were. Billy replied that for a few years back Mary had lived with a Mrs. Mason, while Ella, at the time of her mother's death, had been adopted by Mrs. Campbell. "But," said he, "I never think of Ella in connection with Mary, they are so unlike. Ella is proud and vain and silly, and treats her sister with the utmost rudeness, though Mary is far more agreeable and intelligent, and, as I think, the best looking." "She must have changed very much," answered George, "for if I remember rightly, she was not remarkable for personal beauty. She hasn't a silly doll baby's face, but there isn't a finer-looking girl in Chicopee. No, nor in Boston either," returned Billy, with so much warmth and earnestness that George laughed aloud, saying, "Why, really, Bender, you are more eloquent on the subject of female beauty than I supposed you to be. But go on, tell me more of her. Is she at all refined or polished?" "I dare say she would not meet with your ideas of a lady," answered Billy, "but she does mine exactly, for she possesses more natural refinement and delicacy than 2/3 of the city belles. Really, I am getting quite interested in her," said George. "How is her education?" "Good, very good," returned Billy, adding that she was now teaching in Rice Corner, hoping to earn money enough to attend some seminary in the fall. "Teaching?" repeated George. "Why, she can't be over 16. He was going to say more, when someone slapped him rudely on the shoulder, calling out, "How are you, old feller? And what is there in Boston to interest such a scapegrace as I am?" Looking up, Billy saw before him Henry Lincoln, exquisitely dressed, but bearing in his appearance evident marks of dissipation. "Why, Henry," exclaimed George, "how came you here? I supposed you were drawing lamp-black caricatures of some one of the tutors in old Yale. What's the matter? What have you been doing?" "Why, you see," answered Henry, drawing his cigar from his mouth and squirting, by accident, of course, a quantity of spittle over Billy's nicely blacked shoes, "why, you see, one of the sophs got his arm broken in a row, and as I am so tender-hearted and couldn't bear to hear him groan, to say nothing of his swearing, the faculty kindly advised me to leave, and sent on before me a recommendation to the old man. But, egad, I fixed him. I told him he was in Boston, whereas he's in Chicopee, so I just took the letter from the office myself. It reads beautifully. Do you understand?" All this time, in spite of the tobacco juice, Henry had apparently taken no notice of Billy, whom George now introduced, saying he believed they were old acquaintances. With the coolest effrontery, Henry took from his pocket a quizzing glass, and applying it to his eye, said, "I've absolutely studied until I'm near-sighted, but I don't think I ever met this chap before." "Perhaps, sir," said Billy haughtily, "it may refresh your memory a little to know that I was once the owner of Tasso." "Blast the brute," muttered Henry, meaning Billy quite as much as the dog. Then, turning to George, he asked, how long the old folks had been in Chicopee. "Several weeks, I think," answered George, and then, either because he wanted to hear what Henry would say, or because of a reawakened interest in Mary Howard, he continued, "By the way, Henry, when you came so unceremoniously upon us, we were speaking of a young girl in Chicopee, whom you have perhaps ferreted out ere this, as Bender says she is fine-looking." Henry stroked his whiskers, which had received far more cultivation than his brains, stuck his hat on one side, and answered, "Why, yes, I suppose that in my way I am something of a boy with the fair sex. But really I do not now think of more than one handsome girl in Chicopee, and that is Ella Campbell, but she is young yet, not as old as Jenny. Altogether too small fry for Henry Lincoln, Esquire. But who is the girl? Billy frowned, for he held Mary's name as too sacred to be breathed by a young man of Henry Lincoln's character, while George replied, "Her name is Mary Howard." "What, the pauper?" asked Henry, looking significantly at Billy, who replied, "The same, sir." "Phew!" whistled Henry, prolonging the diphthong to an unusual length. "Why, she's got 2 teeth at least a foot long, and her face looks as though she had just been in the vinegar barrel and didn't like the taste of it." "But without joking, though, how does she look?" asked George, while Billy made a movement as if he would help the insolent puppy to find his level. "Well now, old boy," returned Henry, "I'll tell you honestly that the last time I saw her, I was surprised to find how much she was improved. She has swallowed those abominable teeth, or done something with them, and is really quite decent looking. In short," he continued, with a malicious leer at Billy, which made the blood tingle to his finger's end, "in short, she'll do very well for a city buck like me to play the mischief with for a summer or so, and then cast off like an old coat." There was a look in Billy's eye as Henry finished this speech which decided that young man to make no further remarks concerning Mary, and swaggering towards the door, he added, "Well, Morland, when will you come round and take a horn of brandy? Let me know, and I'll have in some of the bloods." "Thank you," said George. "I never use the article." "I beg your pardon," returned Henry, in a tone of mock humility. "I remember now that you've taken to carrying a prayer book as big as an old woman's moulding board, and managed to come out behind in the service about 3 or 4 lines so as to be distinctly heard. But I suppose you think it pleases the old gent, your uncle, and that furthers your cause with the daughter. By the way, present my compliments to Miss Selden, and ask her if she has any word to send to Chicopee, for I'll have to go there by and by, though I hate to mightily, for it'll be just like the old man to put me through in the hayfield, and if there's anything I abominate, it's work." So saying, he took his leave. Just then there was a call for Mr. Morland, who also departed, leaving Billy alone. "It is very strange that she never told me she knew him," thought he, and then taking from his pocket a neatly folded letter, he again read it through. But there was nothing in it about George except the simple words, "I am glad you have found a friend in Mr. Morland. I am sure I should like him, just because he is kind to you." "Yes, she's forgotten him," said Billy, and that belief gave him secret satisfaction. He had known Mary long, and the interest he had felt in her, when a homely neglected child, had not in the least decreased as the lapse of time gradually ripened her into a fine, intelligent-looking girl. He was to her a brother still, but she to him was dearer far than a sister, and though in his letters he always addressed her as such, in his heart he claimed her as something nearer, and yet he had never breathed in her ear a word of love, or hinted that it was for her sake that he toiled both early and late, hoarding up his earnings with almost a miser's care that she might be educated. Regularly each week she wrote to him, and it was the receipt of these letters and the thoughts of her that kept his heart so brave and cheerful, as, alone and unappreciated, except by George, he worked on, dreaming of a bright future when the one great object of his life should be realized. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 16, The School-Mistress. In the old brown schoolhouse, overshadowed by apple trees and sheltered on the west by a long steep hill where the acorns and wild grapes grew, Mary Howard taught her little flock of 25, coaxing some, urging others, and teaching them all by her kind words and winsome ways to love her as they had never before loved an instructor. When first she was proposed as a teacher in Rice Corner, Widow Perkins and a few others who had no children to send held up their hands in amazement, wondering what the world was comin' to, and if the committee man, Mr. Knight, supposed they was goin' to be rid over roughshod by a town pauper. But she couldn't get a stiff'cate, for the Orthodox minister wouldn't give her one, and if he did, the Unitarian minister wouldn't. Accordingly, when it was known that the ordeal had been passed, and that Mary had in her possession a piece of paper about 3 inches square, authorizing her to teach a common district school, this worthy conclave concluded that either everybody had lost their senses, or else Miss Mason, who was present at the examination, had sat by and whispered in her ear the answers to all hard questions. "In all my born days I never seen anything like it," said the widow, as she distributed her green tea, sweetened with brown sugar, to a party of ladies which she was entertaining. "But you'll see she won't keep her time more'n half out. Sally Ann, pass them nut cakes. Nobody's going to send their children to a pauper. There's Miss Bradley says she'll take hern out the first time they get licked. Have some more sass, Miss Dodge. I want it eat up, for I believe it's a-workin'. But I telled her that warn't the trouble. Mary's too softly to hurt a musketeer, and so young, too. It's government she'll lack in. If anybody'll have a piece of this dried apple pie, I'll cut it." Of course, nobody wanted a piece, and one of the ladies, continuing the conversation, said she supposed Mary would of course board with Mrs. Mason. The teapot lid, which chanced to be off, went on with a jerk, and with the air of a much injured woman, the widow replied, "Wall, I can tell her this much. It's no desirable job to board the schoolmarm, though anybody can see that's all made her so anxious for Mary to have the school. She's short on it, wants a little money. Do any on you know how much she charges?" Nobody knew, but a good many guessed she didn't charge anything, and the widow, rising from the table and telling Sally Ann to rinse the sass dishes and pour it in the vinegar bottle, led her guest back to the best room, saying $1.09, her usual price, was next to nothing, but she'd warrant Miss Mason had more'n that. Fortunately, Mary knew nothing of Mrs. Perkins' displeasure, and never dreamed that any feeling existed towards her, save that of perfect friendship. Since we last saw her, she had grown into a fine, healthy-looking girl. Her face and figure were round and full, and her complexion, though still rather pale, was clear as marble, contrasting well with her dark brown hair and eyes, which no longer seemed unnaturally large. Still, she was not beautiful, it is true, and yet Billy was not far from right when he called her the finest-looking girl in Chicopee, and it was for this reason, perhaps, that Mrs. Campbell watched her with so much jealousy. Every possible pains had been taken with Ella's education. The best teachers had been hired to instruct her, and she was now at a fashionable seminary, but still she did not possess one half the ease and gracefulness of manner which seemed natural to her sister. Since the day of that memorable visit, the two girls had seen but little of each other. Ella would not forgive Mrs. Mason for praising Mary, nor forgive Mary for being praised, and as Mrs. Campbell, too, pretended to feel insulted, the intercourse between the families gradually ceased, and oftentimes when Ella met her sister, she merely acknowledged her presence by a nod or a simple "How do you do?" When she heard that Mary was to be a teacher, she said she was glad, for it was more respectable than going into a factory or working out. Mrs. Campbell, too, felt in duty bound to express her pleasure, adding that she hoped Mary would give satisfaction, but 'twas extremely doubtful, she was so young and possessed of so little dignity. Unfortunately, Widow Perkins' red cottage stood directly opposite the schoolhouse, and as the widow belonged to that stirring few who always wash the breakfast dishes and make the beds before anyone is up in the house, she had ample leisure to watch and report the proceedings of the new teacher. Now Mrs. Perkins' clock was like its mistress, always half an hour in advance of the true time, and Mary had scarcely taught a week ere Mr. Knight, the committee man, was duly hailed in the street, and told that the schoolmarm wanted lookin' to, for she didn't begin no mornin' till 9:30, nor no afternoon till 1:30. Besides that, she added, I think she gives 'em too long a play spell. Anyways, seems ef some of 'em was out o' door the whole time. Mr. Knight had too much good sense to heed the widow's complaints, and he merely replied, I'm glad on it. 5 hours is enough to keep little shavers cramped up in a house. Glad on it. The widow, thus foiled in her attempts at making disturbance, finally gave up the strife, contenting herself with quizzing the older girls, and asking them if Mary could do all the hard sums in arithmetic, or whether she took them home for Mrs. Mason to solve. Old leathern-bound Dabble, too, was brought to light, and its most difficult problems selected and sent to Mary, who, being an excellent mathematician, worked them all out to the widow's astonishment. But when it was known that quill pens had been discarded and steel ones substituted in their place, Mrs. Perkins again looked askance, declaring that Mary couldn't make a quill pen, and by way of testing the matter, Sally Ann was sent across the road with a huge bunch of goose quills, which Miss Howard was politely requested to fix as Ma wanted to write some letters. Mary candidly confessed her ignorance, saying she had never made a pen in her life, and the next Sabbath the widow's leghorn was missed from its accustomed pew in the Unitarian church, and upon inquiry it was ascertained that she couldn't in conscience hear a man preach who would give a stiffykit to a girl that didn't know how to make a pen. In spite, however, of these little annoyances, Mary was contented and happy. She knew that her pupils loved her, and that the greater part of the district were satisfied, so she greeted the widow with her pleasantest smile, and by always being particularly polite to Sally Ann, finally overcame their prejudices to a considerable extent. One afternoon about the middle of July, as Mrs. Perkins was seated by her front window engaged in stitching shoes, a very common employment in some parts of New England, her attention was suddenly diverted by a tall, stylish-looking young man, who, driving his handsome horse and buggy under the shadow of the apple trees, alighted and entered into conversation with a group of little girls who were taking their usual recess. Mrs. Perkins's curiosity was roused, and Sally Ann was called to see who the stranger was. But for a wonder, Sally Ann didn't know, though she guessed the hoss was one of the East Chicopee livery. He's talking to Liddy Knight, said she, at the same time holding back the curtain and stepping aside so as not to be visible herself. Try if you can hear what he's saying, whispered Mrs. Perkins. But a class of boys in the schoolhouse just then struck into the multiplication table, thus effectually drowning anything which Sally Ann might otherwise have heard. I know them children will split their throats. Can't they hold up a minute? Exclaimed Mrs. Perkins, greatly annoyed at being thus prevented from overhearing a conversation, the nature of which she could not even guess. But as some other Widow Perkins may read this story, we will, for her benefit, repeat what the young man was saying to Lydia Knight, who, being nearest to him, was the first one addressed. You have a nice place for your schoolhouse and playgrounds. Yes, sir, answered Lydia, twirling her sunbonnet and taking up a small round stone between her naked toes. Do you like to go to school? Yes, sir. Have you a good teacher? Yes, sir. What is her name? Miss Howard, Mary Howard, and she lives with Miss Mason. Mary Howard, that's a pretty name. Is she pretty too? Not so dreadful, chimed in Susan Bradley. She licked Brother Tim today, and I don't think she's much pretty. This speech quickly called out the opinion of the other girls as follows. He ought to be licked, for he stole a knife and then lied about it, and Miss Howard is real pretty, and you needn't say she ain't, Susan Bradley. Yes, indeed, she's pretty, rejoined a second. Such handsome eyes and little white hands. "What color are her eyes?" asked the stranger, to which 2 replied, "Blue," and 3 more said, "Black," while Lydia Knight, who was the oldest of the group, finally settled the question by saying that they sometimes looked blue, but if she was real pleased or sorry, either, they turned black. The stranger smiled and said, "Tell me more about her. Does she ever scold, or has she too pretty a mouth for that?" "No, she never scolds," said Delia Frost, "and she's got the nicest, whitest teeth, and I guess she knows it, too, for she shows them a great deal." "She's real white, too," rejoined Lydia Knight, "though Pa says she used to be yaller as saffron." Here there was a gentle rap upon the window, and the girls, starting off, exclaimed, "There, we must go in." "May I go, too?" asked the stranger, following them to the door. The girls looked at each other, then at him, then at each other again, and at last Lydia said, "I don't care, but I guess Miss Howard will be ashamed, for 'twas Suke Bradley's turn to sweep the schoolhouse this noontime, and she wouldn't do it, 'cause Tim got licked." "Never mind the schoolhouse," returned the stranger, "but introduce me as Mr. Stewart." Lydia had never introduced anybody in her life, and following her companions to her seat, she left Mr. Stewart standing in the doorway. With her usual politeness, Mary came forward and received the stranger, who gave his name as Mr. Stewart, saying he felt much interested in common schools and therefore had ventured to call. Offering the seat of honor, namely the splint-bottomed chair, Mary resumed her usual duties, occasionally casting a look of curiosity at the stranger, whose eyes seemed constantly upon her. It was rather warm that day, and when Mary returned from her dinner, Widow Perkins was greatly shocked at seeing her attired in a light pink muslin dress, the short sleeves of which showed to good advantage her round white arms. A narrow velvet ribbon, confined by a small brooch, and a black silk apron completed her toilet, with the exception of a tiny locket which was suspended from her neck by a slender gold chain. This last ornament immediately riveted Mr. Stewart's attention, and from some strange cause sent the color quickly to his face. After a time, as if to ascertain whether it were really a locket or a watch, he asked if Miss Howard could tell him the hour. "Certainly, sir," said she, and stepping to the desk and consulting a silver timepiece about the size of a dining plate, she told him that it was 3:30. He nodded and seemed very much interested in 2 little boys who sat near him, engaged in the laudable employment of seeing which could snap spittle the farthest and the best. Just then there was a movement at the door, and a new visitor appeared in the person of Mrs. Perkins, who, with her large feather fan and flounced gingham dress, entered smiling and bowing and saying she had been trying all summer to visit the school. Mr. Stewart immediately arose and offered his chair, but there was something in his manner which led Mary to suppose that an introduction was not at all desired, so she omitted it, greatly to the chagrin of the widow, who, declining the proffered seat, squeezed herself between Lydia Knight and another girl, upsetting the inkstand of the one and causing the other to make a curious character out of the letter X she chanced to be writing. Liddy, she whispered, "who is that man?" But Lydia was too much engrossed with her spoiled apron to answer this question, and she replied with, "Marm, may I go out? I've spilt the ink all over my apron." Permission, of course, was granted, and as the girl who sat next knew nothing of the stranger, Mrs. Perkins began to think she might just as well have stayed at home and finished her shoes. But, thought she, maybe I shall find out after school. Fortune, however, was against the widow, for scarcely was her feather fan in full play when Sally Ann came under the window and, punching her back with a long stick, told her in a loud whisper that she must come right home, for Uncle Jim and Aunt Dolly had just come from the cars. Accordingly, Mrs. Perkins, smoothing down her gingham flounces and drawing on her cotton gloves, arose to go, asking Mary as she passed if that was an acquaintance of hers. Mary shook her head, and the widow, more puzzled than ever, took her leave. When school was out, Mr. Stewart, who seemed in no haste whatever, entered into a lively discussion with Mary concerning schools and books, adroitly managing to draw her out upon all the leading topics of the day. At last the conversation turned upon flowers, and when Mary chanced to mention Mrs. Mason's beautiful garden, he instantly expressed a great desire to see it, and finally offered to accompany Mary home, provided she had no objections. She could not, of course, say no, and the widow Perkins, who, besides attending to Uncle Jim and Aunt Dolly, still found time to watch the schoolhouse, came very near letting her buttermilk biscuit burn to a cinder when she saw the young man walking down the road with Mary. Arrived at Mrs. Mason's, the stranger managed to make himself so agreeable that Mrs. Mason invited him to stay to tea, an invitation which he readily accepted. Whoever he was, he seemed to understand exactly how to find out whatever he wished to know, and before tea was over, he had learned of Mary's intention to attend the academy in Wilbraham the next autumn. "Excuse me for making a suggestion," said he, "but why not go to Mount Holyoke? Do you not think the system of education there a most excellent one?" Mary glanced at Mrs. Mason, who replied that she believed they did not care to take a pupil at South Hadley for a less period than a year, and as Mary was entirely dependent upon herself, she could not at present afford that length of time. "That does make a difference," returned Mr. Stewart, "but I hope she will not give up Mount Holyoke entirely, as I should prefer it to Wilbraham." Tea being over, Mr. Stewart arose to go, and Mary, as she accompanied him to the door, could not forbear asking how he liked Mrs. Mason's garden, which he had forgotten even to look at. Blushing deeply, he replied, "I suppose Miss Howard has learned ere this, that there are in the world things fairer and more attractive than flowers, but I will look at them when I come again." Then, politely bidding her good night, he walked away, leaving Mary and Mrs. Mason to wonder, the one what he came there for, and the other whether he would ever come again. The widow, too, wondered and fidgeted, as the sun went down behind the long hill, and still under the apple tree the gray pony stood. "It beats all nater what's kept him so long," said she, when he at last appeared and, unfastening his horse, drove off at a furious rate. "But if I live, I'll know all about it tomorrow." And with this consolatory remark, she returned to the best room, and for the remainder of the evening devoted herself to the entertainment of Uncle Jim and his wife, Aunt Dolly. That evening, Mr. Knight, who had been to the post office, called at Mrs. Mason's, bringing with him a letter which bore the Boston postmark. Passing it to Mary, he winked at Mrs. Mason, saying, "I kinder guess how all this writin' works will end, but hain't there been a young chap to see the school?" "Yes, how did you know it?" returned Mrs. Mason, while Mary blushed more deeply than she did when Billy's letter was handed to her. "Why, you see," answered Mr. Knight, "I was about at the foot of the Blanchard Hill when I see a buggy comin' like Jehu. Just as it got agin me, it kinder slackened, and the four-wheel ran off smacking scissors." "Was he hurt?" quickly asked Mary. "Not a bit on't," said Mr. Knight, "but he was scared some, I guess. I got out and helped him, and when he heard I was from Rice Corner, he said he'd been into school. Then he asked 47 questions about you, and just as I was setting you up high, who should come a-canterin' up with their long-tailed gowns and hats like men but Ella Campbell and a great white-eyed pucker that came home with her from school. Either Ella's horse was scary, or she did it a purpose, for the minute she got near, it began to rare, and she would have fell off if that man hadn't a-ketched it by the bit and held her on with t'other hand. I allus was the most sanguinary of men." Mr. Knight was never so far wrong in his life. "And I was buildin' castles about him and our little schoolmarm when Ella came along, and I gin it up, for I see that he was took, and she did took handsome with her curls a-flyin'. Wall, as I wasn't of no more use, I whipped up old Charlotte and come on." "When did Ella return?" asked Mary, who had not before heard of her sister's arrival. "I don't know," said Mr. Knight, The first I see of her, she was cutting through the streets on the dead run. But I mustn't stay here gabbin', so good night, Miss Mason. Good night, Mary. Hope you've got good news in that our letter." The moment he was gone, Mary ran up to her room to read her letter, from which we give the following extract. "You must have forgotten George Morland, or you would have mentioned him to me. I like him very much indeed, and yet I could not help feeling a little jealous when he manifested so much interest in you. Sometimes, Mary, I think that for a brother I am getting too selfish, and do not wish anyone to like you except myself, but I surely need not feel so towards George, the best friend I have in Boston. He is very kind, lending me books, and has even offered to use his influence in getting me a situation in one of the best law offices in the city." After reading this letter, Mary sat for a long time thinking of George Morland, of the time when she first knew him, of all that William Bender had been to her since, and wondering, as girls sometimes will, which she liked the best. Billy, unquestionably, had the strongest claim to her love, but could he have known how much satisfaction she felt in thinking that George still remembered and felt interested in her, he would have had some reason for fearing, as he occasionally did, that she would never be to him aught save a sister. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 17, Jealousy. The day following Mr. Stewart's visit was Saturday, and as there was no school, Mary decided to call upon her sister, whom she had not seen for some months. Mrs. Mason, who had some shopping to do in the village, offered to accompany her, and about 2 in the afternoon they set forward in Mr. Knight's covered buggy. The roads were smooth and dry, and in a short time they reached the bridge near the depot. A train of cars bound for Boston was just going out, and from one of the windows Mr. Stewart was looking and waving his hand towards Mary, who bowed in token of recognition. The sight and sound of the cars made old Charlotte, whom Mrs. Mason was driving, prick up her ears, and feet too, and in a few moments she carried her load to the village. Leaving Mrs. Mason at the store, Mary proceeded at once to Mrs. Campbell's. She rang the doorbell a little timidly, for the last time she saw her sister she had been treated with so much coldness that she now felt some anxiety with regard to the reception she was likely to meet. "Is Miss Campbell at home?" she asked of the girl who answered her ring. "Yes, she's at home," replied the girl, "but is busy dressing for company." "Tell her sister is here, if you please. I won't detain her long," said Mary, trying hard to shake off the tremor which always came upon her when she found herself in Mrs. Campbell's richly furnished house. Conducting Mary into the parlor, the girl departed with her message to Ella, who, together with the young lady whom Mr. Knight had styled a wide-eyed pucker, but whose real name was Eliza Porter, was dressing in the chamber above. The door of the room was open, and from her position Mary could hear distinctly every word which was uttered. "Miss Ella," said the girl, "your sister is in the parlor and wants to see you." "My sister?" repeated Ella. "Oh, forlorn! What brought her here today? Why didn't you tell her I wasn't at home?" "I never told a lie in my life," answered the honest servant girl, while Miss Porter, in unfeigned surprise, said, "Your sister? I didn't know you had one. Why doesn't she live at home?" Concealment was no longer possible, and in a half-vexed, half-laughing tone, Ella replied, "Why, I thought you knew that I was an orphan whom Mrs. Campbell adopted years ago." "You, an orphan?" returned Miss Porter. "Well, if I ever! Who adopted your sister?" "A poor woman in the country," was Ella's answer. Miss Porter, who was a notorious flatterer, replied, "I must see her, for if she is anything like you, I shall love her instantly." "Oh, she isn't like me," said Ella, with a curl of her lip. "She's smart enough, I suppose, but she hasn't a bit of polish or refinement. She doesn't come here often, and when she does, I am always in a fidget, for fear some of the city girls will call, and she'll do something outre. "I guess, then, I won't go down, at least not till I'm dressed," answered Miss Porter, and Ella, throwing on a dressing gown, descended to the parlor, where she met her sister with the ends of her fingers and a simple, "Ah, Mary, how do you do? Are you well?" After several commonplace remarks, Ella at last asked, "How did you know I was at home?" "Mr. Knight told me," said Mary. "Mr. Knight?" repeated Ella. "And pray, who is he? I don't believe he's on my list of acquaintances." "Do you remember the man who carried me to the poorhouse?" asked Mary. "Hush!" said Ella, glancing nervously towards the door. "There is a young lady upstairs, and it isn't necessary for her to know you've been a pauper." By this time, Miss Porter was dressed. She was very fond of display, and wishing to astonish the country girl with her silks and satins, came rustling into the parlor. "My sister," said Ella carelessly. Miss Porter nodded, and then, throwing herself languidly upon the sofa, looked down the street as if expecting someone. At last, supporting herself on her elbow, she lisped out, "I don't believe that he'th coming, for here 'tis after 4. "'Tisn't likely he'll stay in the graveyard all night," returned Ella. "I wish we'd asked him whose graves he was going to visit, don't you?" Then, by way of saying something more to Mary, she continued, "Oh, you ought to know what an adventure I had yesterday. It was a most miraculous escape, for I should certainly have been killed if the most magnificent-looking gentleman you ever saw hadn't caught me just in time to keep Beauty from throwing me. You ought to see his eyes. They were perfectly splendid." Mary replied that she herself thought he had rather handsome eyes. "You? Where did you ever see him?" asked Ella. "He visited my school yesterday afternoon." "Oh, no, that can't be the one," returned Ella, while Miss Porter, too, said, "Certainly not. Our cavalier never thaw the inside of a district schoolhouse, I know." "I am quite sure he saw one yesterday," said Mary, relating the circumstance of Mr. Knight's meeting him at the spot where Ella came so near getting a fall. "Did he go home with you?" asked Ella, in a tone plainly indicating that a negative answer was expected. Mary understood the drift of her sister's questioning, and promptly replied, "Yes, he went home with me and stayed to tea." Ella's countenance lowered, while Miss Porter exclaimed, "I declare we may as well give up all hope, for your sister, it seems, has the first claim." "Pshaw!" said Ella contemptuously, while Miss Porter, again turning to Mary, asked, "Did you learn his name? If you did, you are more fortunate than we were, and he came all the way home with us, too, leading Ella's pony. And besides that, we met him in the street this morning." "His name," returned Mary, "is Stewart, and he lives in Boston, I believe." "Stewart, Stewart," repeated Ella. "I never heard Lizzie Upton or the Lincolns mention the Stewarts, but perhaps they have recently removed to the city. Anyway, this young man is somebody, I know." Here Miss Porter, again looking down the road, exclaimed, "There, he's coming, I do believe." Both girls rushed to the window, but Mr. Stewart was not there, and when they were reseated, Mary very gravely remarked that he was probably ere this in Worcester, as she saw him in the Eastern train. "Why, really," said Ella, "you seem to be well posted in his affairs. Perhaps you can tell us whose graves he wished to find. He said he had some friends buried here, and inquired for the sexton." Mary knew nothing about it, and Ella, as if thinking aloud, continued, "It must be that he got belated and went from the graveyard across the fields to the depot. But, oh, horror," she added, "there comes Lizzie Upton and the rest of the Boston girls. Mary, I guess you'll have to go, Or rather, I guess you'll have to excuse me, for I must run up and dress. By the way, wouldn't you like some flowers? If you would just go into the kitchen and ask Bridget to show you the garden." Mary had flowers enough at home, and so, in spite of Ella's maneuver, she went out at the front door, meeting Lizzie Upton and the rest of the Boston girls face to face. Miss Porter, who acted the part of hostess while Ella was dressing, was quickly interrogated by Lizzie Upton as to who the young lady was they met in the yard. "That's Ella Campbell's sister," said Miss Porter. Then, lowering her voice to a whisper, she continued, "Don't you believe? Ella isn't Mrs. Campbell's own daughter, but an adopted one." "I know that," answered Lizzie, "but this sister, where does she live?" "Oh, in a kind of heathenish, out-of-the-way place, and teaches school for a living." "Well," returned Lizzie, "she is a much finer-looking girl than Ella." "How can you say so?" exclaimed 3 or 4 girls in a breath, and Lizzie replied, "Perhaps she hasn't so much of what is called beauty in her face, but she has a great deal more intellect." Here the doorbell again rang, and Ella, having made a hasty toilet, came tripping down the stairs in time to welcome Rose Lincoln, whom she embraced as warmly as if a little eternity, instead of 3 days, had elapsed since they had met. "I had perfectly despaired of your coming," said she. "Oh, how sweet you do look! But where's Jenny?" Rose's lip curled scornfully as she replied, "Why, she met Mary Howard in the store, and I couldn't drag her away." "And who is Mary Howard?" asked Lizzie Upton. Rose glanced at Ella, who said, "Why, she's the girl you met going out of the yard." "Oh, yes, I know. Your sister," returned Lizzie. "Isn't she to be here? I have noticed her in church, and should like to get acquainted with her. She has a fine eye and forehead." Ella dared not tell Lizzie that Mary was neither polished nor refined, so she answered that she could not stay this afternoon, as Mrs. Mason, the lady with whom she lived, was in a hurry to go home. Miss Porter looked up quickly from her embroidery and winked slyly at Ella in commendation of her falsehood. Jenny now came bounding in, her cheeks glowing and her eyes sparkling like diamonds. "I'm late, I know," said she, "but I met Mary in the store, and I never know when to leave her. I tried to make her come with me, telling her that as you were her sister, 'twas no matter if she weren't invited. But she said that Mrs. Mason had accepted an invitation to take tea with Mrs. Johnson, and she was going there too." Instantly Lizzie Upton's eyes were fixed upon Ella, who colored scarlet, and quickly changing the conversation, she commenced talking about her adventure of the evening before, and again the magnificent-looking stranger with his perfectly splendid eyes was duly described. "Oh, yes," said Jenny, who generally managed to talk all the time, whether she was heard or not. "Yes, Mary told me about him. He was in her school yesterday, and if I were going to describe George Morland, I could not do it more accurately than she did, in describing Mr. Stewart. You never saw George, did you?" "No," said Ella pettishly, "but seems to me Mary is dreadful anxious to have folks know that Mr. Stewart visited her school." "No, she isn't," answered Jenny. "I told her that I rode past her schoolhouse yesterday, and should have called had I not seen a big man's head protruding above the window-sill. Of course, I asked who he was, and she told me about him, and how he saved you from a broken neck." Ella's temper, never the best, was fast giving way, and by the time the company were all gone, she was fairly in a fit of the pouts. Running upstairs and throwing herself upon the bed, she burst into tears, wishing herself dead, and saying she knew no one would care if she were, for everybody liked Mary better than they did her. Miss Porter, who stood by, terribly distressed of course, rightly guessed that the everybody on this occasion referred merely to Mr. Stewart and Lizzie Upton. Ella was always jealous of any commendation bestowed upon Mary, seeming to consider it as so much taken from herself, and consequently could not bear that Lizzie should even think well of her. The fact, too, that Mr. Stewart had not only visited her school, but also walked home with her, was a sufficient reason why she should be thoroughly angry. Miss Porter knew that the surest method of coaxing her out of her pouting fit was to flatter her, and accordingly she repeated at least a dozen complimentary speeches, some of which she had really heard, while others were manufactured for the occasion. In this way, the cloud was gradually lifted from her face, and ere long she was laughing merrily at the idea that a girl so wholly unattractive as Mary should ever have made her jealous. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 18, A New Plan. The summer was drawing to a close, and with it Mary's school. She had succeeded in giving satisfaction to the entire district with the exception of Mrs. Bradley, who didn't know why Tim should be licked and thrashed round just because his folks wasn't wuth quite as much as some others. This being, in her estimation, the only reason why the notorious Timothy was never much beloved by his teachers. Mr. Knight, with whom Mary was a great favorite, offered her the school for the coming winter, but she had decided upon attending school herself, and after modestly declining his offer, told him of her intention. "But where's the money coming from?" said he. Mary laughingly asked him how many bags of shoes he supposed she had stitched during the last 2 years. "More'n 200, I'll bet," said he. "Not quite as many as that," answered Mary, "but still I have managed to earn my clothes and $30 besides, and this, together with my school wages, will pay for one term and part of another." "Well, go ahead," returned Mr. Knight. "I'd help you if I could. Go ahead, and who knows but you'll one day be the president's wife." Like the majority of New England farmers, Mr. Knight was far from being wealthy. From sunrise until sundown he worked upon the old homestead where his father had dwelt. Spring after spring he plowed and planted the sandy soil. Autumn after autumn he gathered in the slender harvest, and still said he would not exchange his home among the hills for all the broad acres of his brother, who at the far west counted his dollars by the thousands. He would gladly have helped Mary, but around his fireside were 6 children dependent upon him for food, clothing, and education, and he could only wish his young friend success in whatever she undertook. When Widow Perkins heard that Mary was going away to school, she forgot to put any yeast in the bread which she was making, and bidding Sally Ann "watch it till it rise," she posted off to Mrs. Mason's to inquire the particulars, reckoning up as she went along how much 14 weeks' wages would come to at 9 shillings, $1.50 New England currency, per week. "'Tain't no great," said she, as simultaneously with her arrival at Mrs. Mason's door, she arrived at the sum of $21. "'Tain't no great, and I wouldn't wonder if Miss Mason fixed over some of her old gowns for her." But with all her quizzing and pumping, as Judith called it, she was unable to ascertain anything of importance, and mentally styling Mrs. Mason, Mary, Judith, and all great gumpheads, she returned home and relieved Sally Ann from her watch over unleavened bread. Both Mrs. Mason and Mary laughed heartily at the widow's curiosity, though, as Mary said, it was no laughing matter where the money was to come from which she needed for her books and clothing. Everything which Mrs. Mason could do for her, she did, and even Judith, who was never famous for generosity, brought in one Saturday morning a half-worn merino, which she thought maybe could be turned and sponged and made into something decent, adding, in an undertone, that she'd had it out Erin on the clothes hoss for more'n 2 hours. Sal Furbush, too, brought over the old purple silk which Willie's father had given her. She was getting on finely with her grammar, she said, and in a few days she should write to Harper so that he might have time to engage the extra help he would necessarily need in bringing out a work of that kind. "I should dedicate it to Mrs. Grundy," said she, just to show her how forgiving I can be. But here is a difficulty. A person, on seeing the name Mrs. Polly Grundy, would naturally be led to inquire for Mr. Polly Grundy, and this inquiry carried out might cause a lady some little embarrassment, so I've concluded to have the dedication read thus: To Willie's father, who sleeps on the western prairie, this useful work is tremblingly, tearfully, yet joyfully dedicated by his relict, Sarah. Mary warmly approved of this plan, and after a few extra flourishes in the shape of a courtesy, Sally started for home. A few days afterward, Jenny Lincoln came galloping up to the schoolhouse door, declaring her intention of staying until school was out and having a good time. "It's forever and ever since I've seen you," said she, as she gathered up the skirt of her blue riding dress and followed Mary into the house. "But I've been so bothered with those city girls. Seems as though they had nothing to do but to get up rides in hay carts or picnics in the woods, and since Henry came home they keep sending for us. This afternoon they have all gone blackberrying in a hay cart, but I'd rather come here." At this point, happening to think that the class in Colburn, who were towing the mark so squarely, would perhaps like a chance to recite, Jenny seated herself near the window and, throwing off her hat, made fun for herself and some little boys by tickling their naked toes with the end of her riding whip. When school was out and the two girls were alone, Jenny entered at once upon the great object of her visit. "I hear you're going to Wilbraham," said she, "but I want you to go to Mount Holyoke. We're going, a whole lot of us, that is, if we can pass the examination. Rose isn't pleased with the idea, but I am. I think 'twill be fun to wash potatoes and scour knives. I don't believe that Mother would ever have sent us there if it were not that Ida Selden is going. Her father and her Aunt Martha used to be schoolmates with Miss Lyon, and they have always intended that Ida should graduate at Mount Holyoke. Now, why can't you go, too?" Instantly Mary thought of Mr. Stewart and his suggestion. "I wish I could," said she, "but I can't. I haven't money enough, and there is no one to give it to me." "It wouldn't hurt Mrs. Campbell to give you a little," returned Jenny. "Why, last term Ella spent almost enough for candies and gutta percha toys to pay the expense of half a year's schooling at Mount Holyoke. It's too bad that she should have everything, and you nothing." Here Jenny's remarks were interrupted by the loud rattling of wheels and the halloo of many voices. Going to the door, she and Mary saw coming down the road at a furious rate the old hay cart, laden with the young people from Chicopee who had been berrying in Sturbridge and were now returning home in high glee. The horses were fantastically trimmed with ferns and evergreens, while several of the girls were ornamented in the same way. Conspicuous among the noisy group was Ella Campbell. Henry Lincoln's broad-brimmed hat was resting on her long curls, while her white sunbonnet was tied under Henry's chin. The moment Jenny appeared, the whole party set up a shout so deafening that the Widow Perkins came out in a trice to see if the old Harry was to pay or what. No sooner did Henry Lincoln get sight of Mary than, springing to his feet and swinging his arm around his head, he screamed out, "3 cheers for the schoolma'am and her handsome lover, Billy! Hooray!" In the third and last hooray, the whole company joined, and when that was finished, Henry struck up on a high key, "Oh, where have you been, Billy boy, Billy boy? Oh, where have you been, charming Billy?" But only one voice joined in with his, and that was Ella's. Mary reddened at what she knew was intended as an insult, and when she heard her sister's voice chiming in with Henry, she could not keep back her tears. "Wasn't that smart?" said Jenny, when at last the hay cart disappeared from view and the noise and dust had somewhat subsided. Then, as she saw the tears in Mary's eyes, she added, "Oh, I wouldn't care if they did tease me about Billy Bender. I'd as lief be teased about him as not." "It isn't that," said Mary, smiling in spite of herself at Jenny's frankness. "It isn't that. I didn't like to hear Ella sing with your brother when she must have known he meant to annoy me." "That certainly was wrong," returned Jenny, But Ella isn't so much to blame as Henry, who seems to have acquired a great influence over her during the few weeks she has been at home. You know she is easily flattered, and I dare say Henry has fully gratified her vanity in that respect, for he says she is the only decent-looking girl in Chicopee. But see, there comes Mrs. Mason. I guess she wonders what is keeping you so long. The moment Mrs. Mason entered the schoolroom, Jenny commenced talking about Mount Holyoke, her tongue running so fast that it entirely prevented anyone else from speaking until she stopped for a moment to take breath. Then Mrs. Mason very quietly remarked that if Mary wished to go to Mount Holyoke, she could do so. Mary looked up inquiringly, wondering what mine had opened so suddenly at her feet. But she received no explanation until Jenny had bidden her good-bye and gone. Then she learned that Mrs. Mason had just received $100 from a man in Boston who had years before owed it to her husband and was unable to pay it sooner. "And now," said Mrs. Mason, "there is no reason why you should not go to Mount Holyoke if you wish to." The glad tears which came to Mary's eyes were sufficient evidence that she did wish to, and the next day a letter was forwarded to Miss Lyon, who promptly replied, expressing her willingness to receive Mary as a pupil. And now Rice Corner was again thrown into a state of fermentation. Mary was going to Mount Holyoke, and what was more marvelous still, Mrs. Mason had bought her a black silk dress, which cost her $1 a yard, and more than one good dame declared her intention of giving up if paupers came on so fast. This having been a pauper was the thing of which Mary heard frequently, now that her prospects were getting brighter. And even Ella, when told that her sister was going to Mount Holyoke, said to Miss Porter, who was still with her, "Why, isn't she getting along real fast for one who has been on the town?" Mrs. Lincoln, too, and Rose were greatly provoked, the former declaring she would not send her daughters to a school which was so cheap that paupers and all could go, were it not that Lizzie Upton had been there, and Ida Selden was going. Jenny, however, thought differently. She was delighted, and as often as she possibly could, she came to Mrs. Mason's to talk the matter over and tell what good times they'd have, provided they didn't set her to pounding clothes, which she presumed they would, just because she was so fat and healthy. The widow assumed a very resigned air, saying she never did meddle with other folks' business, and she guessed she shouldn't begin by tending to Mary's, but 'twas a miracle where all the money came from. A few more of the neighbors felt worried and troubled, but as no attention was paid to their remarks, they gradually ceased, and by the time Mary's preparations were completed, curiosity and gossip seemed to have subsided altogether. She was quite a favorite in the neighborhood, and on the morning when she left home there was many a kind goodbye and word of love spoken to her by those who came to see her off. Mr. Knight carried her to the depot, where they found Sal Furbush, accompanied by Tasso, her constant attendant. She knew that Mary was to leave that morning, and had walked all that distance for the sake of seeing her and giving her a little parting advice. It was not quite time for the cars, and Mr. Knight, who was always in a hurry, said he guessed he wouldn't stay, so squeezing both of Mary's hands, he bade her good-bye, telling her to be a good girl and not get to running after the sparks. Scarcely was he gone when Mary's attention was attracted by the sound of many voices, and looking from the window, she saw a group of the city girls advancing towards the depot. Among them was Ella, talking and laughing very loudly. Mary's heart beat very rapidly, for she thought her sister was coming to bid her good-bye, but she was mistaken. Ella had no thought or care for her, and after glancing in at the sitting-room without seeming to see its inmates, though not to see them was impossible, she turned her back, and looking across the river, which was directly in front, she said in her most drawling tone, "Why don't Rose come? I shan't have time to see her at all, I'm afraid." Lizzie Upton, who was also there, looked at her in astonishment, and then said, "Why, Ella, isn't that your sister?" "My sister? I don't know. Where?" returned Ella. Mary laughed, and then Ella, facing about, exclaimed, "Why, Mary, you here? I forgot that you were going this morning." Before Mary could reply, Sally Furbush arose and passed her hand carefully over Ella's head. Partly in fear and partly in anger, Ella drew back from the crazy woman, who said, "Don't be alarmed, little one. I only wanted to find the cavity which I felt sure was there." Lizzie Upton's half-smothered laugh was more provoking to Ella than Sally's insinuation of her want of brains, but she soon recovered her equanimity, for Mr. Lincoln's carriage at that moment drove up. Henry sprang nimbly out, kissing his hand to Ella, who blushed, and then turned to Rose, began wishing she, too, was old enough to go to Mount Holyoke. "I guess you'd pass about as good an examination now as some who are going," returned Rose, glancing contemptuously towards Mary, to whom Jenny was eagerly talking. This directed Henry's attention that way, and simultaneously his own and Mary's eyes met. With a peculiar expression of countenance, he stepped towards her, saying, "Good morning, schoolma'am. For what part are you bound with all this baggage?" Pointing to a huge chest with a feather bed tied over it, the whole the property of a daughter of Erin, who stood near, carefully guarding her treasure. Had he addressed Mary civilly, she would have replied with her usual politeness, but as it was, she made no reply, and he turned to walk away. All this time Tasso lay under the table, winking and blinking at his old enemy, with an expression in his eyes which Henry would hardly have relished could he have seen him. "Hark, isn't that the cars?" said Jenny, as a low, heavy growl fell on her ear. But she soon ascertained what it was, for as Henry was leaving the room, he kicked aside the blue umbrella, which Sal had brought with her for fear of a shower, and which was lying upon the floor. In an instant, Tasso's growl changed to a bark, and bristling with anger, he rushed towards Henry, but was stopped by Sal just in time to prevent his doing any mischief. With a muttered oath, which included the old woman as well as her dog, the young man was turning away when Jenny said, "Shame on you to swear before ladies." After assuring himself by a look that Ella and the city girls were all standing upon the platform, Henry replied with a sneer, "I don't see any ladies in the room." Instantly Sal, now more furious than the dog, clutched her long bony fingers around his arm, saying, "Take back that insult, sir, or Tasso shall tear you to pieces. What am I, if I am not a lady?" Henry felt sure that Sal meant what she said, and with an air of assumed deference, he replied as he backed himself out of his uncomfortable quarters, "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Furbush. I forgot that you were present." The whistle of the cars was now heard, and in a moment the locomotive stood puffing before the depot. From one of the open windows a fair young face looked out, and a voice which thrilled Mary's in every nerve, it seemed so familiar, called out, "Oh, Rosa, Jenny, all of you, I'm so glad you are here. I was afraid there would be some mistake and I'd have to go alone." "Isn't your father with you?" asked Henry, bowing so low that he almost pitched headlong from the platform. "No," answered the young lady, "he couldn't leave, nor George either, so Aunt Martha is my escort. She's fast asleep just opposite me, never dreaming. I dare say that we've stopped." "The mischief," said Henry. "What's to be done? The old gent was obliged to be in Southbridge today, so he bade me put Rose and Jenny under your father's protection. But as he isn't here, I'll have to go myself." "No, you won't either," returned Ida. "Aunt Martha is as good as a man any time, and can look after 3 as well as 1. "That's Ida Selden. Isn't she handsome?" whispered Jenny to Mary. But Mary hardly heard her. She was gazing admiringly at Ida's animated face, and tracing in it a strong resemblance to the boyish features, which looked so mischievously out from the golden locket which at that moment lay next to her heart. "All aboard!" shouted the shrill voice of the conductor, and Mary awoke from her reverie, and twining her arms around Sally Furbush's neck, bade her good-bye. "The Lord be with you," said Sally, "and be sure you pay strict attention to grammar." Mary next looked for Ella, but she stood at a distance, jesting lightly with Henry Lincoln, and evidently determined not to see her sister, who was hurrying towards her when "All aboard!" was again shouted in her ear, while at the same moment the conductor lifted her lightly upon the step where Rose and Jenny were standing. "This car is brim full," said Rose, looking over her shoulder, "but I guess you can find a good seat in the next one." The train was already in motion, and as Mary did not care to peril her life or limbs for the sake of pleasing Rose, she followed her into the car, where there was a goodly number of unoccupied seats, notwithstanding Rose's assertion to the contrary. As the train moved rapidly over the long, level meadow and past the Chicopee burying ground, Mary looked out to catch a glimpse of the thorn-apple tree, which overshadowed the graves of her parents, and then, as she thought how cold and estranged was the only one left of all the home circle, she drew her veil over her face and burst into tears. "Who is that young lady?" asked Ida, who was riding backward and consequently directly opposite to Mary. "What young lady?" said Rose, and Ida replied, "The one who kissed that queer-looking old woman and then followed you and Jenny into the cars." "Oh, that was Mary Howard," was Rose's answer. "Mary Howard?" repeated Ida, as if the name were one she had heard before. "Who is she, and what is she?" "Nobody but a town pauper," answered Rose, "and one of Jenny's protégées. You see, she is sitting by her." "She doesn't seem like a pauper," said Ida. "I wish she would take off that veil. I want to see how she looks." "Rough and blousy, of course, like any other country girl," was Rose's reply. By this time Mary had dried her tears, and when they reached the station at Warren, she removed her veil, disclosing to view a face which, instead of being rough and blousy, was smooth and fair almost as marble. "That isn't a pauper I know," said Ida, and Rose replied, "Well, she has been, and what's the difference?" "But where does she live now?" continued Ida. "I begin to grow interested." "I suppose you remember Mrs. Mason, who used to live in Boston," answered Rose. "Well, she has adopted her, I believe, but I don't know much about it, and care a good deal less." "Mrs. Mason?" repeated Ida. "Why, Aunt Martha thinks all the world of her, and I fancy she wouldn't sleep quite so soundly if she knew her adopted daughter was in the car. I mean to tell her, 'Aunt Martha! Aunt Martha!'" But Aunt Martha was too fast asleep to heed Ida's call, and a gentle shake was necessary to rouse her to consciousness. But when she became fully awake and knew why she was roused, she started up, and going towards Mary, said in her own peculiarly sweet and winning manner, "Ida tells me you are Mrs. Mason's adopted daughter, and Mrs. Mason is the dearest friend I ever had. I am delighted to see you." Jenny immediately introduced her to Mary as Miss Selden, whispering in her ear at the same time that she was George's aunt. Then, rising, she gave her seat to Aunt Martha, taking another one for herself near Rose and Ida. Without seeming to be curious at all, Aunt Martha had a peculiar way of drawing people out to talk of themselves, and by the time they reached the station, where they left the cars for Mount Holyoke, she had learned a good share of Mary's early history and felt quite as much pleased with the freshness and simplicity of her young friend as Mary did with her polished and elegant manners. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 19, Mount Holyoke. "Oh, forlorn, what a looking place!" exclaimed Rose Lincoln, as from the windows of the crowded vehicle in which they had come from the cars, she first obtained a view of the not very handsome village of South Hadley. Rose was in the worst of humors, for by some mischance Mary was on the same seat with herself, and consequently she was very much distressed and crowded. She, however, felt a little afraid of Aunt Martha, who she saw was inclined to favor the object of her wrath, so she restrained her fault-finding spirit until she arrived at South Hadley, where everything came in for a share of her displeasure. "That the seminary?" said she contemptuously as they drew up before the building. "Why, it isn't half as large or handsome as I supposed. Oh, horror! I know I shan't stay here long." The furniture of the parlor was also very offensive to the young lady, and when Miss Lyon came in to meet them, she, too, was secretly styled a prim, fussy, slippery-tongued old maid. Jenny, however, who always saw the bright side of everything, was completely charmed with the sweet smile and placid face so well remembered by all who have seen and known the founder of Mount Holyoke Seminary. After some conversation between Miss Lyon and Aunt Martha, it was decided that Rose and Jenny should room together as a matter of course, and that Mary should room with Ida. Rose had fully intended to room with Ida herself, and this decision made her very angry. But there was no help for it, and she was obliged to submit. Our readers are probably aware that an examination in certain branches is necessary ere a pupil can be admitted into the school at Mount Holyoke, where the course of instruction embraces 3 years and 3 classes, junior, middle, and senior. Rose, who had been much flattered on account of her scholarship, confidently expected to enter the middle class. Jenny, too, had the same desire, though she confessed to some misgivings concerning her knowledge of a goodly number of the necessary branches. Ida was really an excellent scholar, and was prepared to enter the senior class, while Mary aspired to nothing higher than admission into the junior. She was therefore greatly surprised when Aunt Martha, after questioning her as to what she had studied, proposed that she should be examined for the middle class. "Oh, no," said Mary quickly. "I should fail, and I wouldn't do that for the world." "Have you ever studied Latin?" asked Aunt Martha. Before Mary could reply, Rose exclaimed, "She study Latin? How absurd! Why, she is never away to school in her life." Aunt Martha silenced her with a peculiar look, while Mary answered that for more than 2 years she had been reading Latin under Mrs. Mason's instruction. "And you could not have had a better teacher," said Aunt Martha, "so try it by all means." "Yes, do try," said Ida and Jenny in the same breath, and after a time Mary rather reluctantly consented. "I'll warrant she intends to sit by us so we can tell her every other word," muttered Rose to Jenny, but when the trial came she thought differently. "It would be wearisome to give the examination in detail, so we will only say that at its close Rose Lincoln heard with shame and confusion that she could only be admitted into the junior class, her examination having proved a very unsatisfactory one. Poor Jenny, too, who had stumbled over almost everything, shared the same fate, while Mary, expecting nothing and hoping nothing, burst into tears when told that she had acquitted herself creditably in all the branches requisite for an admission into the middle class. "Mrs. Mason will be so glad, and Billy, too," was her first thought, and then, as she saw how disappointed Jenny looked, she seized the first opportunity to throw her arms around her neck and whisper to her how sorry she was that she had failed. Jenny, however, was of too happy a temperament to remain sad for a long time, and before night her loud, merry laugh had more than once rang out in the upper hall, causing even Miss Lyon to listen, it was so clear and joyous. That afternoon Aunt Martha, who was going to call upon Mrs. Mason, started for home, leaving the girls alone among strangers. It was a rainy, dreary day, and the moment her aunt was gone, Ida threw herself upon the bed and burst into tears. Jenny, who occupied the next room, was also low-spirited, for Rose was terribly cross, calling her a ninny-hammer and various other dignified names. Among the 4 girls, Mary was the only cheerful one, and after a time she succeeded in comforting Ida, while Jenny, catching something of her spirit, began to laugh loudly as she told a group of girls how many ludicrous blunders she made when they undertook to question her about Euclid, which she had never studied in her life. And now, in a few days, life at Mount Holyoke commenced in earnest. Although perfectly healthy, Mary looked rather delicate, and it was for this reason, perhaps, that the sweeping and dusting of several rooms were assigned to her as her portion of the labor. Ida and Rose fared much worse, and were greatly shocked when told that they both belonged to the wash circle. "I declare," said Rose, "it's too bad. I'll walk home before I'll do it." And she glanced at her white hands to make sure they were not already discolored by the dreaded soap suds. Jenny was delighted with her allotment, which was dishwashing. "I'm glad I took that lesson at the poorhouse years ago," said she one day to Rose, who snappishly replied, "I'd shut up about the poorhouse, or they'll think you the pauper instead of Madam Howard." "Pauper? Who's a pauper?" asked Lucy Downs, eager to hear so desirable a piece of news. Ida Selden's large black eyes rested reprovingly upon Rose, who nodded towards Mary, and forthwith Miss Downs departed with the information which was not long in reaching Mary's ears. "Why, Mary, what's the matter?" asked Ida, when towards the close of the day she found her companion weeping in her room. Without lifting her head, Mary replied, "It's foolish in me to cry, I know, but why need I always be reproached with having been a pauper? I couldn't help it. I promised Mother I would take care of little Allie as long as she lived, and if she went to the poorhouse, I had to go too." "And who was little Allie?" asked Ida, taking Mary's hot hands between her own. In few words, Mary related her history, omitting her acquaintance with George Morland and commencing at the night when her mother died. Ida was warm-hearted and affectionate, and cared but little whether one were rich or poor if she liked them. From the first she had been interested in Mary, and now, winding her arms about her neck and kissing away her tears, she promised to love her and to be to her as true and faithful a friend as Jenny. This promise, which was never broken, was of great benefit to Mary, drawing to her side many of the best girls in school, who soon learned to love her for herself, and not because the wealthy Miss Selden seemed so fond of her. Neither Ida nor Rose were as happy in school as Mary and Jenny. Both of them fretted about the rules which they were obliged to observe, and both of them disliked and dreaded their portion of the work. Ida, however, was happier than Rose, for she was fonder of study, and one day, when particularly interested in her lessons, she said to Mary that she believed she should be tolerably contented were it not for the everlasting washing. Looking up a moment after, she saw that Mary had disappeared. But she soon returned, exclaiming, "I've fixed it. It's all right. I told her I was a great deal stronger than you, that I was used to washing, and you were not, and that it made your side ache. So she consented to have us exchange, and after this you are to dust for me, and I am to wash for you." Ida disliked washing so much that she raised no very strong objections to Mary's plan, and then when she found how great a kindness had really been shown her, she tried hard to think of some way in which to repay it. At last, George Morland, to whom she had written upon the subject, suggested something which met her views exactly. Both Ida and her aunt had told George about Mary, and without hinting that he knew her, he immediately commenced making minute inquiries concerning her, of Ida, who communicated them to Mary, wondering why she always blushed so deeply, and tried to change the conversation. In reply to the letter in which Ida had told him of Mary's kindness, George wrote, "You say Miss Howard is very fond of music, and that there is no teacher connected with the institution. Now why not give her lessons yourself? You can do it as well as not, and it will be a good way of showing your gratitude." Without waiting to read farther, Ida ran in quest of Mary, to whom she told what George had written. "You don't know," said she, "how much George asks about you. I never saw him so much interested in anyone before, and half the girls in Boston are after him, too." "Poor fellow, I pity him," said Mary, and Ida continued, "Perhaps it seems foolish in me to say so much about him, but if you only knew him, you wouldn't wonder. He's the handsomest young man I ever saw, and then he's so good, so different from other young men, especially Henry Lincoln." Here the tea bell rang, and the conversation was discontinued. When Rose heard that Mary was taking music lessons, she exclaimed to a group of girls with whom she was talking, "Well, I declare, beggars taking music lessons. I wonder what'll come next. Why, you've no idea how dreadfully poor she is. Our summer residence is near the almshouse, and when she was there I saw a good deal of her. She had scarcely anything fit to wear, and I gave her one of my old bonnets, which I do believe she wore for 3 or 4 years. "Why, Rose Lincoln," said Jenny, who had overheard all and now came up to her sister, "how can you tell what you know is not true?" "Not true!" angrily retorted Rose. "Pray, didn't she have my old bonnet?" "Yes," answered Jenny, "but I bought it of you and paid you for it with a bracelet Billy Bender gave me. You know I did." Rose was cornered, and as she saw no way of extricating herself, she turned on her heel and walked away, muttering about the meanness of doing a charitable deed and then boasting of it. The next day, Jenny chanced to go for a moment to Mary's room. As she entered it, Mary looked up, saying, "You are just the one I want to see. I've been writing about you to Billy Bender. You can read it if you choose." When Jenny had finished reading the passage referred to, she said, "Oh, Mary, I didn't suppose you overheard Rose's unkind remarks about that bonnet." "But I did," answered Mary, "and I am glad, too, for I had always supposed myself indebted to her instead of you. Billy thought so, too, and as you see, I have undeceived him. Did I tell you that he had left Mr. Selden's employment and gone into a law office?" "Oh, good, good! I'm so glad!" exclaimed Jenny, dancing about the room. "Do you know whose office he is in?" "Mr. Worthington's," answered Mary, and Jenny continued, "Why, Henry is studying there. Isn't it funny? But Billy will beat him. I know he will. He's so smart. How I wish he'd write to me. Wouldn't I feel grand to have a gentleman correspondent?" "Suppose you write to him," said Mary, laughingly. "Here's just room enough," pointing to a vacant spot upon the paper. "He's always asking about you, and you can answer his questions yourself." "I'll do it," said Jenny, and seizing the pen, she thoughtlessly scribbled off a ludicrous account of her failure and of the blunders she was constantly committing, while she spoke of Mary as the pattern for the whole school, both in scholarship and behavior. "There," said she, wiping her gold pen upon her silk apron, for Jenny still retained some of the habits of her childhood. "I guess he'll think I'm crazy, but I hope he'll answer it anyway." Mary hoped so too, and when at last Billy's letter came, containing a neatly written note for Jenny, it was difficult telling which of the two girls was the happier. Soon after Mary went to Mount Holyoke, she had received a letter from Billy, in which he expressed his pleasure that she was at school, but added that the fact of her being there interfered greatly with his plan of educating her himself. "Mother's ill health," said he, "prevented me from doing anything until now, and just as I am in a fair way to accomplish my object, someone else has stepped in before me. But it is all right, and as you do not seem to need my services at present, I shall next week leave Mr. Selden's employment, go into Mr. Worthington's law office as clerk, hoping that when the proper time arrives, I shall not be defeated in another plan which was formed in boyhood, and which has become the great object of my life." Mary felt perplexed and troubled. Billy's letters of late had been more like those of a lover than a brother, and she could not help guessing the nature of the plan formed in boyhood. She knew she should never love him except with a sister's love, and though she could not tell him so, her next letter lacked the tone of affection with which she was accustomed to write, and on the whole a rather formal affair. Billy, who readily perceived the change, attributed it to the right cause, and from that time his letters became far less cheerful than usual. Mary usually cried over them, wishing more than once that Billy would transfer his affection from herself to Jenny, and it was for this reason, perhaps, that without stopping to consider the propriety of the matter, she first asked Jenny to write to him, and then encouraged her in answering his notes, which, as her own letters grew shorter, became gradually longer and longer, until at last his letters were addressed to Jenny, while the notes they contained were directed to Mary. End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 20. The Closing of the Year. Rapidly the days passed on at Mount Holyoke. Autumn faded into winter, whose icy breath floated for a time over the mountain tops, and then melted away at the approach of spring, which, with its swelling buds and early flowers, gave way in its turn to the long bright days of summer. And now only a few weeks remained ere the annual examination, at which Ida was to be graduated. Neither Rose nor Jenny were to return the next year, and nothing but Mr. Lincoln's firmness and good sense had prevented their being sent for when their mother first heard that they had failed to enter the middle class. Mrs. Lincoln's mortification was undoubtedly greatly increased from the fact that the despised Mary had entered in advance of her daughters. "Things are coming to a pretty pass," said she. "Yes, a pretty pass. But I may have known better than to send my children to such a school." Mr. Lincoln could not forbear asking her in a laughing way if the schools which she attended were of a higher order than Mount Holyoke. Bursting into tears, Mrs. Lincoln replied that she didn't think she ought to be twitted of her poverty. "Neither do I," returned her husband. "You are no more to blame for working in the factory than Mary is for having been a pauper." Mrs. Lincoln was silent, for she did not particularly care to hear about her early days, when she had been an operative in the cotton mills of Southbridge. She had possessed just enough beauty to captivate the son of the proprietor, who was fresh from college, and after a few weeks' acquaintance they were married. Fortunately, her husband was a man of good sense, and restrained her from the commission of many foolish acts. Thus, when she insisted upon sending for Rose and Jenny, he promptly replied that they should not come home. Still, as Rose seemed discontented, complaining that so much exercise made her side and shoulder ache, and as Jenny did not wish to remain another year unless Mary did, he consented that they should leave school at the close of the term on condition that they went somewhere else. "I shall never make anything of Henry," said he, "but my daughters shall receive every advantage, and perhaps one or the other of them will comfort my old age." He had spoken truly with regard to Henry, who was studying, or pretending to study, law in the same office with Billy Bender. But his father heard no favorable accounts of him, and from time to time large bills were presented for the payment of carriage hire, wine, and drunken sprees generally. So it is no wonder the disappointed father sighed and turned to his daughters for the comfort his only son refused to give. But we have wandered from the examination at Mount Holyoke, for which great preparations were being made. Rose, knowing she was not to return, seemed to think all further effort on her part unnecessary, and numerous were the reprimands, to say nothing of the black marks which she received. Jenny, on the contrary, said she wished to retrieve her reputation for laziness and leave behind a good impression. So, never before in her whole life had she behaved so well, or studied so hard as she did during the last few weeks of her stay at Mount Holyoke. Ida, who was expecting her father, aunt, and cousin to be present at the anniversary, was so engrossed with her studies that she did not observe how sad and low-spirited Mary seemed. She had tasted of knowledge, and now thirsted for more. But it could not be. The funds were exhausted, and she must leave the school, never perhaps to return again. "How much I shall miss my music, and how much I shall miss you," she said one day to Ida, who was giving her a lesson. "It's too bad you haven't a piano," returned Ida. "You are so fond of it, and improve so fast." Then, after a moment, she added, "I have a plan to propose, and may as well do it now as any time. Next winter you must spend with me in Boston. Aunt Martha and I arranged it the last time I was at home, and we even selected your room, which is next to mine and opposite to Aunt Martha's. Now what does your ladyship say to it?" "She says she can't go," answered Mary. "Can't go?" replied Ida. "Why not? Jenny will be in the city, and you are always happy where she is. Besides, you will have a rare chance for taking music lessons of our best teachers. And then, too, you will be in the same house with George, and that alone is worth going to Boston for, I think." Ida little suspected that her last argument was the strongest objection to Mary's going, for much as she wished to meet George again, she felt that she would not on any account go to his own home, lest he should think she came on purpose to see him. There were other reasons, too, why she did not wish to go. Henry and Rose Lincoln would both be in the city, and she knew that neither of them would scruple to do or say anything which they thought would annoy her. Mrs. Mason, too, missed her, and longed to have her at home. So she resisted all Ida's entreaties, and the next letter which went to Aunt Martha carried her refusal. In a day or two, Mary received 2 letters, one from Billy and one from Mrs. Mason, the latter of which contained money for the payment of her bills. But on offering it to the principal, how was she surprised to learn that her bills had not only been regularly paid and receipted, but that ample funds were provided for the defraying of her expenses during the coming year. A faint sickness stole over Mary, for she instantly thought of Billy Bender and the obligations she would now be under to him forever. Then it occurred to her how impossible it was that he should have earned so much in so short a time, and as soon as she could trust her voice to speak, she asked who it was that had thus befriended her. Miss was not at liberty to tell, and with a secret suspicion of Aunt Martha, who had seemed much interested in her welfare, Mary returned to her room to read the other letter, which was still unopened. It was some time since Billy had written to her alone, and with more than her usual curiosity she broke the seal. But her head grew dizzy and her spirits faint as she read the passionate outpouring of a heart which had cherished her image for years and which, though fearful of rejection, would still tell her how much she was beloved. "It is no sudden fancy," said he, "but was conceived years ago, on that dreary afternoon when in your little room at the poorhouse you laid your head in my lap and wept, as you told me how lonely you were. Do you remember it, Mary? I do, and never now does your image come before me, but I think of you as you were then, when the wild wish that you should one day be mine first entered my heart. Morning, noon, and night have I thought of you, and no plan for the future have I ever formed which had not a direct reference to you. Once, Mary, I believed my affection for you returned, but now you are changed, greatly changed. Your letters are brief and cold, and when I look around for the cause, I am led to fear that I was deceived in thinking you ever loved me, as I thought you did. If I am mistaken, tell me so. But if I am not, if you can never be my wife, I will school myself to think of you as a brother would think of an only and darling sister." This letter produced a strange effect upon Mary. She thought how much she was indebted to one who had stood so faithfully by her when all the world was dark and dreary. She thought, too, of his kindness to the dead, and that appealed more strongly to her sympathy than aught else he had ever done for her. There was no one to advise her, and acting upon the impulse of the moment, she sat down and commenced a letter, the nature of which she did not understand herself, and which, if sent, would have given a different coloring to the whole of her after-life. She had written but 1 page when the study bell rang, and she was obliged to put her letter by till the morrow. For several days she had not been well, and the excitement produced by Billy's letter tended to increase her illness, so that on the following morning, when she attempted to rise, she found herself seriously ill. During the hours in which she was alone that day, she had ample time for reflection, and before night she wrote another letter to Billy, in which she told him how impossible it was for her to be the wife of one whom she had always loved as an own and dear brother. This letter caused Mary so much effort and so many bitter tears that for several days she continued worse, and at last gave up all hope of being present at the examination. "Oh, it's too bad," said Ida, "for I do want you to see Cousin George, and I know he'll be disappointed too, for I never saw anything like the interest he seems to take in you." A few days afterwards, as Mary was lying alone, thinking of Billy and wondering if she had done right in writing to him as she did, Jenny came rushing in, wild with delight. Her father was downstairs, together with Ida's father George and Aunt Martha. "Most the first thing I did," said she, "was to inquire after Billy Bender. I guess Aunt Martha was shocked, for she looked so queer." George laughed, and Mr. Selden said he was doing well and was one of the finest young men in Boston. "But why don't you ask about George? I heard him talking about you to Rose, just as I left the parlor." Mary felt sure that any information of her which Rose might give would not be very complimentary, and she thought right, for when Rose was questioned concerning Miss Howard, she at first affected her ignorance of such a person, and then, when George explained himself more definitely, she said, "Oh, that girl. I'm sure I don't know much about her, except that she's a charity scholar or something of that kind." At the words charity scholar, there was a peculiar smile on George's face, but he continued talking, saying that if that were the case, she ought to be very studious, and he presumed she was. "As nearly as I can judge of her," returned Rose, "she is not remarkable for brilliant talents. But," she added as she met Ida's eye, "she has a certain way of showing off, and perhaps I am mistaken with regard to her." Very different from this was the description given of her by Ida, who now came to her cousin's side, extolling Mary highly and lamenting the illness which would prevent George from seeing her. Aunt Martha also spoke a word in Mary's favor, at the same time endeavoring to stop the unkind remarks of Rose, whom she thoroughly disliked, and who she feared was becoming too much of a favorite with George. Rose was not only very handsome, but she also possessed a peculiar faculty of making herself agreeable whenever she chose, and in Boston she was quite a favorite with a certain class of young men. It was for George Morland, however, that her prettiest and most coquettish airs were practiced. He was the object which she would secure, and when she heard Mary Howard so highly commended in his presence, she could not forbear expressing her contempt, fancying that he, with his high English notions, would feel just as she did with regard to poverty and low origin. As for George, it was difficult telling whom he did prefer, though the last time Rose was in Boston, rumor had said that he was particularly attentive to her, and Mrs. Lincoln, who was very sanguine, once hinted to Ida the probability that a relationship would sooner or later exist between the two families. Rose, too, though careful not to hint at such a thing in Ida's presence, was quite willing that others of her companions at Mount Holyoke should fancy there was an intimacy, if not an engagement, between herself and Mr. Morland. Consequently, he had not been in South Hadley 24 hours ere he was pointed out by some of the villagers as being the future husband of the elder Miss Lincoln, whose haughty, disagreeable manners had become subject of general remark. During the whole of George's stay at Mount Holyoke, Rose managed to keep him at her side, entertaining him occasionally with unkind remarks concerning Mary, who, she said, was undoubtedly feigning her sickness so as not to appear in her classes, where she knew she could do herself no credit. "But," said she, "as soon as the examination is over, she'll get well fast enough and bother us with her company to Chicopee." In this Rose was mistaken, for when the exercises closed, Mary was still too ill to ride, and it was decided that she should remain a few days until Mrs. Mason could come for her. With many tears, Ida and Jenny bade their young friend good-bye, but Rose, when asked to go up and see her, turned away disdainfully, amusing herself during their absence by talking and laughing with George Morland. The room in which Mary lay commanded a view of the yard and gateway, and after Aunt Martha, Ida, and Jenny had left her, she arose and, stealing to the window, looked out upon the company as they departed. She could readily divine which was George Morland, for Rose Lincoln's shawl and satchel were thrown over his arm, while Rose herself walked close to his elbow, apparently engrossing his whole attention. Once he turned around, but fearful of being herself observed, Mary drew back behind the window curtain, and thus lost a view of his face. He, however, caught a glimpse of her, and asked if that was the room in which Miss Howard was sick. Rose affected not to hear him, and continued enumerating the many trials which she had endured at school, and congratulating herself upon her escape from the horrid place. But for once George was not an attentive listener. Notwithstanding his apparent indifference, he was greatly disappointed at not seeing Mary. It was for this he had gone to Mount Holyoke, and in spite of Rose's endeavors to make him talk, he was unusually silent all the way, and when they at last reached Chicopee, he highly offended the young lady by assisting Jenny to alight instead of herself. "I should like to know what you are thinking about," she said, rather pettishly, as she took his offered hand to say good-bye. With a roguish look in his eye, George replied, "I've been thinking of a young lady. Shall I tell you her name?" Rose blushed, and looking interestingly embarrassed, answered that of course 'twas no one whom she knew. "Yes, 'tis," returned George, still holding her hand, and as Aunt Martha, who was jealously watching his movements from the window, just then called out to him to jump in or he'd be left, he put his face under Rose's bonnet and whispered, "Mary Howard." "Kissed her, upon my word," said Aunt Martha with a groan, which was rendered inaudible to Ida by the louder noise of the engine. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 21, Vacation. In Mrs. Mason's pleasant little dining parlor, the tea table was neatly spread for two, while old Judith, in starched gingham dress, white muslin apron, bustled in and out, occasionally changing the position of a curtain or chair, and then stepping backward to witness the effect. The stuffed rocking chair, with 2 extra cushions and a pillow, was drawn up to the table, indicating that an invalid was expected to occupy that seat, while near one of the plates was a handsome bouquet, which Lydia Knight had carefully arranged and brought over as a present for her young teacher. A dozen times had Lydia been told to "clip down to the gate and see if they were comin'," and at last, seating herself resignedly upon the hall stairs, Judith began to wonder what under the sun and moon had happened. She had not sat there long ere the sound of wheels again drew her to the door, and in a moment old Charlotte and the yellow wagon entered the yard. Mary, who was now nearly well, sprang out and, bounding up the steps, seized Judith's hand with a grasp which told how glad she was to see her. "Why, you ain't dreadful sick, is you?" said Judith, peering under her bonnet. "Oh, no, not sick at all," returned Mary. And then, as she saw the chair, with its cushions and pillows, she burst into a loud laugh, which finally ended in a hearty cry when she thought how kind was everyone to her. She had been at home but a few days when she was solicited to take charge of a small select school. But Mrs. Mason thought it best for her to return to Mount Holyoke, and accordingly she declined Mr. Knight's offer, greatly to his disappointment and that of many others. Mrs. Bradley, who never on any occasion paid her school bill, was the loudest in her complaints, saying that, "for all Tim never larnt a speck, and stood at the foot all summer long when Mary kept before, he'd got so sassy there was no living with him, and she wanted him out of the way." Widow Perkins, instead of being sorry, was glad, for if Mary didn't teach, there was no reason why Sally Ann shouldn't. "You'll never have a better chance," said she to her daughter. "There's no stiffykit needed for a private school, and I'll clap on my things and run over to Mr. Knight's before he gets off to his work." It was amusing to see Mr. Knight's look of astonishment when the widow made her application. Lydia, who chanced to be present, hastily retreated behind the pantry door, where with her apron over her mouth she laughed heartily as she thought of a note which the candidate for teaching had once sent them, and in which eyes figured conspicuously, while her mother was politely thanked for those yeast. Possibly Mr. Knight thought of the note too, for he gave the widow no encouragement, and when on her way home she called for a moment at Mrs. Mason's, she thanked her stars that Sally Ann wasn't obliged to keep school for a living, for down below where she came from, teachers weren't fust cut. One morning, about a week after Mary's return, she announced her intention of visiting her mother's grave. "I am accustomed to so much exercise," said she, "that I can easily walk 3 miles, and perhaps on my way home I shall get a ride." Mrs. Mason made no objection, and Mary was soon on her way. She was a rapid walker, and almost before she was aware of it, reached the village. As she came near Mrs. Campbell's, the wish naturally arose that Ella should accompany her. Looking up, she saw her sister in the garden and called to her. "What?" was the very loud and uncivil answer which came back to her, and in a moment Ella appeared round the corner of the house, carelessly swinging her straw flat and humming a fashionable song. On seeing her sister, she drew back the corners of her mouth into something which she intended for a smile, and said, "Why, I thought it was Bridget calling me. You look so much like her in that gingham sunbonnet. Won't you come in?" "Thank you," returned Mary. "I was going to Mother's grave, and thought perhaps you would like to accompany me." "Oh, no," said Ella in her usual drawling tone. "I don't know as I want to go. I was there last week and saw the monument." "What monument?" asked Mary, and Ella replied, "Why, didn't you know that Mrs. Mason, or the town, or somebody, had bought a monument with Mother's and Father's and Frankie's and Allie's name on it?" Mary waited for no more, but turned to leave, while Ella, who was anxious to inquire about Ida Selden, and who could afford to be gracious, now that neither Miss Porter nor the city girls were there, called after her to stop and rest when she came back. Mary promised to do so, and then hurrying on, soon reached the graveyard, where, as Ella had said, there stood by her parents' graves a large, handsome monument. William Bender was the first person who came into her mind, and as she thought of all that had passed between them, and of this last proof of his affection, she seated herself among the tall grass and flowers which grew upon her mother's grave, and burst into tears. She had not sat there long ere she was roused by the sound of a footstep. Looking up, she saw before her the young gentleman who the year previous had visited her school in Rice Corner. Seating himself respectfully by her side, he spoke of the 3 graves and asked if they were her friends who slept there. There was something so kind and affectionate in his voice and manner that Mary could not repress her tears, and snatching up her bonnet, which she had thrown aside, she hid her face in it and again wept. For a time, Mr. Stewart suffered her to weep, and then gently removed the gingham bonnet, and holding her hand between his, he tried to divert her mind by talking upon other topics, asking her how she had been employed during the year, and appearing greatly pleased when told that she had been at Mount Holyoke. Observing, at length, that her eyes constantly rested upon the monument, he spoke of that, praising its beauty and asking if it were her taste. "No," said she, "I never saw it until today, and did not even know it was here." "Someone wished to surprise you, I dare say," returned Mr. Stewart. "It was manufactured in Boston, I see. Have you friends there?" Mary replied that she had one, a Mr. Bender, to which Mr. Stewart quickly rejoined, "Is it William Bender? I have heard of him through our mutual friend George Morland, whom you perhaps have seen." Mary felt the earnest gaze of the large, dark eyes which were fixed upon her face, and coloring deeply, she replied that they came from England in the same vessel. "Indeed," said Mr. Stewart. "When I return to the city, shall I refresh his memory a little with regard to you?" "I'd rather you would not," answered Mary. "Our paths in life are very different, and he, of course, would feel no interest in me." "Am I to conclude that you, too, feel no interest in him?" returned Mr. Stewart, and again his large eyes rested on Mary's face with a curious expression. But she made no reply, and soon, rising up, said it was time for her to go home. "Allow me to accompany you as far as Mrs. Campbell's," said Mr. Stewart. "I am going to call upon Miss Ella, whose acquaintance I accidentally made last summer. Suppose you call too. You know her, of course." Mary replied that she did, and was about to speak of the relationship between them, when Mr. Stewart abruptly changed the conversation, and in a moment more they were at Mrs. Campbell's door. Ella was so much delighted at again seeing Mr. Stewart that she hardly noticed her sister at all, and did not even ask her to remove her bonnet. After conversing a while upon indifferent subjects, Mr. Stewart asked Ella to play, saying he was very fond of music. But Ella, like other fashionable ladies, couldn't of course play anything, was dreadfully out of practice, and besides that her music was all so old-fashioned. Mr. Stewart had probably seen such cases before, and knew how to manage them, for he continued urging the matter until Ella arose, and throwing back her curls, sauntered towards the piano, saying she should be obliged to have someone turn the leases for her. Mr. Stewart of course volunteered his services, and after a violent turning of the music stool by way of elevating it, and a turning back by way of lowering it, Ella, with the air of a martyr, declared herself ready to play whatever Mr. Stewart should select, provided it were not old. A choice being made, she dashed off into a spirited waltz, skipping a good many notes, and finally ending with a tremendous crash. Fond as Mr. Stewart was of music, he did not call for a repetition from her, but turning to Mary, asked if she could play. Ella laughed aloud at the idea, and when Mary replied that she did play a little, she laughed still louder, saying, "Why, she can't play, unless it's days of absence with one hand or something of that kind." "Allow me to be the judge," said Mr. Stewart, and leading Mary to the piano, he bade her play anything she pleased. Ida had been a faithful teacher, and Mary a persevering pupil, so that whatever she played was played correctly and with good taste. At least Mr. Stewart thought so, for he kept calling for piece after piece until she laughingly told him her catalogue was nearly exhausted, and she'd soon be obliged to resort to the scales. Ella looked on in amazement, and when Mary had finished playing, demanded of her where she had learned so much, and who was her teacher, adding that her fingering was wretched, but then, said she, I suppose you can't help it, your fingers are so stiff. For a moment Mr. Stewart regarded her with an expression which it seemed to Mary she had seen before, and then, consulting his watch, said he must go, as it was nearly car time. After he was gone, Ella asked Mary endless questions as to where she met him, what he said, and if she told him they were sisters. "How elegantly he was dressed," said she. "Didn't you feel dreadfully ashamed of your gingham sunbonnet and gown?" "Why, no," said Mary. "I never once thought of them." "I should, for I know he notices everything," returned Ella, and then leaning on her elbow so as to bring herself in range of the large mirror opposite, she continued, "Seems to me my curls are not arranged becomingly this morning." Either for mischief or because she really thought so, Mary replied that they did not look as well as usual, whereupon Ella grew red in the face, saying that she didn't think she looked so very badly. Just then the first dinner bell rang, and starting up, Ella exclaimed, "Why, I forgot that Ma expected General H. to dine. I must go and dress this minute." Without ever asking her sister to stay to dinner, she hastily left the room. Upon finding herself so unceremoniously deserted, Mary tied on the despised gingham bonnet and started for home. She had reached the place where Ella the year before met with Mr. Stewart, when she saw a boy, whom she knew was living at the poorhouse, coming down the hill as fast as a half-blind old horse could bring him. When he got opposite to her, he halted, and with eyes projecting like harvest apples, told her to jump in, for Mrs. Parker was dying and they had sent for her. "I've been to your house," said he, "and your marm thought maybe I'd meet you." Mary immediately sprang in, and by adroitly questioning Mike, whose intellect was not the brightest in the world, managed to ascertain that Mrs. Parker had been much worse for several days, that Sal Furbush had turned nurse, faithfully attending her night and day and occasionally sharing her vigils with a sleek, fancy-looking girl who dressed up in meetin' clothes every day and who had first proposed sending for Mary. Mary readily guessed that the sleek, fancy-looking girl was Jenny, and on reaching the poorhouse she found her suspicions correct, for Jenny came out to meet her, followed by Sally, who exclaimed, "Weep, O daughter, and lament, for earth has got one woman less, and heaven one female more." Passing into the house, Mary followed Jenny to the same room where once her baby sister had lain, and where now, upon the same table, lay all that was mortal of Mrs. Parker. Miss Grundy, who was standing near the body, bowed with a look of very becoming resignation, and then, as if quite overcome, left the room. Just then a neighbor, who seemed to be superintending affairs, came in, and Mary asked what she could do to assist them. "Nothing until tomorrow, when, if you please, you can help make the shroud," answered the woman, and Jenny, catching Mary around the neck, whispered, "You'll stay all night with me. There's no one at home but Rose, and we'll have such a nice time." Mary thought of the little room upstairs where Alice had died, and felt a desire to sleep there once more, but upon inquiry she found that it was now occupied by Sally Furbush. "You must come and see my little parlor," said she to Mary, and taking her hand she led her up to the room, which was greatly improved. A strip of faded but rich carpeting was before the bed. A low rocking chair stood near the window, which was shaded with a striped muslin curtain, the end of which was fringed out nearly a quarter of a yard, plainly showing Sally's handiwork. The contents of the old barrel were neatly stowed away in a square box, on the top of which lay a worn portfolio, stuffed to its utmost capacity with manuscript. "For all this elegance," said Sally, "I am indebted to my worthy and esteemed friend, Miss Lincoln." But Mary did not hear, for her eyes were riveted upon another piece of furniture. At the foot of the bed stood Alice's cradle, which Billy Bender had brought there on that afternoon now so well remembered by Mary. "Oh, Sally," said she, "how came this here?" "Why," returned Sally, hitting it a jog, "I don't sleep any now, and I thought the nights would seem shorter if I had this to rock and make believe little Willie was in it. So I brought it down from the garret, and it affords me a sight of comfort, I assure you." Mary afterwards learned that often during the long winter nights the sound of that cradle could be heard, occasionally drowned by Sally's voice, which sometimes rose almost to a shriek, and then died away in a low, sad wail, as she sang a lullaby to the Willie who lay sleeping on the prairie at the west. As there was now no reason why she should not do so, Mary accompanied Jenny home, where, as she had expected, she met with a cool reception from Rose, who merely nodded to her, and then resumed the book she was reading. After tea, Mary stepped for a moment into the yard, and then Rose asked Jenny what she intended doing with her genteel visitor. "Put her in the best chamber and sleep there myself," said Jenny, adding that they were going to lie awake all night just to see how it seemed. But in spite of this resolution, as midnight advanced, Jenny found that Mary's answers, even when Billy Bender was the topic, became more and more unsatisfactory, and finally ceased altogether. Concluding to let her sleep a few minutes and then wake her up, Jenny turned on her pillow, and when her eyes again opened, the morning sun was shining through the half-closed shutters, and the breakfast bell was jingling in the lower hall. When Mary returned to the poorhouse, she found a new arrival in the person of Mrs. Perkins. The widow had hailed Mike as he passed her house the day before, and on learning how matters stood, offered to accompany him home. Mike, who had an eye for fancy-looking girls, did not exactly like Mrs. Perkins' appearance. Besides that, his orders were to bring Mary, and he had no idea of taking another as a substitute. Accordingly, when on his return from Mrs. Mason's, he saw the widow standing at her gate, all equipped with parasol and satchel, he whipped up his horse, and making the circuit of the schoolhouse, was some ways down the road ere the widow suspected his intentions. Thanking her stars, her common expression, that she had a good pair of feet, Mrs. Perkins started on foot, reaching the poorhouse about sunset. She was now seated in what had been Mrs. Parker's room, and with pursed-up lips and large square collar very much like the present fashion, was stitching away upon the shroud, heaving occasionally a long-drawn sigh as she thought how lonely and desolate poor Mr. Parker must feel. "Will you give me some work?" asked Mary, after depositing her bonnet upon the table. "There's nothing for you," returned Mrs. Perkins. "I can do all that is necessary and prefer working alone." "Yes, she shall help too if she wants to," snapped out Mrs. Grundy with one of her old shoulder jerks. "Mary's handy with the needle, for I larnt her myself." In a short time Mrs. Perkins disappeared from the room, and Sally's little bright eyes, which saw everything, soon spied her out in the woodshed asking Mr. Parker if Polly Grundy couldn't be kept in the kitchen where she belonged. Scarcely had she left the shed when Miss Grundy herself appeared, fretting about the meddlesome old widow who had come there sticking around before Mrs. Parker was hardly cold. This put a new idea into Sally's head, and the whole household was startled as she broke out singing, "The loss of one is the gain of another," and so forth. Mrs. Perkins proposed that she should be shut up, but Miss Grundy, for once in Sally's favor, declared she'd fight before such a thing should be done. Whereupon Mrs. Perkins lamented that the house had now no head, wondering how poor Mr. Parker would get along with such an unmanageable crew. Numerous were the ways with which the widow sought to comfort the widower, assuring him that she ached for him to clear to her heart's core, "And I know how to pity you, too," said she, "for when my Hezekiah died, I thought I couldn't stand it." Then, by way of administering further consolation, she added that "the wust has to come, for only them that had tried it knew how lonesome it was to live on day after day and night after night, week in and week out, without any husband or wife." Mr. Parker probably appreciated her kindness, for when after the funeral the following day she announced her intention of walking home, he ordered Mike to tackle up and carry her. This was hardly in accordance with the widow's wishes, and when all was in readiness, she declared that she was afraid to ride after Mike's driving. Uncle Peter was then proposed as a substitute, but the old man had such a dread of Mrs. Perkins, who Sal, for mischief, had said was in love with him, that at the first intimation he climbed up the scuttle-hole, where an hour afterwards he was discovered peeping cautiously out to see if the coast was clear. Mr. Parker was thus compelled to go himself, Miss Grundy sending after him the very Christian-like wish that she hoped he'd tip over and break the widow's neck. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laura Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 22. Education Finished. Vacation was over, and again in the halls of Mount Holyoke was heard the tread of many feet and the sound of youthful voices as one by one the pupils came back to their accustomed places. For a time Mary was undecided whether to return or not, for much as she desired an education, she could not help feeling delicate about receiving it from a stranger. But Mrs. Mason, to whom all her thoughts and feelings were confided, advised her to return, and accordingly the first day of the term found her again at Mount Holyoke, where she was warmly welcomed by her teachers and companions. Still, it did not seem like the olden time, for Ida was not there, and Jenny's merry laugh was gone. She had hoped that her sister would accompany her, but in reply to her persuasions, Ella answered that she didn't want to work, she wasn't obliged to work, and she wouldn't work, quoting Rose Lincoln's pain in the side, callus on her hand, and cold on her lungs as sufficient reason why everybody should henceforth and forever stay away from Mount Holyoke. Mrs. Lincoln, who forgot that Rose had complained of a pain in her side long before she ever saw South Hadley, advised Mrs. Campbell, by all means, never to send her daughter to such a place. "To be sure, it may do well enough," said she, "for a great burly creature like Mary Howard, but your daughter and mine are altogether too delicate and daintily bred to endure it." Mrs. Campbell of course consented to this, adding that she had secured the services of a highly accomplished lady as governess for Ella, and proposing that Rose and Jenny, instead of accompanying their mother to the city as usual, should remain with her during the winter and share Ella's advantages. To this proposition Mrs. Lincoln readily assented, and while Mary, from habitual exercise both indoors and out, was growing more and more healthful and vigorous, Rose Lincoln, who was really delicate, was drooping day by day and growing paler and paler in the closely heated schoolroom, where a breath of fresh air rarely found entrance, as the accomplished governess could not endure it. Daily were her pupils lectured upon the necessity of shielding themselves from the winter winds, which were sure to impart such a rough, blousy appearance to their complexion. Rose profited well by this advice, and hardly anything could tempt her into the open air, unless it were absolutely necessary. All day long she half reclined upon a small sofa, which at her request was drawn close to the stove, and even then, complaining of being chilly, she sometimes sat with her shawl thrown over her shoulders. Jenny, on the contrary, fanned herself furiously at the farthest corner of the room, frequently managing to open the window slyly and regale herself with the snow which lay upon the sill. Often, too, when her lessons were over for the day, she would bound away and after a walk of a mile or so would return to the house with her cheeks glowing and her eyes sparkling like stars, furnishing a striking contrast to her pale, sickly sister who hovered over the stove, shivering if a window were raised or a door thrown open. In the course of the winter, Mrs. Lincoln came up to visit her daughters, expressing herself much pleased with Rose's improved looks and manners. Her complexion was so pure, she said, so different from what it was when she came from Mount Holyoke. Poor Jenny, who full of life and spirits came rushing in to see her mother, was cut short in her expression of joy by being called a perfect bunch of fat. "Why, Jenny, what does make you so red and coarse?" said the distressed mother. "I know you eat too much," and before Mrs. Lincoln went home she gave her daughter numerous lectures concerning her diet. But it only made matters worse, and when 6 weeks after Mrs. Lincoln came again, she found that Jenny had not only gained 5 pounds, but that hardly one of her dresses would meet. "Mercy me," said she, the moment her eye fell upon Jenny's round, plump cheeks and fat shoulders. "You are as broad as you are long. What a figure you would cut in Boston." For once the merry Jenny cried, wondering how she could help being healthy and fat. Before Mrs. Lincoln left Chicopee, she made a discovery which resulted in the removal of Jenny to Boston. With the exception of the year at Mount Holyoke, Jenny had never before passed a winter in the country, and now everything delighted her. In spite of her governess's remonstrance, all her leisure moments were spent in the open air, and besides her long walks, she frequently joined the scholars, who from the district school came over at recess to slide down the long hill in the rear of Mrs. Campbell's barns and stables. For Jenny to ride downhill at all was bad enough, but to do so with district school girls and then be drawn up by coarse, vulgar boys was far worse, and the offender was told to be in readiness to accompany her mother home, for she could not stay in Chicopee another week. "Oh, I'm so glad," said Rose, "for now I shan't freeze to death nights." Mrs. Lincoln demanded what she meant, and was told that Jenny insisted upon having the window down from the top, let the weather be what it might. "And," added Rose, "when the wind blows hard I am positively obliged to hold on to the sheets to keep myself in bed." "A Mount Holyoke freak," said Mrs. Lincoln. "I wish to mercy neither of you had ever gone there." Rose answered by a low cough, which her mother did not hear, or at least did not notice. Jenny, who loved the country and the country people, was not much pleased with her mother's plan. But for once Mrs. Lincoln was determined, and after stealing one more sled ride down the long hill and bidding farewell to the old desk in the schoolhouse, sacred for the name carved 3 years before with Billy Bender's jackknife, Jenny went back with her mother to Boston, leaving Rose to droop and fade in the hot, unwholesome atmosphere of Miss Hinton's schoolroom. Not long after Jenny's return to the city, she wrote to Mary an amusing account of her mother's reason for removing her from Chicopee. "But on the whole I am glad to be at home," said she, "for I see Billy Bender almost every day. I first met him coming down Washington Street, and he walked with me clear to our gate. Ida Selden had a party last week, and owing to George Morland's influence, Billy was there. He was very attentive to me, though Henry says 'twas right the other way. But it wasn't. I didn't ask him to go out to supper with me. I only told him I'd introduce him to somebody who would go, and he immediately offered me his arm. Oh, how Mother scolded and how angry she got when she asked me if I wasn't ashamed, and I told her I wasn't. Billy doesn't appear just as he used to. Seems as though something troubled him, and what is very strange, he never speaks of you unless I do first. You've no idea how handsome he is. To be sure, he hasn't the air of George Morland, and doesn't dress as elegantly, but I think he's finer looking. Ever so many girls at Ida's party asked who he was, and said 'twas a pity he wasn't rich, but that wouldn't make any difference with me. I'd have him just as soon as though he was wealthy. How Mother would go on if she should see this. But I don't care. I like Billy Bender, and I can't help it, and entre nous, I believe he likes me better than he did. But I must stop now, for Lizzie Upton has called for me to go with her and see a poor blind woman in one of the back alleys." From this extract it will be seen that Jenny, though 17 years of age, was the same open-hearted, childlike creature as ever. She loved Billy Bender, and she didn't care who knew it. She loved, too, to seek out and befriend the poor, with which Boston, like all other large cities, abounded. Almost daily her mother lectured her upon her bad taste in the choice of her associates, but Jenny was incorrigible, and the very next hour might perhaps be seen either walking with Billy Bender or mounting the rickety stairs of some crazy old building where a palsied old woman or decrepit old man watched for her coming and blessed her when she came. Early in the spring, Mr. Lincoln went up to Chicopee to make some changes in his house, preparatory to his family's removal thither. When he called at Mrs. Campbell's to see Rose, he was greatly shocked at her altered and languid appearance. The cough, which her mother had not observed, fell ominously on his ear, for he thought of a young sister who many years before, in the bloom of girlhood, had passed away from his side. A physician was immediately called, and after an examination Rose's lungs were pronounced diseased, though not as yet beyond cure. She was, of course, taken from school, and with the utmost care and skillful nursing she gradually grew better. Jenny, who had never been guilty of any great love for books, was also told that her school days were over, and congratulated herself upon being a full-grown young lady, which fact no one would dispute who saw her somewhat large dimensions. When Ella learned that Jenny, as well as Rose, was emancipated from the schoolroom, she immediately petitioned her mother for a similar privilege, saying that she knew all that was necessary for her to know. Miss Hinton, too, being weary of one pupil, and desiring a change for herself, threw her influence in Ella's favor, so that at last Mrs. Campbell yielded, and Ella, piling up her books, carried them away, never again referring to them on any occasion, but spending her time in anticipating the happiness she should enjoy the following winter, when she was to be first introduced to Boston society. Unlike this was the closing of Mary's school days. Patiently and perseveringly, Through the year she had studied, storing her mind with useful knowledge, and when at last the annual examination came, not one in the senior class stood higher or was graduated with more honor than herself. Mrs. Mason, who was there, listened with all a parent's pride and fondness to her adopted child, as she promptly responded to every question. But it was not Mrs. Mason's presence alone which incited Mary to do so well. Among the crowd of spectators, she caught a glimpse of a face which twice before she had seen, once in the schoolroom at Rice Corner, and once in the graveyard at Chicopee. Turn which way she would, she felt, rather than saw, how intently Mr. Stewart watched her, and when at last the exercises were over, and she with the others arose to receive her diploma, she involuntarily glanced in the direction where she knew he sat. For an instant their eyes met, and in the expression of his she read an approval warmer than words could have expressed. That night Mary sat alone in her room, listening almost nervously to the sound of every footstep, and half starting up if it came near her door. But for certain reasons Mr. Stewart did not think proper to call, and while Mary was confidently expecting him, he was several miles on his way home. In a day or two Mary returned to Chicopee, but did not, like Ella, lay her books aside and consider her education finished. 2 or 3 hours each morning were devoted to study or reading of some kind. For several weeks nothing was allowed to interfere with this arrangement, but at the end of that time the quiet of Mrs. Mason's house was disturbed by the unexpected arrival of Aunt Martha and Ida, who came up to Chicopee for the purpose of inducing Mrs. Mason and Mary to spend the coming winter in Boston. At first Mrs. Mason hesitated, but every objection which either she or Mary raised was so easily put aside that she finally consented, saying she would be ready to go about the middle of November. Aunt Martha, who was a bustling, active little woman, and fancied that her brother's household always went wrong without her, soon brought her visit to a close, and within the week went back to Boston together with Ida. The day following their departure, Mrs. Perkins came over to inquire who them stuck-up folks was, and if the youngest wasn't some kin to the man that visited Mary's school 2 years before, saying they favored each other enough to be brother and sister. "Why, so they do," returned Mary. "I have often tried to think who it was that Ida resembled, but they are not at all related, I presume." Mrs. Mason said nothing, and soon changing the conversation, told Mrs. Perkins of her projected visit. "Wall, if it don't beat all what cur'ous things turn up," said the widow. "You were going to Boston, and mercy knows what'll become of me. But laws, I ain't a-going to worry. I shall be provided for some way." "Why, what is the matter?" asked Mrs. Mason, noticing for the first time that her visitor seemed troubled. After walking to the window to hide her emotions, and then again resuming her rocking chair, the widow communicated to them the startling information that Sally Ann was going to be married. "Married? To whom?" asked Mrs. Mason and Mary in the same breath. But the widow said they must guess. So after guessing every marriageable man or boy in town, they gave it up, and were told that it was no more nor less than Mr. Parker. "Mr. Parker?" repeated Mary. "Why, he's old enough to be your father, ain't he?" "Oh, no," returned Mrs. Perkins. "Sally Ann will be 30 if she lives till the first day of next January." "You have kept that matter very quiet," said Mrs. Mason, and the widow, exacting from each a promise never to tell as long as they lived, commenced the story of her wrongs. It seems that not long after Mrs. Parker's demise, Mr. Parker began to call at the cottage of the widow, sometime to inquire after her health, but oftener to ask about a red heifer which he understood Mrs. Perkins had for sale. On these occasions Sally Ann was usually invisible, so week after week Mr. Parker continued to call, talking always about the red heifer, and whether he'd better buy her or not. "At last," said the widow, "I got sick on it, and one day after he'd sat more'n 2 hours, says I, 'Ebenezer, if you want that red heifer, say so, and that'll end it.' Up he jumps, and says he, I'll let you know in a few days." Then pulling from his trousers pocket 2 little gnurly apples, he laid 'em on the table as a present for Sally Ann. Wall, the next time he come I was sick, and Sally Ann let him in. I don't know what possessed me, but thinks to me I'll listen, and as I'm a living woman, instead of ever mentioning the heifer, he asked as fair and square as ever a man could if she'd have him. And Sally Ann, scart nigh about to death, up and said yes. Here the widow, unable to proceed further, stopped, but soon regaining breath, continued. Nobody but them that's passed through it can guess how I felt. My head swam, and when I come to, I was lying on the broad stair. "Are they to be married soon?" asked Mrs. Mason, and Mrs. Perkins answered, "Of course. Was there ever an old fool of a widower who wasn't in a hurry? Next Thursday is the day sought, and I've come to invite you and see if you'd lend me your spoons and dishes, and them little towels you use on the table, and your aster lamps, and some flowers if there's any fit, and let Judy come over to help about cooking the turkey and sparerib." Mrs. Mason promised to loan of all these things, and then the widow arose to go. Mary, who accompanied her to the door, could not help asking whether Mr. Parker had finally bought her red heifer. The calico sunbonnet trembled, and the little gray eyes flashed indignantly as she said, "That man never wanted my red heifer a bit more than he wanted me." True to her promise, Mrs. Mason the next Thursday sent Judith over to the cottage with her spoons, dishes, little towels, and aster lamp, while she herself carried over the best and fairest flowers which had escaped the frosts of autumn. Mary was chosen to dress the bride, who, spite of her red hair, would have looked quite well had her skirt been a trifle longer and wider. Mrs. Perkins had insisted that 5 breadths of silk was sufficient. Consequently, Sally Ann looked, as Sal Furbush said, not wholly unlike a long tallow candle with a red wick. Mrs. Perkins, who flourished in a lace cap and scarlet ribbons, greeted her son-in-law with a burst of tears, saying she little thought when they were young that she would ever be his mother. For the sake of peace, Mr. Parker had invited Miss Grundy to be present at the wedding, but as this was the first intimation that Miss Grundy had received of the matter, she fell into a violent fit of anger, bidding him to go to grass with his invitations, and adding very emphatically that she'd have him to know she never yet saw the day when she'd marry him or any other living man. Mr. Parker, of course, couldn't dispute her, so he turned away, wondering within himself what made women so queer. The day following the wedding, the bride went to her new home, where she was received by Miss Grundy with a grunt which was probably intended for a howdy-do. Uncle Peter expressed his pleasure at making the acquaintance of one more of the fair sect, but hoped that estimable lady her mother wouldn't feel like visiting her often, as mothers were very apt to make mischief. Sally Furbush was the only cool and collected one present, and she did the honors of the house so gracefully and well that but for the wildness of her eyes and an occasional whispering to herself, the bride would never have suspected her of insanity. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the English Orphans, or A Home in the New World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Luchsinger. The English Orphans, or A Home in the New World, by Mary Jane Holmes. Chapter 23. Life in Boston. "Come this way, Mary. I'll show you your chamber. It's right here next to mine," said Ida Selden, as, on the evening of her friend's arrival, she led her up to a handsomely furnished apartment, which for many weeks had borne the title of Mary's room. "Oh, how pleasant!" was Mary's exclamation, as she surveyed the room in which everything was arranged with such perfect taste. A cheerful coal fire was blazing in the grate, for no murderous stove was ever suffered to invade the premises where Aunt Martha ruled. The design of the Brussels carpet was exquisitely beautiful, and the roses upon it looked as if freshly plucked from the parent stalk. At one end of the room, and just opposite the grate, were 2 bay windows overlooking Mr. Selden's fine, large garden and shaded by curtains of richly embroidered lace. In front of the fire was a large easy-chair covered with crimson damask, and scattered about the room were ottomans, divans, books, pictures, and everything which could in any way conduce to a young lady's comfort or happiness. On the marble mantel there stood 2 costly vases, filled with rare flowers, among which Mary recognized her favorites. But ere she had time to speak of it, Ida opened a side door, disclosing to view a cozy little bedroom with a large closet and bathing room adjoining. "Here," said she, "you are to sleep, but you needn't expect to be entirely exclusive, for every night when I feel cold or fidgety, I shall run in here and sleep with you. Is it a bargain?" Mary was too happy to speak, and dropping into the easy-chair she burst into tears. In a moment Ida, too, was seated in the same chair, and with her arm around Mary's neck was wondering why she wept. Then, as her own eyes chanced to fall upon the vases, she brought one of them to Mary, saying, "See, these are for you, a present from one who bade me present them with his compliments to the little girl who nursed him on board the Windermere, and who cried because he called her ugly." Mary's heart was almost audible in its beatings, and her cheeks took the hue of the cushions on which she reclined. Returning the vase to the mantelpiece, Ida came back to her side, and bending closer to her face, whispered, "Cousin George told me of you years ago when he first came here, but I forgot all about it, and when we were at Mount Holyoke, I never suspected that you were the little girl he used to talk so much about. But a few days before he went away, he reminded me of it again, and then I understood why he was so much interested in you. I wonder you never told me you knew him, for of course you like him. You can't help it." Mary only heard a part of what Ida said. Just before he went away. Was he then gone, and should she not see him after all? A cloud gathered upon her brow, and Ida, readily divining its cause, replied, "Yes, George is gone. Either he or father must go to New Orleans, and so George of course went. Isn't it too bad? I cried and fretted, but he only pulled my ears and said he should think I'd be glad, for he knew we wouldn't want a great 6-footer domineering over us and following us everywhere, as he would surely do were he at home." Mary felt more disappointed than she was willing to acknowledge, and for a moment she half wished herself back in Chicopee, but soon recovering her equanimity, she ventured to ask how long George was to be gone. "Until April, I believe," said Ida, "but anyway, you are to stay until he comes, for Aunt Martha promised to keep you. I don't know exactly what George said to her about you, but they talked together more than 2 hours, and she says you are to take music lessons and drawing lessons and all that. George is very fond of music." Here, thinking she was telling too much, Ida suddenly stopped, and as the tea bell just then rang, she started up, saying, "Oh, I forgot that father was waiting in the parlor to see you. I've said so much about you that his curiosity is quite roused, but I can introduce you at the table just as well. Our lady readers will pardon Mary if before meeting Mr. Selden she gave herself a slight inspection in the long mirror which hung in her dressing-room. Passing the brush several times through her glossy hair and smoothing down the folds of her neatly fitting merino, she concluded that she looked well enough for a traveler, and with slightly heightened color followed Ida into the supper-room, where she found assembled Mrs. Mason, Aunt Martha, and Mr. Selden. The moment her eye fell upon the latter, she recognized the same kindly, beaming eye and pleasant smile which had won her childish heart when on board the Windermere he patted her head, as George told how kind she had been to him. "We have met before, I believe," said he, and warmly shaking her hand, he bade her welcome to Boston. Then seating her by his side at the table, he managed by his kind attentions to make both her and Mrs. Mason feel perfectly at home. Aunt Martha, too, was exceedingly polite, but after what Ida had told her, Mary could not help feeling somewhat embarrassed in her presence. This, however, gradually wore away, and before the evening was over she began to feel very much at home, and to converse with Aunt Martha as freely and familiarly as with Ida. The next morning, between 10 and 11, the doorbell rang, and in a moment Jenny Lincoln, whose father's house was just opposite, came tripping into the parlor. She had lost in a measure that rotundity of person so offensive to her mother, and it seemed to Mary that there was a thoughtful expression on her face never seen there before, but in all other respects she was the same affectionate, merry-hearted Jenny. "I just this minute heard you were here, and came over just as I was," said she, glancing at the same time at her rich, though rather untidy morning wrapper. After asking Mary if she wasn't sorry George had gone, and if she expected to find Mr. Stewart, she said, "I suppose you know Ella is here, and breaking everybody's heart, of course. She went to a concert with us last evening, and looked perfectly beautiful. Henry says she is the handsomest girl he ever saw, and I do hope she'll make something of him, but I'm afraid he's only trifling with her, just as he tries to do with everybody." "I am afraid so too," said Ida, "but now Mary has come, perhaps he'll divide his attentions between the two." If there was a person in the world whom Mary thoroughly detested, it was Henry Lincoln, and the idea of his trifling with her made her eyes sparkle and flash so indignantly that Ida noticed it, and secretly thought that Henry Lincoln would for once find his match. After a time, Mary turned to Jenny, saying, "You haven't told me a word about William Bender. Is he well?" Jenny blushed deeply, and hastily replying that he was the last time she saw him, started up, whispering in Mary's ear, "Oh, I've got so much to tell you, but I must go now." Ida accompanied her to the door, and asked why Rose, too, did not call. In her usual frank, open way, Jenny answered, "You know why. Rose is so queer." Ida understood her and replied, "Very well, but tell her that if she doesn't see fit to notice my visitors, I certainly shall not be polite to hers." This message had the desired effect, for Rose, who was daily expecting a Miss King from Philadelphia, felt that nothing would mortify her more than to be neglected by Ida, who was rather a leader among the young fashionables. Accordingly, after a long consultation with her mother, she concluded it best to call upon Mary. In the course of the afternoon, chancing to be near the front window, she saw Mr. Selden's carriage drive away from his door with Ida and her visitor. "Now is my time," thought she, and without a word to her mother or Jenny, she threw on her bonnet and shawl, and in her thin French slippers stepped across the street and rang Mr. Selden's doorbell. Of course she was so disappointed not to find the young ladies at home, and leaving her card for them, tripped back, highly pleased with her own cleverness. Meantime, Ida and Mary were enjoying their ride about the city, until coming suddenly upon an organ grinder and monkey, the spirited horses became frightened and ran, upsetting the carriage and dragging it some distance. Fortunately, Ida was only bruised, but Mary received a severe cut upon her head, which, with the fright, caused her to faint. A young man who was passing down the street and saw the accident immediately came to the rescue, and when Mary awoke to consciousness, Billy Bender was supporting her and gently pushing back from her face the thick braids of her long hair. At first she thought she was not much hurt, but when she attempted to lift her head she uttered a cry of pain, and laid it heavily back upon his bosom. "Who is she? Who is she?" asked the eager voices of the group around, but no one answered until a young gentleman, issuing from one of the fashionable drinking saloons, came blustering up, demanding what the row was. Upon seeing Ida, his manner instantly changed, and after learning that she, with another young lady, had been upset, he ordered the crowd to stand back, at the same time forcing his way forward until he caught a sight of Mary's face. "Whew, Bill," said he, "your old flame the pauper, isn't it?" It was fortunate for Henry Lincoln that Billy Bender's arms were both in use, Otherwise he might have measured his length upon the sidewalk, which exercise he would hardly have relished in the presence of Ida. As it was, Billy frowned angrily upon him, and in a fierce whisper bade him beware how he used Miss Howard's name. By this time the horses were caught, another carriage procured, and Mary, still supported by Billy Bender, was carefully lifted into it and borne back to Mr. Selden's house, Henry Lincoln also accompanying her and giving out numerous orders as to what ought to be done. Many of Ida's friends, hearing of the accident, flocked in to see her and to inquire after the young lady who was injured. Among the first who called was Lizzie Upton, whom the reader has once met in Chicopee. On her way home she stopped at Mrs. Campbell's, where she was immediately beset by Ella to know who the beautiful young lady was that Henry Lincoln had so heroically saved from a violent death, dragging her out from under the horse's heels. Lizzie looked at her a moment in surprise, and then replied, "Why, Miss Campbell, is it possible you don't know it was your own sister?" It was Henry Lincoln himself who had given Ella her information, without, however, telling the lady's name. And now, when she learned that 'twas Mary, she was too much surprised to answer, and Lizzie continued, "I think you are laboring under a mistake. It was not Mr. Lincoln who saved your sister's life, but a young law student whom you perhaps have seen walking with George Morland." Ella replied that she never saw George Morland, as he left Boston before she came. And then, as she did not seem at all anxious to know whether Mary was much injured or not, Lizzie soon took her leave. Long after she was gone, Ella sat alone in the parlor, wondering why Henry should tell her such a falsehood, and if he really thought Mary beautiful. Poor, simple Ella! She was fast learning to live on Henry Lincoln's smile, to believe each word that he said, to watch nervously for his coming, and to weep if he stayed away. There were other young men in Boston who, attracted by her pretty face and the wealth of which she was reputed to be heiress, came fawningly around her, but with most strange infatuation she turned from them all, caring only for Henry Lincoln. He, on the contrary, merely sought her society for the sake of passing away an idle hour, boasting among his male acquaintances of the influence had acquired over her, by complimenting her curls and pretty face. He knew that she was jealous of any praise or attention bestowed by him upon another, and had purposefully told her what he did of Mary, exulting within himself as he saw the pain his words inflicted. "I know he was only trying to tease me," was the conclusion to which Ella finally came, and then there arose in her mind a debate as to whether, under the circumstances, it were not best to treat her sister with rather more respect than she was wont to. The Seldens, thought she, are among the first. If they notice her, others will, and why should not I? This question was at last decided in the affirmative, and towards the close of the afternoon she started for Mr. Selden's, on her way meeting with Henry, who asked where she was going. "To see that beautiful young lady," returned Ella, rather pettishly, whereupon Henry laughed aloud and asked if it were not a little the richest joke he had ever put upon her. Ella saw no joke at all, but as Henry had turned about and was walking back with her, she could not feel angry, and prattled on, drinking in his words of flattery as he told her how charmingly she looked at the concert, and how jealous he felt when he saw so many admiring eyes gazing upon what he considered his own exclusive property. The very expressive look which accompanied this remark made Ella's heart beat rapidly, for Henry had never before said anything quite so pointed, and the cloud, which for a time had rested on her brow, disappeared. When they reached Mr. Selden's house, Henry announced his intention of calling also to inquire after Mary, whom he respected on her sister's account. "But," said he, "I am in something of a hurry, and as you girls have 1,000 things to talk about, I hardly think I can wait for you." "Oh, pray, don't wait," returned Ella, hoping in her heart that he would. Upon asking for Mary, she was taken immediately to her room, where she found her reclining upon a sofa, attired in a tasteful crimson morning gown, which gave a delicate tint to her cheeks. She was paler than usual, and her thick shining hair was combed up from her forehead in a manner highly becoming to her style of beauty. Until that day, Ella had never heard her sister called handsome, never even thought such a thing possible. But now, as she looked upon her, she acknowledged to herself that Henry was more than half right, and she felt a pang of jealousy, a fear that Mary might prove her rival. Still, she tried to be agreeable, telling her how fortunate she was in being at Mr. Selden's, for, said she, I dare say some of our first people will notice you just because you are here. Ida hastily walked to the window, standing with her back towards Ella, who continued, I think it's so funny. I've inquired and inquired about Mr. Stewart, but no one knows him, and I've come to the conclusion he was an impostor, or a country schoolmaster, one or the other. There was a suppressed laugh behind the lace curtain where Ida stood, and when Mary began to defend Mr. Stewart, she came out, and with great apparent interest asked who he was, and where they had seen him. Afterwards, Mary remembered the mischief which shone in Ida's eyes as they described Mr. Stewart, but she thought nothing of it then. After asking Mary who paid for her music lessons, how many new dresses she'd got, and who cut them, Ella started to go, carelessly saying as she left the room that when Mary was able she should expect to see her at Mrs. Campbell's. In the meantime, Henry had become so much engaged in a conversation with Mr. Selden that he forgot the lapse of time until he heard Ella coming down the stairs. Then, impelled by a mean curiosity to see what she would do, he sat still, affecting not to notice her. She heard his voice and knew that he was still in the parlor. So for a long time she lingered at the outer door, talking very loudly to Ida, and finally, when there was no longer any excuse for tarrying, she suddenly turned back, and shaking out her cloak and tippet, exclaimed, Why, where can my other glove be? I must have dropped it in the parlor, for I do not remember of having had it upstairs. The parlor was of course entered and searched, and though no missing glove was found, the company of Henry Lincoln was thus secured. Have my readers never seen a Henry Lincoln or an Ellis Campbell? End of chapter 23.